Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Stardom Cast, your weekly audio source of all things World Wonder Ring Stardom. I'm your host, Rob Goodwin. I'm joined by an emotionally spent, a physically exhausted Mr. Matt Turner. Matt Turner, as friend of the show, Darren Chatton has said, we have all just watched greatness and one of, if not the best Stardom shows of all time. Brother, I am exhausted. I didn't get back to England until yesterday morning. It was a 22-hour trip. I had no sleep whatsoever, and I was up at the crack of dawn buzzing for this. Absolutely buzzing. And good grief. Good grief. What have we just watched?
Yeah, obviously I talked to Darren quite a bit yesterday and today. We were both really hyped for the show. And not only one of the best Stardom shows of all time, it's debatable. Again, I have to watch this with a little more sleep. But one of the greatest pro wrestling shows I've ever seen. And obviously it's subjective. But obviously we're going to get into the loads and loads and loads of awesome stuff and the potential heartbreaking stuff coming on for tomorrow for the press conference that they just said, oh, by the way, we're doing a press conference. I'm like, oh, last time we did this, Mina was leaving. So again, we'll get into that. But I mean, you got to talk about the positive. This was just an amazing, amazing show, start to finish. Really great seeing Meiko Satomura back in Stardom for her one final night. I wish they didn't mute the audio just so, and I get it. Not only for her music, but you want to hear that pop.
Yeah,
7,500 people. Meiko Satomura, former World of Stardom champion. Obviously, she didn't have a lot of matches in Stardom, but all those matches are some of the best matches in the history of the company. The two matches with Kairi, the match with Io, where Io wins the belt, and obviously the best tag match in Stardom history, which I will be referencing again later on in about 3 hours in this podcast with Thunder Rock versus Meiko and Kairi. But no, man, excellent stuff. I am with you. I got back on Wednesday, and I think I slept 8 or 9 hours in a row. And then yesterday, because I text you because you text me, said, hey, we should wear these Stardom Cast polos, which my lovely wife made for us. That we were the general idea, and obviously we will talk about everything next week about Viva Las Vegas, because that is going to be a monster episode in itself.
Isn't it?
But the idea was that because we were sponsors at the meet in Las Vegas, that we were going to get access to a whole bunch of interviews. And the idea was we were going to interview a lot of the wrestlers over at Marvelous. It was just we got there late because Bloodsport ran late. And then literally we're like, well, maybe we'll stay afterwards and do the interviews. And they're like, all right, it's like 1:30 in the morning. Everybody get out. I'm like, well,
yeah,
there that goes. So it's regardless. Obviously, good folks. We will get into that next later on this week when we record our Viva Las Vegas shenanigans episode. But no, you sent me a text message. You said we should wear our polo shirts. I'm like, I don't know where mine is. I'm not home. I'm at the gym. And you're like, what are you doing at the gym? So Rob Goodwin, fine folks at the Stardom Cast universe. Let me tell you how my day went. So yesterday we took my sister-in-law out for dinner for her birthday, and I told Amber, I said I'm going to get up around 12:30 because the pre-show started at 1 a.m. Got in bed around 8:30, which was like 4 hours of sleep. That's fine, no problem. I'll watch this show, take a nap afterwards. The idea was after said show was over, gym, shower, breakfast, shave, church. That was the idea. So me and Amber made a nice little bet, and I'm putting this live on air. She said, this show will be over at 5:15 in the morning. I said, the pre-show starts at 1. The main show starts at 2. You're telling me this show is going to be less than 4 hours long. It's like, yes. So we bet a dessert on it so that there's no way possible. So as the show's going, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to get to the gym. No problem. Shower, shave, breakfast, church. No problem. And now we're going. And I'm not complaining. By no means am I complaining. I'm glad every match had time to tell their story. Nothing was rushed. They were like, tell your story. So I'm like, probably can't shower. Probably just going to have to shave and then breakfast. Rob Goodwin, nothing happened. I literally was like, so show's going. It's 7:15. We leave for church about 20 to 8. All of a sudden I hear Amber get up and she opens up this door right here, the podcast room. And we're getting towards the end of Saya and Tam. She goes, oh my God, this is still going. And I show her my arm, and my arm had goosebumps standing up. She's like, you've been watching wrestling for 6 hours in that chair, and you're having goosebumps for Tam and Saya. That's how good the match was. Rob Goodell, needless to say, she owes me ice cream. Then came home from church. Was like, let me go right to the gym, and then got all cleaned up, looking my Sunday's best. I did take a nice 45-minute nap, so I'm ready to rock and roll, brother. Ready to rock and roll. But it's always a pleasure. I love watching these shows live, especially these monster Stardom shows, whether it's the 5-star final, the 5-star opener, All-Star Grand Queendom, Dream Queendom, because I love just interacting with the Stardom and the Stardom cast fan base. It makes it totally well worth it. And I love when we do these live shows, and we already have a ton of comments and a ton of people joining us. So this is awesome, my man. This is awesome. I'm really excited to have everybody on, and it's going to be a really fun show, my man, because yeah, there is a lot of possible new favorites, folks. That's going to keep you to tune in for the next 3 hours. Possible new favorites for one Uncle MT.
It's sweet that you think this show's only going to go 3 hours. Hello to everyone that is listening. We'll go through a couple of comments in a moment, just because I know that this episode is going to be absolutely monstrous in length. So this should keep Colin happy, who is in the comments and says that he wants one of the polo shirts. We'll see what Amber can knock up for you, Colin. Big shout out to Hendrix, who says Matt pointing to his arm like the final boss during his entrance.
Sure, I guess. What did I do? Did I do this?
You went like that.
Oh, did I? Oh, because I showed goosebumps. Yeah, goosebumps. Yeah, that's what it was. There it is.
Also, hello to Alton, hello to Darren, big friend of the show, Andy as well. And I am just going to give a special shout out to Andrew Zyke, who has managed to stay up for the live stream as well, despite the fact that it's about, what time are we at in his land? It's late, I think, in his neck of the woods. So thank you, Andy. Means a lot.
You did have a comment here, 10-hour live stream coming. All right, brother. You want it. You got it.
Sleep is for the weak. But yes, today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about the Corakuen Hall show. We're then going to be talking about the obviously the All-Star Grand Queendom show. We're not going to get into too much of the news, simply because we want to focus on the show itself. There are a couple of things I just want to touch on before we get into the shows. And then we've got obviously quite a lot of stuff to discuss coming out of this show. Needless to say, we've got a press conference tomorrow, which they're never a good thing. Obviously, the last one that we had with the old Stardom logo was the Mina departure. I think we can all kind of guess where this might be going, especially after the culmination of the IWGP Women's Championship match. But obviously, until it is official, until we have a graphic, it is not official. But yeah, just before we get into a couple of things, hello Venkin, hello Mr. Adkins. Again, thank you to everyone who is showing up. Apparently it's only 10 a.m. for Andy, so it's not too late. Is Mayu leaving? Venkin says. Now, we are going to get into this, Venkin. We're going to talk all about it in the IWGP Women's Championship match, because it is obviously a huge point to talk about. I think it's fair to say, I did see someone on Twitter say that this show was the end of an era in some regards and the start of a brand new era in many others. And I thought that was a great way of describing it, because you look at what has happened out of this match. We had someone fired in kayfabe. Turns out there is a line you can cross in Stardom to get fired. That we obviously have potentially Mayu leaving. We now have Mina Shirakawa. She has departed for AEW. We have a retirement as well. So that's 4 names that could potentially in the next month not be with Stardom anymore. And we saw in those 2 main event and semi-main events, 3 people who are going to be responsible for taking this company forward. And if people leave, then they are obviously going to be incredibly missed. However, Stardom's roster is that deep, as proved by the 18-hour show we've just seen, because they wanted to try and get everyone on the card. Then I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm not concerned. It's not going to be something that Stardom can't handle. They're in a significantly better position than they were, in 2017 when Kyrie left, in 2018 when EO left, in 2015 when the company was about to go under in the sort of end of the whole Yoshiko incident. So I am more than confident that Stardom will be able to both navigate that and come out a lot stronger. But we'll be talking about that then. We'll be talking a lot about that a little bit later on. I just want to talk a little bit about some news coming out of the show and obviously going into the show. First of all, Natsuko Tora and Konami both missing this show. Natsuko Tora was actually pulled from the Corakuen Hall show on the 24th due to poor health, missed the All-Star Grand Queendom show, and then Konami was actually pulled earlier this morning. I think it was about 3 hours before the show started that it was announced through Stardom's social media channels that Konami will be missing the show as well through poor health. Now, obviously, those that went to Philadelphia last year will know that post-WrestleMania illness is a very, very real thing. Hopefully, the Stardom girls haven't fallen foul of that, and if they have, we hope that they get better soon, return to the ring soon as well. Matt, obviously, thankfully, both women were only making Rumble appearances, but we wish them the best and hope they return sooner rather than later.
Do you think it had something to do with the fact that during our meet and greet at WrestleMania, at WrestleCon, that I wore a Shuri shirt and they both beat me up? Do you think that had something to do with maybe karma? Karma came a kicking. They beat up good old Uncle MT.
I think you were asking for it, turning up to a Konami signing in a Shuri shirt. That's pretty much like wearing red to a bullfight. I feel like you were asking for it. That's like me wearing a Fukigen Death shirt anywhere. So yeah, but again, that's hopefully not. Hopefully you weren't to blame for Konami's, especially Konami's disappearance from the card. But there we are.
Yeah, no. In all seriousness, we hope that they get better. They did take a risk having that many roster members, especially so many members of the roster in significant matches a week later. I mean, look at Maika, Shuri, Azumi, Starlight Kid, Hanan, Saida, Hazuki. You're in front of all those people at WrestleCon, wrestling 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shows, and then you risk, heaven forbid, an injury or somebody getting sick. So, I mean, can you imagine if that was, obviously no disrespect to Konami and Tora, who we're massive fans of. And again, one of our favorite meet and greets was Tora. She's actually really, and again, we'll get into that later on this week when we record our Vegas episode. But can you imagine that was like a zooming Starlight Kid, like they were sick and you had to take out one of your semi-main event. So it's like, you look at it when they did announce like, okay, no Mayu, no Saya, no Tam going to America. It's like, well, you do risk the run of one of those wrestlers getting hurt, or two, they're getting sick or really jet lagged from that long flight from Las Vegas over to back to Japan. So yeah, obviously we wish Konami and Tora well. It did say it looked like that they fell ill, so that might have been just something where, again, we live in a post-COVID world. You need to take extra precautionary. So hopefully they're going to be on the shows coming up next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed for both Konami and Tora. Obviously, I think it is something that's going round because during the Osaka show, Mei Seira was out on the 10th. We had Suzu Suzuki out on the 13th. And then we had the 13th show, like I mentioned, where Mei, Suzu, Starlight Kid, and Mayu were all out with illness. So maybe it's just something that is going round the camp. Obviously, jet lag is nothing to sneer at. And, depending on what has happened, there's every possibility that it could just be something they've eaten, something like that. Fingers crossed they are going to be fine. You're absolutely right, man. This is something, obviously, we'll discuss a little bit more on the Vegas Megasode. But Stardom did run a risk, not only running a show this close to All-Star Grand Queendom, which they didn't have as an issue last year because WrestleMania was at the start of April and Dream Queendom was at the end, but also because you were running 2 shows over WrestleMania week as well, not just the one with Spark. They then ran their own with Prestige Wrestling at the meet. It was a risk, especially taking Starlight Kid, who had that shoulder injury, had been out. That was her first set of shows back. Aside from I think she was in the 10th at Osaka. So you were running a risk. Momo Watanabe, whose ankle was still injured. She went to America. So you were running a little bit of a risk there. Thankfully, everyone has come out of this show, All-Star Grand Queendom, unscathed, although it does look like Natsupoi has re-aggravated that ankle injury, which you could see she was absolutely devastated by. But we'll get into all of that in a moment. Apparently, this year is just a year of retirement. Obviously, we've got Meiko Satomura, who's retiring tomorrow as we record. We've got Nanae Takahashi, who's retiring in May. We've got obviously Tam Nakano, who presumably, if you're watching this review, you know the result of the main event. If not, sorry, I've just spoiled 23 hours worth of wrestling for you. But Tam is retiring. And we've also got Risa Sera, who is retiring as well. She announced that she'll be retiring on the 12th of January, 2026. She did actually put out a statement that just said, I'm not hurt, I'm not injured, there's no external factors as to why I'm retiring. It's sort of what we said about Nanae Takahashi. There's so many people and so many wrestlers who can't retire on their own terms, who are retiring due to injury, who are retiring due to horrendous personal circumstances. And it's actually relatively rare when wrestlers can go out on their own terms. And the fact that Risa Sera is able to do that is brilliant, especially when she does a lot of the deathmatch style and a lot more high-risk style when it comes to that sort of match. So she will be retiring on the 12th of January, and obviously we wish Risa Sera nothing but the best in whatever she is going to do next, Matt Turner.
Rob, real quick, just to touch upon this Risa Sera, do you think that she gets another run in Stardom? Not like a whole 5-6 month run, but you think we'll see her in a couple matches, like maybe teaming with Suzu on opposite sides with Suzu? Because the new Suzu faction screams, "Where's Risa Sera?" You know what I mean? It seems like she would fit perfectly with that faction. Do you think that we see her in a couple matches, either on the same side as Suzu or opposite of? Very much like how we did see Meiko Satomura getting one last shot here in Stardom.
I think it's far more likely we'll get it in sort of a Meiko Satomura thing where we'll see her in the odd match, as opposed to, like last year when she was in the 5-Star Grand Prix. I don't foresee her to be in that tournament at all. I do see maybe a singles match with Suzu Suzuki being her final match in Stardom. Obviously, those two intertwined through their time with Prominence. I think that will be perfect. She is a former Artist of Stardom champion. She was there in 2014. She had a great team, by the way. If you haven't seen it, her and Takumi Iroha versus Nanae Takahashi and Kairi Hojo from Year-End Climax, I believe, 2014. Fantastic hidden gem match, if you can find that. So, yeah. And again, we saw it in the 5-Star last year, and I feel like they have a better match in them. And I think we said that on the review, actually. It was a good match, but I feel like they've got a better match in them. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what we see. Obviously, at the moment, Risa Sera is still Diana's champion. I think she beat Haruka Umasaki today. So, yeah, as a last match, maybe as a death match in a Stardom ring, I think that would be great. A very valid send-off to one of the more consistent competitors. And I think, do you know what? She is relatively underrated as well when you think about it. She's not in the conversation very often as, the best Joshi or the best worker or anything like that. And she is a very consistent worker. As we've seen, in her time with Stardom, she's had consistently good matches.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Risa Sera. She does the deathmatch style, which again, it's not my cup of tea. I have friends of mine that do the deathmatch style and they're great with. I don't mind the occasional hardcore match if it makes sense for the feud. Very much like a match we're going to talk about later on here, my man, because that was amazing. But she does the deathmatch style very well, the wrestling style very well. Again, we saw her in the 5-Star Grand Prix, not just last year, but in 2022. She's a great tag wrestler. She was a great Artist of Stardom champion with Suzu Suzuki and Kurumi Haragi, and they actually did win the first Triangle Derby tournament as well. So Suzu, and she's got aura as well. She's a great entrance with the robe and everything. Like, she's the total package, can literally do it all. So yeah, I hope that we do get a chance to see her in Stardom a few times before she goes. I know she's wrestled in Game Changer Wrestling quite a bit. So if she does do a couple shots over here in the States and somewhere on the East Coast, I would definitely love to go and go see said show and cover it, because Risa Sera is one of those underrated wrestlers. And we actually did an alternate commentary not that long ago of her and Micah from, I believe, the opening night of the 5-star Grand Prix back in 2022. Just I wanted to revisit and watch what a hidden gem of a match that was. So obviously we wish her the best. We'll definitely be keeping an eye out on her between now and when she retires in the beginning of next year. But yeah, a lot of retirements. Obviously, we had Arisa Nakajima. She retired last year. And then even on the male side, we have John Cena coming up on his final year. Obviously, that is something that we are going to be talking about on our Vegas episode, because how can we not? And obviously, we have Hiroshi Tanahashi retiring at Wrestle Kingdom next year. So it just seems, enjoy these wrestlers while we have them, folks. Enjoy them because they are putting their bodies on the line for our entertainment. Don't be overcritical on certain things. Just go enjoy it, because you never know when their road, wink, will abruptly end and they will fade off into the sunset or the stage.
I mean, I genuinely did think that someone was going to have to check on you after the main event today, but I know that there are quite a few people that are out there at the moment. I know Kevin Mullins out there. I know that Jacob is out there, who we had a lot of chats with in Las Vegas, and I know that Velkic is out there as well. So hope they're all having a great time if they are listening. Just want to quickly touch on Unagi Sayaka's freelance show from Sumo Hall. She drew 1,800 people. I think the actual number was 1,870 to the Sumo Hall. The card did have to get changed fairly last minute, because if you remember, Natsuko Tora was supposed to be in a tag match. She was pulled from the card because she was ill, which prompted most of Hate to take her place. So rather than it being Natsuko Tora and Shin Hirota, it was Rina, Momo Watanabe, Azusa Inaba, Fukigen Death, Ruaka, and then Shin Natsuko Tora. Have you seen this cosplay? It is absolutely tremendous. She's covered in green mist. It's fantastic. I haven't had a chance to watch the match yet, though. I thought that was great. I know that Sioriano as well was in a Healthy Sandals match. Whatever a Healthy Sandals match is, it is an Unagi Sayaka produce show. So I'm looking forward to checking that out, Matt.
Yeah, I wonder if it's anything to do with the beauty salon Zest hair match, which again, I still don't think we saw the footage of Lady C getting the haircut. That was like 2 years ago. Release the footage. Very much like release the Snyder cut.
Absolutely. Get it trending.
Absolutely. That's what we're going to do. Get it trending, guys. Hashtag. Somebody put a, you guys are really, really creative. Somebody get a hashtag in the notes how we should hashtag it. We'll get Lady C that push that she rightfully has earned, my friend. But the cosplayer, the tour cosplayer, is that the same as the Hana Kimura cosplayer? Okay.
Yep. And the Meiko Satomura one.
Oh, I don't know if I've ever seen the Meiko Satomura.
She's just had a match with Nanae Takahashi, and it's hilarious.
Oh my god, I can see Meiko Satomura not taking too kind of that and just beating the crap out of Seth.
Meiko loves it. Meiko Satomura absolutely loves it. But yes, it was it's certainly interesting. Now, Matt, I know this isn't the Marigold standard. I know that we should not be talking about Marigold, but something that might get lost in the shuffle because of All-Star Grand Queendom is that we had one of the biggest returns in my eyes, because I'm a massive Jungle Kyona fan, but Jungle Kyona made her way into the wrestling ring once again. She was doing an exhibition match with Nanae Takahashi in her hometown of Nagoya. Now, it was only 5 minutes, and the whole sort of thing around it was, can I still do this? So it was sort of a testing of the water, if you will. And not only did she do the 5-minute match, went to a draw, she has officially announced that not only is she coming back, but she is going after the championship as well. And this made me happy for a number of reasons. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that Jungle Kyona's knees are currently held together with gaffer tape and prayers at this point. And she's even come out and said, doctors can't do anything else about them. They can't get any better, so I might as well have another go, which is a great way of looking at it. But on top of that, Jungle never got the send-off she deserved. She is, without a doubt, one of the most consistent competitors in Stardom history. And I say that with the full knowledge of the raft of people that have been in Stardom. Jungle Kiona's matches were always must see. She was someone akin to Hazuki, who has one mode, and that is beast mode. Like her matches with Arisa, her matches with Momo, that match with Mayu for the red belt, and even her matches with Konami when they were in Tokyo Cyber Squad. She was consistently fantastic, consistently appointment viewing. And unfortunately, with the knee injury that then saw her quietly leave Stardom, she then did a very brief run of the Indies, got injured again in 2023, and that looked like it was it. It was a very quiet, very anticlimactic end to what was a really good career. And it always felt a little bit like she hadn't had the send-off she deserved. And she's back now, even if it's just for 6 months. If she can have the send-off, if she can have that road of matches that she thoroughly deserves, gets the send-off from fans that she deserves, I will be more than happy. But the fact that she's in a ring where she belongs, I'm made up. I really am. In a day of fantastic matches and great things, this for me was one of the best stories of the day. The fact that she's back, the fact that she feels confident enough to be back. We don't know whether it's going to be a full-time basis, whether she is going to be on every single Marigold house show, or whether she's just going to do the Corakuen Hall shows, or whether she's just going to do the pay-per-views. We don't know that information yet. All we know is that she is going to be in the ring, and she has put herself forward for the Marigold World Championship. Either way, Matt, great to see Jungle Kiona back.
A lot of great things about this. Again, number one, we're just massive fans of Jungle Kiona, and this is awesome that she's going to get her final run. Whether it's 6 months or 6 years, she's going to get that final run. Mm-hmm. And she made mention she's coming after Marigold Championships. Rob Goodwin, quick little pop quiz. Who is the current Marigold World Champion?
That would be Shin Hirotaru Hayashishita.
I love it.
Utami, yeah.
And who was Utami's very first match?
I know where you're going.
You have that. And who was the booker? Rossi. So you have that history there where you can link. And Sonny and Stu on commentary do a great job linking all the history. Whether if you're talking Sendai Girls or Stardom or WWE or NXT, they do a great job linking all the history. So it's an easy story to tell. Not only that, but it's like Marigold, as great as the shows are, they're lacking the depth up top as far as main eventers. You have your Utamis, you have your Mirais, you can throw your Meiko Anos, your Mei Sakurais. As far as your ticket drawing wrestlers, you don't have too many. The fact they may or may not be getting Mayu, in less than 24 hours, we will probably find out at said press conference. And then now you're throwing in a Jungle Kiona. That's going to help them draw a lot more tickets. So it's a win-win on everything. Obviously, our main thing is that her body does hold up to the best of her ability, and that however long her run is, that she does finish, healthy. So this is going to be awesome, because I've never seen Jungle Kiona wrestle, other than the one time when I got to meet her in New Jersey at a show. I'd never seen her wrestle live before. Everything since I started watching Stardom in 2021, it's been, going back. So me being able to watch these matches live, not only that, but a lot of the Marigold roster, they're all rookies or wrestlers that are only wrestling a year or two. They're going to benefit, one, not only being in the ring from Jungle Kiona, but being in the dojo and being backstage, because they're going to be able to pick her brain, or she's going to be able to watch matches and give her advice and make the roster better. So it's a win-win on all accounts. At the end of the day, who are the big winners? The fans. Really the fans, because Jungle Kiona is a phenomenal talent. Who wouldn't want to see Jungle Kiona versus Meiko Ano, versus Natsumi Shozuki, versus Mirai, obviously the Utami Hayashishita match, Misa Matsui, her versus the new big badass Kazuna Tanaka. And again, we'll get into that in the Marigold Standard this past week. Again, they're working with Marvelous. Who doesn't want to see Jungle Kiona versus Sanka, Jungle Kiona versus Takumi Iroha? There's a lot of great matchups there, fresh matchups that we'll get from a returning Jungle Kiona. So I'm super excited. When we talked about this a couple weeks ago on the Marigold Standard, we weren't sure where this was going to go. Maybe it's just a one and done. But the fact that she felt good enough after this match that not only is she going to come back, she's coming back for a run. She's coming back for some championships, my friend, because she was very much like Hazuki is now, ever so close to winning singles gold several times, whether it was the red belt, whether it was the white belt. She was ever so close, but had great matches with Arisa Hoshinki, with Momo Watanabe versus Mayu. So she's somebody that's second to none. So maybe she will finally get that big singles championship here over at Marigold. So I'm super pumped for it.
You've said Hazuki in singles gold. I think you're forgetting that she won the Sport Joshi singles championship. So I mean, that's. I feel like that's the end of that story, isn't it? Surely. But yes. Anyway, we'll dispense with the news. Although I've just seen apparently, Unagi showed a video claiming she was doing a show from the Tokyo Dome, then fooled everyone by saying she couldn't actually rent the place.
Thanks for that, Colin. That's great. That
Absolutely.
If anybody get away with that, other Hendrix running the Tokyo with a lot outside. Hey, at least you're in the vicinity. At least you're in the vicinity. You're on the property. Counts.
Can you imagine if she ran it on the 4th of January, just outside? It'd be brilliant. It would be the most Unagi thing to do.
Yeah, it's like 12 degrees out.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into some reviews then. So obviously today we are looking at the Korakuen show from the 24th, which acted as a bit of a prelude to All-Star Grand Queendom, and that is where we are going to start. Looking back at Thursday, the 24th of April, 2025. Now, a couple of things to note about this show. Saki Kashima is continuing her absence after being pulled from the Korakuen show at the start of April. That was due to ill health, and there hasn't been any update issued on Saki's current status, though she is having some sort of event on the 15th of May for her fans. So fingers crossed we'll see her in the ring sooner rather than later. This does mark the return of Azumi, Hazuki, Koguma, Momo Watanabe, Mei Seira, Suzu Suzuki, Starlight Kid, and Mayu Iwatani, all who missed the last shows through a variety of different reasons. Obviously, Hazuki and Koguma lost the Oz Academy Tag Team Championships at Corakuen Hall, and the rest were either ill or injured. It was also announced, as I mentioned before, that Natsuko Tora would miss this show due to ill health. And also it was announced that the entire show airs for free on YouTube. So if you haven't had a chance to see it yet, it is free on YouTube, and also you can look at it on talkjoshi.com in our bite-sized show report. In terms of the attendance for the show, the attendance was 1,096 people. Now, this does continue a trend of 12 of the last 13 Corakuen Hall shows exceeding 1,000 people, which is it's quite a run. It is, however, a 25.34% decrease on the previous house of 1,468, that aforementioned April 2nd Corakuen Hall show. Now, there are several reasons, obviously, as to why that could be. For example, there's no title matches on the card. The fact that the card took place on a Thursday evening. We are that close now to All-Star Grand Queendom. There are a lot of reasons as to why this show could have had a slightly lowered attendance, but even so, Matt, another attendance above 1,000 people. Stardom will be more than happy with this run of attendances. And they even said when they first announced that they were going to be doing these nighter shows that they might be slightly lower attendances because they were attempting to bring people in to these pro wrestling shows in the evenings. And I think we've just been in such a ridiculous hot streak at the moment with Stardom attendances that, you know, we're now looking at 1,096 people and going, oh, that's a little bit of a drop. And it's madness. That shows just how hot the product is at the moment.
Yeah, 25% decrease, dropping again. That's 2 in a row they dropped. I mean, maybe it's time we sell the company. You know, it's not like they have a big show coming up that they're going to break the all-time attendance record by over 2,000 people. That's not going to happen in 3 days. But no, and again, I figured they would do right around 1,000 people. They were close to 1,100 here. Again, no title matches, a lot of preview matches. But really, I mean, Corakuen Hall, 2 days in a row. This was on a Thursday. We got Marigold on a Friday. Like that venue in 24 hours. Got some great matches with very little title matches on it, which just goes to show you how great, as far as pro wrestling goes, both those rosters are. And I thought this show was fantastic, especially the main event. And obviously, we're going to get into it, Rob Goodwin. You know that I'm really happy about something that happened in the main event. I was super pumped for it.
Wonder what on earth that could be. Let's get into the results then. So we open with an 8-woman tag. The hate team of Tekla, Momo Watanabe, Konaki. Who the hell is Konaki? Konami and Ruaka. I think it was a mixture of Konami and Ruaka as I was reading the notes. They defeated the Cosmic Angels team of Saori Ano, Natsupoi, Aya Sakura, and Sayaka Kurora. Tekla pinning Sayaka Kurora with the Toxic Spider Death Drop in 8 minutes and 30 seconds. We then moved on to a singles match. Momoko getting a singles win over Uriah Himei, hitting her with the neck to Peach in 5 minutes and 53 seconds. Seems ages ago since we last saw a Momoko singles victory. Tag team match, the God's Eye team of Ron Yagami and Tomoka Inaba defeated Team Classroom, Hina and Lady C. Ron Yagami getting the win with the beat strike in 11 minutes and 38 seconds. In a 6-woman tag match, the Hate team of Rina, Azusa Inaba, and Fukigen Death defeated Yuna Mizumori, Akira Kuragani, and Tabata. Rina pinning Akira Kuragani with the Pink Devil in 12 minutes and 4 seconds. 6-woman tag match. This was great. The Stars team of Mai Iwatani, Hazuki, and Koguma defeated Syuri Hanan and Saya Ida. Koguma pinning Saya Ida with a diving body press, which apparently she calls Sky High, which I didn't realize, in 14 minutes and 11 seconds. 8-woman tag team action next. Chihiro Hashimoto, Uriah Oka, and Yuna. They defeated the team of Meiko, Wakasukiyama, Hanako, and Rian. Chihiro Hashimoto trying her best to absolutely obliterate Wakasukiyama with a powerbomb in 13 minutes and 21 seconds. I can only assume that's why Wakasukiyama left commentary halfway through All-Star Grand Queendom. We then had a 6-woman tag match. Suzu Suzuki and her 2 mystery partners that turned out to be Rina Yamashita and Itsuki Aoki. They defeated Meisera, Miyu Amasaki, and Kohaku. Suzu Suzuki pinning Miyu Amasaki with the Tequila Sunrise. No, it didn't. In the Tequila Shot, in 9 minutes and 35 seconds. And then in the main event, tag team action, prelude of the white and red belt matches. The team of Starlight Kid and Tam Nakano and the team of Azumi and Saya Kamitani ended in a 20-minute time limit draw. Hendricks, there's absolutely no need for this.
Yes. No wise need. Guy attitude. Absolutely, buddy. We have a new member of Hate. You know why? There's not enough members of Hate, so now we're going to morph them together.
Absolutely. There is never have there been not enough members of Hate. And after all, they may have lost one. So let's talk about that. We moved into our first match then, Cosmic Angels versus Hate. Now, this was about as Hate as a Hate match could get. However, it did lead us to having a very late addition to the All-Star Grand Queendom card, which, of course, it would, just after I released the preview and our predictions. But basically, Tekla decided that even though she'd lost to Micah in Las Vegas, she still wanted a match with Taro Okada. Obviously, we watched Clark Connors destroy the poor man in Las Vegas. We were right behind that as well. Good grief. And still, he turned up to every single show. Taro Okada was the MVP of Las Vegas weekend. But Tekla said, I want a singles match with you. Taro Okada was having none of it. So Tekla once again attacked until Sayaka Kurora unleashed the slap heard around the world, knocked Tekla on her ass, challenged her to a singles match, with the stipulation being that if Tekla was to lose, she would have to join Cosmic Angels, and if Tekla won, she'd finally get a singles match with Taro Okada. Taro Okada finally agreed, and honestly, Matt, I don't know which one of those I would have wanted to see least. Because, again, not a huge fan of the Tekla versus Taro Okada thing, and I'm definitely not a fan of the idea of Tekla in Cosmic Angels because she's a brilliant heel. But we are going to talk about how that pays off in a little while. What did you think of this match? What did you think about the addition of this singles match?
Yeah, this match, I mean, you look at all the possible combinations that you may or may not get in said match, especially like Konami versus Natsupoi, Suripoi versus Konami and Momo Watanabe. And this was, you went a little over 8 minutes. The main thing was just to get the crowd hot, everybody kind of play the hits, and then you get the post-match angle. Now, as per usual, that happens at the Stardom cast. It is a tradition. So I did record the solo episode because obviously, Rob, you were still in Vegas. think you're on the Grand. I think you're at the Grand Canyon.
I was at the Grand Canyon. Yes,
when I recorded on Wednesday my preview episode, and then a handful of hours later they set this match up. And I did say in the preview episode, I think they're going to set up one more match for All-Star Grand Queendom, and I was right. However, the match I thought they were going to set up was Sari versus Momo Watanabe, which is
we can dream. Damn it.
Rob, it was there. Why didn't they pull the trigger? Sorry, was there. You gave Momo 3 minutes into the Rumble. One of the very little things I didn't like about today's show, but we'll get into that later. But as soon as this match was announced, I was like, I thought about for about 45 seconds. I'm like, I know what's going to happen. Sayaka Kuro is going to get the win. Tekla's going to have to join Cosmic Angels. And then probably day 1 or day 2, she's going to get so upset that she's got to do the dance. She's going to abuse Okada and get fired. It wasn't day 1 or day 2, Rob. It was minute 1/minute 2 that happened. And again, as much as there's a lot of people kind of like scratching their heads over this Tekla versus Okada angle, it's definitely got a reaction. We've been getting a reaction in the buildings, and it got a huge reaction at the meet in Las Vegas when Clark Connors almost killed poor Terror Okada. And
I think it was because we'd seen an actual murder. I think that was more what the reaction was.
And I think I was telling you that it wasn't just the spear. It was the fact that the back of his head almost hit the turnbuckle.
He was literally that far away. It was madness.
If you remember, that's how Shinjiro Otani broke his neck taking Germans into turnbuckles, and that's when I stopped doing it, because I used to take Germans into turnbuckles all the time because I have no regard for my body whatsoever. So I was like, oh. So I kind of figured that's the way it was going to go. And again, we'll get into it when we get into our review of this phenomenal show that we saw a handful of hours ago. But this match was just to build up towards that angle. Again, you got the pop from the Cosmic Angels. Momo Watanabe is obviously fantastic. Ruaka, Konami, they play their role really well. But kudos to Tekla, because the way that she fed for said slap and the way she bumped for said slap is very like cartoonish, but like in a good way. And it got a massive reaction. And it's getting Sayaka Kuro over more. She's somebody that they've been building up slowly, especially these Corakuen Hall shows. And if you remember, about a month before Kamitani Tam at Dream Queendom, Sayaka Kuro pinned Sai Kamitani in the middle of the ring with an inside cradle. The place went absolutely nuclear. So now we have a lot of heat on Sayaka Kuro. They're really, really pushing her. She wins the Cinderella tournament. Where are we going here? And then it's like we're going to kind of shoehorn in her match last minute on the big show that happened today, but to end a feud. Again, we'll get into it because I really, really enjoyed their match from today. I thought it really overachieved. All in all, solid enough match. The main thing was we're setting up a last-minute match for Yokohama. I had this one at 3.5 stars.
Yeah, I don't know who you were talking about all the way through that, Matt. I think you mean Konaki as opposed to Konami.
You just told Hendricks to stop it. Now you're adding it on. There it is, folks. Someone needs to make that T-shirt. What would it look like? It would
imagine meeting Konami next year, and she's like, "What the hell is a Konaki?" Andrew is absolutely right, by the way. The story of this match: pink-haired Poi. That was a complete shock. We had pink-haired Natsupoi with the pink Kairi gear. It was very much a case of
the Pirates.
Nice.
No, that's what they called themselves. I'm not even joking. Yeah,
it was just a little bit of a throwback. I miss the Pirates. The Pirates were a great thing. Anyway, moving on, let's talk about the singles match between Momoko and Uriah Himei. Nice to see Momoko getting a victory. Obviously, Uriah Himei, as we'll talk about in a moment, now the one of the only members of the roster not with a faction. Obviously, Matoi as well, but she is out injured at the moment. I'm interested to see where she goes, especially as Akira Kurigani has completely flipped the script and joined someone else.
Yeah, again, Rob, make sure that obviously this is a live review. You got to make sure you're getting these names right. This is Metal Momoko.
Sorry, I apologize. That was perhaps the best thing about this entire show, was the fact that not only did we get to hear the Metal Momoko theme once, we got to hear it twice, which we so rarely do.
Yeah, obviously we're massive fans of Momoko. She's somebody that overachieves not only in wrestling but life. She's just a phenomenal wrestler. And considering the fact that she's one looking at the lights more than she's actually getting the wins, and she does it in such a great fashion because she's a great sympathetic babyface. This was great because she's wrestling a rookie, packed Corakuen Hall, 6 minutes. She's leading this match and really able to keep up with Momoko. Really great stuff. Just goes to show you what a great pro Momoko is. I had this at 3.5 stars. I thought this was terrific. It gave enough time. And again, most importantly, Momoko, Metal. Pardon me, Rob. Metal Momoko getting a win on a solid match here. And again, these rookies are doing a fantastic job. Singles matches, tag matches, high-speed three-ways, every single one, whether it's Matoi, whether it's Akira, obviously big things are coming up for her, whether it's Uriah, whether it's Gang Sign throwing Rian. These
Absolutely,
rookies or a year and a half wrestlers are doing an excellent job. And obviously we'll talk about Hanako and her monster push that she got on today's show, and what a big Q that she's got coming up. But they're doing a great job pushing the younger talent. It's basically sink or swim. And it looks like all these wrestlers, all these rookies or wrestlers that are wrestling year and a half to 2 years are swimming with the help of these veterans. So I'm super excited to see what the future is bringing from Stardom, because these younger wrestlers are doing a phenomenal job. And again, Rob Goodwin, I this went 3.5 stars. I thought this was terrific.
Yeah, and as Mida says in the chat, I did completely forget about Ankanai, which how dare I forget about Ankanai? I'm looking forward to seeing her in the ring, because I think she only had 7 matches before she got injured. So fingers crossed we see her as soon as possible. I'd love to know what the chat thinks about where Uriah Himei is going to end up in terms of a faction, because I feel like she has the capabilities of fitting in most, obviously with the exception of maybe Hate, maybe even God's Eye, but I feel like she could fit into a few of the others. Also, maybe not Suzu Suzuki's new faction either. I can't really see her fitting into it. Although she can break wooden spoons with a bum cheek, so maybe she is hardcore. There you go. Who knows?
Rob, I'm gonna put it out there, because I know the chat is going to give our answers, which we love. We love it being interactive. I'm gonna say Club Venus. I say she's gonna end up at Club Venus.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, you've got EXV. Obviously, we don't know what's going on with Stars. As I mentioned, despite her weird talent of breaking spoons with her bum cheeks, I don't think she'd fit in with Suzu Suzuki's group. I mean, you're looking at Cosmic Angels, maybe EXV, maybe at a push God's Eye, but I think we can see Stars imploding very, very quickly. They really have accelerated that with the Hanan and Hazuki feud. Maybe whatever sort of Phoenix is born, no pun intended, whatever Phoenix is born from the ashes of Stars, maybe that's where Uriah Himei goes, and maybe that's where an Ankanai goes. But again, we will wait and see. Mr. Adkins says Stars or Cosmic Angels. Andy Zyke says clearly Suzu Suzuki's new faction. So clearly I'm wrong. Mida, I hope to see Uriah in Cosmic Angels. And Hendricks, of course, says,
Yes.
I mean, we do need a new purple-based wrestler in Cosmic Angels. Yes, we do. Absolutely. Pray for Tam Nakano. Moving on to the All God's Eye tag match, Hina and Lady C versus Ronnie Yagami and Tomoka Inaba. A couple of things to point out from this. I forgot how good Ronnie Yagami and Tomoka Inaba were as a team, but also Ronnie Yagami's striking ability, and we're going to see it increased tenfold at All-Star Grand Queendom, but genuinely just how hard she is connecting with some of these strikes. And I've always been a huge fan of Rani Yagami, but there is a poise and a confidence with which she's connecting with these strikes. She's carrying herself in ring. And yes, we know that she didn't quite get the job done at All-Star Grand Queendom, but what an opener. I think she is improving day after day after day. And, Waka Tsukiyama made the comparison that she's increasingly looking like Syuri. And even more than that, she's starting to throw kicks like Syuri, which is dangerous to everyone that she faces, Matt Turner.
Yeah, one thing great about this match, you mentioned how great Tomoka and Rana are, and obviously Hina and Lady C. They were an underrated tag team in last year's Goddess tournament. These two teams worked really well together.
They did.
Obviously, we've been talking for years how great the tag division is in Stardom. For the last 2 or 3 years, it's bar none the best in all of wrestling. Obviously, we have Minagon, we have Tamgon, so no more Meltier. It looks like possibly FWC, possibly Mayu, which means no more eye contact, which means no more Peach Rock. So it's like you need to start pushing tag teams. Folks, there's 2 on the screen right here. I would not mind seeing with the proper 2, 3, 4, 5 wins in a row, a Wingori versus Team Classroom or Wingori versus Tomoka Inaba versus Ronnie Agami. They did a great job, having some great tag team stuff. Lady C comes in and cleans house, which I love that in each one of the matches because I think Lady C is somebody that they should really start looking to push. I would love to see her in the 5-star Grand Prix. I know me and you were talking earlier this morning with all these supposed departures of Stardom. It's going to leave some openings for the 5-star Grand Prix. I think that they throw Lady C in kind of a sink or swim type deal. I think she's going to hit it out of the park. I really do. I would love to see her in the 5-star Grand Prix. I know you mentioned Rena needs to be an absolute shoo-in for the tournament for the year that she's had. But
God, absolutely.
But again, this was a really solid match, but majority of this show is just building towards what we saw earlier today with All-Star Grand Queendom, very much like the first match. And as we get down to the nitty-gritty, it turns into a mini singles match of Hina and Ronnie Ugami. Excellent stuff there with Ronnie Ugami getting her win back because she lost on the show before. Ultimately, though, it was the beach strike, the buzzsaw kick, that did end the Future of Stardom champion. I had this one at another 3.5 stars.
Just an interesting point made by Venken in the chat. And I feel like this is something we've discussed before, just with you mentioning Meltier now officially disbanding with the retirement of Tam. The worst booking decision in this company in recent years was making Meltier drop the belts to 7-Up. And we've said the exact same thing multiple times on this podcast that it was the incorrect decision. Meltier had multiple match of the year contenders in the bank ready. We'd set up feuds for them, and it did feel like a very strange pivot, especially after 7-Up won the Goddesses of Stardom Tag League to very, very little reaction. And that's no disrespect to Nanae, no disrespect to you, who have been tremendous in their, you is tremendous as a part of Team 200 kg. Nanae is doing tremendous work in Marigold, as we've seen, the best work that she's done in years. But I don't think that was the correct choice. Obviously, who are we to question the booking of Rossi Ogawa? But yes, that was something that I'm still scratching my head about even now, man. I know that you're the same.
Yeah, we did say not that long ago, we talked about this, but when they had a great match, again, obviously we're talking about, the Goddess of Stardom Tournament 2022. They had great finals with Aphrodite. The match was terrific. And then when you pin Saya Kamitani, you can hear a pin drop. And then as they're doing the ceremony, Meltier, who were the Goddess champions at the time, they came out to set up the match next month for Dream Queendom. And I said it before, and I'll say it again, and go back and watch it if you think I'm wrong. When majority of the fans are watching Meltier leave the arena instead of watching the ring ceremony for the tag team that won the tournament, you made the wrong decision. And then they doubled down on said wrong decision and then had them win the belts. And then they doubled down again and put on an absolute stinker of a match at the first All-Star Grand Queendom. Don't get me started. Anywho, Rob Goodwin.
New eras, yeah.
Yes.
And obviously you mentioned tag teams, of course. Amisori, I imagine, is closing in on a return because I think she injured herself. Well, I say injured herself. She tore her ACL, I believe, in July last year. So she's looking at about a year. So we are getting close to, obviously, a return for her. So that's the Reiwa Tokyo Towers as well, which I think her and Lady C would be a legitimate tag team and a legitimate contender for those Goddess of Stardom belts. Can people in the chat stop talking about how Tam's retirement gives her time to record more albums?
I was getting ready to say, Rob, you're ignoring what we're having on chat here. This is great. Now Tam has time to make a full Meltier album. Double Frontier Extended Edition, rock opera, Taylor's version. Can we do maybe a duet with Megadeth? You know what I mean? Let's do a little heavy metal version. I'm all for that. We can make, Meltier Double Frontier 2, 8-bit version. Hendrix, very good. This is some really good stuff here we have on chat. I really like this, guys.
You're getting him started. Why are you doing this?
Great stuff, guys. I really appreciate the interaction, and I appreciate not only do me and you throw out great ideas to Stardom all the time to make money. Now we have our fan base as well, folks. So again, we know that there are people in Stardom that do listen to said podcast, folks. I mean, here it is right here. All Meltier the movie, Meltier the animated series. I mean, Meltier the video game. Come on. Let's get going here. Let's get going. Just because Tam Road is over doesn't mean the money train has to stop, Rob. Let me tell you that.
How to Kill a Company in 3 Easy Steps.
How dare you? By making too much money? Is that what it is?
By making too much money. Yes, of course. That's what it is. And Guitar Hero Melchior Edition might be my favorite one so far. That and the Taylor's version. Moving on before Matt actually explodes in joy. We move on to a 6-woman tag. The hate team of Rina, Fukigen Death, and Azusa Inaba defeating Yuna Mizumori, Akira Kuragani, and Tabata. Now, obviously, this was supposed to be a completely different match, but Natsuko injury sort of changed the card. I thought this was really, really good. And there was 2 reasons why I thought this was really good. One, Rina, she's tremendous in everything that she does at the moment. Can't put a foot wrong. And secondly, I thought Akira Kuragani was tremendous during this. That final exchange with Rina was fantastic.
Her stuff with Azusa Inaba was really well. And I honestly thought, Rob, that you were going to say this. The beginning of that match, again, I love Tabitha. I don't like the lucha style is still kind of foreign to me because they kind of work on the right side and they really don't build up their falsies. But when you get the lucha style wrestlers in these Japanese or American style companies, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And I think I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. Tabitha has been in Stardom quite a bit. She's working out really well, especially when teaming up with the members of Neo Genesis. I think she's fantastic. She's another one. If they keep building up, I wouldn't mind seeing in the 5-star Grand Prix. Her exchanges in the beginning of this match with Fukigen Death, I really thought that's where you're going to go because of their high-speed style. I thought it was a great way to start this match. And then you had Yuna and Azusa really, really being kind of the hard hitters of both their teams. But you're right, Rina, again, 18 years old, taking a rookie and leading her towards the tail end of the match to really finish off what was a solid match. I thought this was another terrific match and another great showcase for Tabitha in Stardom, and I love seeing her in Stardom. I hope she's in quite a bit more. Love to see her maybe make a run, maybe a tag run, maybe her and May Sarah as a tag team. I think work really well. May Sarah is obviously in the need of a tag partner. So I would love to see that. Them 2 versus Wingori, I think would be great. Them 2 versus O2 line, Starbomb. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff. Pink Devil. I mean, a lot of great stuff that you can see with they're there. But I totally agree that finishing sequence with Rina and Akira was really excellent. Again, another really solid match. 3.5 stars for me, partner.
Yeah, everything on this card was solid. There was a couple of really good matches, which one of them we're going to talk about next. But the sort of floor for this card was really quite high. When you're looking at a 3 and 3.25 star floor, and that was your worst in inverted commas matches. It was a really good show and a really good preview for All-Star Grand Queendom. Then, of course, we had these two bringing the violence. Mayu and FWC against Shuri and Wingori. This was fantastic. It was just fantastic for a number of reasons. Simply because Hazuki she was using all of her experience to wind Hanan up, and it was brilliant. Like Hanan getting proper fired up at the start, Hazuki immediately tagging out to Mayu and rolling out and just walking away. And I was like, oh, she's so good. And then, of course, the exchanges come. And we're going to be talking a lot about Hazuki and Hanan legitimately trying to kill each other at All-Star Grand Queendom, which we knew was coming and still shocked me. But this was great, not just because of the tag team chemistry between 2 of easily the best tag teams in the world, but also because of that searing brief exchange between Mayu and Shuri, which just wet the lips ahead of what we knew was going to be a great match. I don't think we quite comprehended just how good it was. We knew that their match, obviously, at the 4th of January is still one of the best matches in recent Stardom history. Somehow they managed to top that at All-Star Grand Queendom. I don't know how, but they managed it, probably because they're 2 of the best wrestlers in the world. But this, all in all, this really did raise excitement on 2 fronts. And again, if FWC are heading off to do, more freelance stuff, moving around different companies and perhaps aren't going to stay in Stardom as a sole base, then obviously they leave with a fantastic record. They've left a legacy that is unparalleled in terms of the tag division, in my mind. But Wingori have shown here and again at All-Star Grand Queendom that they are more than capable of picking up that mantle.
Yeah, you know, Rob, when I previewed this show, I had it wrong because I thought it was the champions versus challengers in this match and in the main event. So I thought it was Mayu as the IWGP champion teaming with Wingori to take on FWC and Shuri. Because I was like, boy, what a violent tag team. And this just happened to work out a little bit better because look at everybody Shuri gets, or Hazuki gets to mix it up with. Again, tickets, sell pay-per-views. This is the last preview. So we know that Hazuki and Hanan have been ripping it up. Saida, one of the hardest choppers in the company, and Hazuki, Shuri, and Hazuki, probably the two most violent wrestlers with their hands in the company. So that made sense. We had some really great teamwork with Hazuki and Mayu, especially towards the end when Hazuki hits a pump kick, the same time Mayu hits a super kick to Shuri. I was like, oh boy, how about that? But it might have been a receipt because in the beginning of this match, Shuri was basically kicking everybody that was moving. So I was like, man, if I was in the Corakuen Hall, I would be in my seat because Shuri was just hitting everything that was moving at the start of that match. But again, I've said this before. I'm going to say this again, talking about the show. This was a solid show that was just a big preview. Again, we had some great stuff with Hazuki and Shuri. Sure, we had great stuff with Mayu and Hanan. And I know that we mentioned before that if Mayu is leaving for Marigold, one of the wrestlers she needs to put over on the way out is Hanan, because if Hanan is the new leader of Stars, or basically coming, the new faction born out of Stars, if that's the way it's going, which we think it's going, that Mayu needs to put over Hanan. Obviously, we don't know what the timetable is. That today might have been her last match at Stardom. We don't know, but that was really great exchanges. And obviously, Korakuen and Saida, they had a great exchange here. Not as violent as how the two of them finished said match from today, because I was like, oh boy, that was a good way to kind of clear them out and let Hazuki and Hanan almost kill each other. But again, this was just another solid match. It's just like Stardom does these matches, whether it's tag, 6-person, 8-person, 10-person. When you have a lot of moving parts, it's easy for the psychology to get lost. It's easy for the timing to get lost. It's easy for one person to kind of miss a cue, and then kind of the match kind of breaks down. But for Stardom, it just seems to be the norm. Like, we do this better than any company maybe ever. This was terrific. Again, makes me want to see these two matches that we got even more. It was a great buildup. And I told a lot of people, hey, if you're going to watch All-Star Grand Queendom, whether you're going to get it on pay-per-view or wait for it to come on Stardom World, watch the show, which once again was free on YouTube, because this is your appetizer towards that. And again, this show did a great job. I had this at 4.25 stars. I thought this was terrific, and my second favorite match on said show.
Yeah, this was fantastic. Really, really was. And it always makes me laugh. Like, you look at Syuri, and we've met Syuri before, and she is one of the sweetest people in the world. We were lucky enough to meet Hazuki twice during Las Vegas. Legitimately one of the nicest people I've ever met. Like, really sweet, really nice. She wants
I want that 32-bit shirt. And then it was somebody, I forget who it was, said, why don't you give her the one that you were wearing? I'm like, yeah, I had about 94 extra shirts that are still in my suitcase that I have to unpack. I should have done that. I don't know how I didn't miss that, Rob. Me being the salesman that I am. How did I miss that?
You always enjoy getting your arms out as well. You could have easily just whipped off the shirt and given it to her. Everyone would have been like, whoa, look at his arms. His shoulders are massive.
And then Shuri would have been like, I should have double wrist locked that kid last year when he asked for it. And then she turns around, double wrist locked me, because Shuri, I think, was right next to Hazuki. All could have worked out for everybody.
It could have worked out for everyone. But yes, for someone so violent, she's so nice. And it blows my mind. It really does, just how aggressive she gets during this. And then, yes, as Mida said, she then burst into tears when she met Kelly at WrestleCon, which was a really, really sweet moment. And Jumbo Quincy meeting Meiko and the entire line bursting into applause. Genuinely some of my favorite moments of Vegas.
Again, folks, a little preview for our Vegas episode. Line cutter Mariah May for the second year in a row, cutting Rob off in line. Last year to meet Mina Shirakawa. This year to meet and surprise and break down into tears Hanan. That was really emotional. Can you
imagine for a moment? So Mariah, as Matt absolutely pointed out, Hanan is doing her meet and greet. Mariah May, who we know that Hanan was close with in her time in Stardom, comes, meets her. Hanan bursts into tears. Imagine being the next person in line. Imagine being like, I'd like an autograph and a photo, please. Hanan's makeup's running. You've got Daichi trying to pat her down to try and make her stop crying. And in the meantime, Saya Rida is double leg takedowning both Mariah May and Zoe Lucas in the queue. So what is happening? It's like a Stardom press conference in here.
Yeah, we had a front row ticket to it. were right there. We
Absolutely.
were right in the queue in that little room. We saw it all. And I almost blew the secret. I was just like,
You really did.
because I met, and again, we'll get into this in Vegas, but I met Mariah May like 20 minutes before, and the guy that was taking the pictures was like, hurry up because she has a break in a little bit. And I was like, oh, okay. And she was kind of going through the line really quick, which when we met her last year, she took like 20 minutes to talk about Stardom and how she wants to wrestle Natsupoi and cut an impromptu promo on Mercedes Moné for no reason. But I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Maybe she has a break. And then we found out she was trying to get in line so she can surprise one Hanan. And then I was like, oh, hey, Mariah. And then everyone's like, shh. I was like, oh, I was like, kayfabe, brother.
Imagine if you'd have ruined that. And Hendrix says, actually, yeah, we were in line when Hendrix Hendrix gave Hanan that flower, which was really, really nice. Really, really nice.
They're beautiful yellow flowers, too. Do I have that right, Hendrix? I think they were yellow flowers, yeah. We did see her walk out with them because we bumped into Bozilla as Wingori was leaving, and she actually had holding the flowers in a backpack. So there you go, Hendrix. There's a Stardom Cast exclusive. She had a backpack with all of her stuff, but she was physically holding your flowers. I hope that makes you feel better. And then Saeed and Bozilla almost chopped each other as well. It's like, ooh, maybe we got something going there. But
absolutely. And Andy Zyke says, speaking of really nice people, Mariah May is very high on that list. Yeah, she was really, really nice when we met her. Moving on then to, again, right. So we're talking a lot about legitimate murder on this podcast. And we need to, what has Wakatsuki Arma done to Chihiro Hashimoto? Has she offended Big Hash? Has she run over the dog? Has she stolen money? Because the way Hashimoto slams Wakatsuki Arma for this powerbomb is egregious. It is, you sort of look at it and go, bloody hell. Again, great match, especially the little exchanges, Meiko and Chihiro, Meiko and you. It's great Sayaka in a Stardom ring. I thought this was a really, really good match. And again, we got a little taste of Meiko with the Team 200 kg, got another little taste of Hanako and Team 200 kg. And then Waka and Rian got absolutely battered.
I think, Rob, if I'm looking at this, right, Sendai Girls, they're the outsiders coming into Stardom. And again, we're building towards the big match that we will talk about in a little bit. So it's like, who are the heels and who are the baby faces? If you're a diehard Stardom fan, which obviously me, you, and majority of our listeners are, the baby faces are EXV, the heels are the Sendai Girls, obviously with Chihiro Hashimoto because she's the champion leading that bunch. So if I'm looking at this and after the match was over, when they're putting this match together, Chihiro Hashimoto's, how can I get as much heat as possible in this match without taking everybody chair bowling because that's Hate's thing? Oh, I'll just powerbomb the cutest, nicest, sweetest person on the roster who happens to be in this match in Micah's faction. That's what happened. That's the story. I'm sticking to it. And it was just like, oh boy, howdy, because I didn't watch this show live because it was Thursday. I think I watched it Thursday when I came home from work. And I that thing was gift to death. Between the mask, which we'll get into in the main event, the mystery opponents for the Suzu, the mystery partners, and poor Waka, hashtag poor Waka. Those are the three things that were gift to death after this match was over, our show was over. I was like, well, what did Micah and Chihiro Hashimoto do? And they were great, don't get me wrong, but that's what's going to be remembered is Waka being planted into the ring, very much like Kyrie was planted in the middle of the ring from the hijack bong from Utami back at Dream Queendom at the end of 2022. So really, this is good stuff. Yeah, I thought Yuna was great. We've seen Yuna and Aya Sakura have great matches in Sendai Girls. Yuna was great today. I would love to see, since there is this partnership with Sendai Girls, and Walker Stewart did a great job talking about probably the best partnership in all of wrestling is Sendai Girls and Stardom. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right.
Wrong.
Yeah,
he's
because
not wrong.
All the stuff we got Miko Wada, and Soriano, Miko Wada, and Shuri. That fact we got Meiko Satomura in a Stardom ring one last time. I was like, yeah, he's got a good point. Oka, I thought was great. I would love to see her back in Stardom. Yuna as well. Again, Yuna and Oka very younger in their careers. They're only in Manami. Obviously, we saw her in the 5-star last year. They're young wrestlers, and Sendai Girls are only going to get better. Bless you, sir. Only going to get better in said ring. Team 200K for the Goddess tournament. Yes, please. Chihiro Hashimoto. Maybe let's put her in maybe the 5-star. Again, there's another shout. Solid match. We got just a little bit of Micah and Chihiro Hashimoto. We got a little bit of you and Hanako, which that's a singles match I would love to see. Again, I thought Yuna was terrific here. Rian Again, another wrestler that has come so far, so quick. But ultimately, this is going to be remembered for the attempted murder on poor Walker. And you might be right, Rob. Maybe that she left after commentary because she knew somewhere between match 3 and the co-main event that Jiro Hashimoto was coming out. She's like, I don't get paid enough for this.
Just get out of Dodge.
I'm going to peace out. And, Waka might have been smarter for it. Again, another solid match. I had this at 3 3/4 stars.
So we move on to the semi-main event, and that was Meisera and Miyu Amasaki and Kohaku versus Suzu Suzuki and Rini Yamashita and Itsuki Aoki, who, of course, collectively are now known as Mi Vida Loca. Yep, that's going to happen every time I say that faction name. Yes, it does mean My Crazy Life, which, again, I don't know about anybody else, but as soon as I heard Mi Vida Loca, that was all I heard. I just heard Living La Vida Loca by Ricky Martin. I'm sure Ricky Martin is going to get like loads and loads of kickbacks now because people are just going to Google that song.
You want to clear a quick bar story about how me and my buddy Jeff used to get the jukebox unplugged?
Absolutely.
So this is back about 20 years ago, before they had the downloadable jukeboxes where they would only have the CDs in there and whatever was in there, that's what you played. This local place we used to go to every Wednesday for wings and beer. They had the best of Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin, God bless him, didn't have many hits.
Oh, so she's hit the best of Ricky Martin.
So
this song.
This how smart it is. So he only had like 4 or 5 hits. So they were in English and then in Spanish. So we would play said song in English and then Spanish and then back and forth, literally to the point that it was a 90% chance that the jukebox would get unplugged. And the bartender would feel bad because we would put $20 in the jukebox that we get our meals and beer paid for. Sometimes, folks, you have to outsmart the system, and that's what we did.
Nice. Love it. Love it. So obviously, 2 new members, Matt. Brand new faction, Mi Vida Loca. What do you think?
First of all, Star Fox was back, and I know that was
Absolutely.
like second on this, and I thought they were great again. Kohaku, a satellite member of Neo Genesis. I hope that she's somebody very much like Tabitha, that they bring her in more on a constant basis because she fits in well with Neo Genesis, and that would give them 6. So you have the even number. We did say after the one Stardom show in Vegas that because her and Jody Threat worked so well together, they had tag moves together, they had a chest bump down and a handshake down. We're like, Jody Threat. It's going to be Jody Threat. I don't know much of Aoki. I don't. If anybody can tell me, and I tried to watch some stuff on YouTube and there wasn't much there. If anybody can give me some match recommendations or where to find them, so this way I can learn more, please let me know. Obviously, Rina, I know a lot of. She's fantastic. We did see her wrestle at the Marvelous show. She was on the very first Spark Joshi show. She went to either a 15 or 20-minute time limit draw with Masa Slamovich and was easily the best match on said show. She fits in really well. Again, she's somebody that I know a lot of because she can also work the death match hardcore style and as well as tag team and actually really good hard-hitting wrestling. She is perfect for said group. Again, I don't know too much about Aoki. If anybody can help me out or point me in the right direction, I would greatly appreciate it. But they all worked well together. This was just a show off, really, for Suzu Suzuki, showing now she's officially the leader of her own faction, and the faction that she doesn't feel like she is the older sister driving the van, listening to Judas Priest, taking the younger girls, Miyu, Azumi, Starlight Kid, and May Sarah, as we mentioned before, to the mall to shop for dresses, and she doesn't want to do that. This is her own faction. This is making Suzu Suzuki a bigger star, and we'll talk about it later, but when we got done watching that phenomenal 5-star match, legit 5-star match from Dave Meltzer with Io, Bianca Belair, and Rhea Ripley, you said to me, I think Io's the best women's wrestler in the world. And I said, let's wait until after Sunday because Saya Kamitani's got a Q in it, Mayu, Shuri, and then even Suzu Suzuki this year is like probably 3rd for me as far as wrestler of the year. She's having some phenomenal matches, not only tag matches, singles matches, now the leader of her own faction. She had a phenomenal match today. Again, we'll talk about that in just a little bit. I can't wait to get your thoughts and everybody in the chat's thoughts on that match, because we were all looking at 4 or 5 matches being matches that are going to steal the show. And we're like, oh boy, we knew this was going to be good, but not that good. this puts Suzu in a completely different light now in the best way possible. I like what they're doing with her. They built her up, broke her down, built her up, broke her down. Now she has her own faction of people that are like her. And then we get Akira Kuragami coming into the faction. Guess what's going to happen to her, Rob? She's only going to get better, associating herself with these veterans that are fantastic, and she fits in perfectly with this group. So all in all, the match was really solid. Don't get me wrong, Miyu was terrific here, especially on the cell. They did a lot with Mei and Suzu. Again, Star Fox stuff, which I really, really love. But ultimately, this is just about Suzu Suzuki and her new faction and the fact that we're living La Vida Loca. 3 and 3/4 stars. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm really intrigued to see if this means that we are going to get Rina Yamashita on more and more Stardom shows, because it does feel like to have this. Yeah. Because obviously we know that she is a big freelancer, does a lot of work over in the States as well. So I'm intrigued to see how this schedule plays out. Obviously, we know Stardom aren't opposed to that. We still see Kaori Oniyama doing shows outside. We see Saori Ano doing shows outside as well. So if they've got some sort of deal in place with Rina Yamashita as well, and Itsuki Aoki as well, then I'm fine with that, because obviously that leaves just Suzu Suzuki and Akira Kuragami in Ma Vida Loca. Which, you know, much as I don't want to think of Akira Kuragami as just the pin eater, at least to start with, sure. I feel like that's what she's going to be. I feel like this is a good fit for her. Would I like to see more members going to that? Of course, because that does take a lot of the pressure off of Rina and Itsuki if they've got freelance responsibilities and commitments as well. So I'm intrigued to see where this goes in the next couple of months. Also, I will just say that it's been pointed out in the chat that Ma Vida Loca, I've turned it off, there we go, is the tattoo on Suzu Suzuki's arm, which I did not realize. So excellent work, guys. Chat. Excellent work.
This is one of the 84 reasons why we love doing these live podcasts, because we learned something as well, Rob. We learned something as well. But real quick, you talked about Akira. This gives Akira an actual identity now. Now that she's not only in a faction, but a new faction. All these new factions that have started up under Teru Okada's watch. Hate selling out merchandise left and right. I don't know if you saw those new shirts, but from what I understood, they sold out in less than an hour. They look really cool. Obviously, Neo Genesis is the cool new faction. And it feels like almost like this is like DDM. Like these are like the tweeners. Like you have Hate, the Uedo Tai, that they were the heels. And then you would have basically everybody else as the baby faces. But you had DDM kind of as the tweeners. That's the way I see living La Vida Loca over here, Rob. I believe like they would be like the tweeners. So, and again, it gives Akira Kuragami, it gives her an identity this earlier in her career. So it's awesome. Good for her.
And I will just say as well, we might as well use this chance to talk a little bit about Suzu Suzuki, who we talked a bit about this a while ago, and the fact that Suzu Suzuki was getting a little bit of abuse online about her weight. And then...
Sorry, I get so mad about that. You know I do, buddy.
We were in Vegas, and it's happened again. And it's like, guys, come on. And... depressingly, it doesn't look like it's the English-speaking fans, but just what the hell? Like, I put my response on Twitter. I'm not going to go into it again because the people listening to this podcast, I'm sure, aren't the people doing it. But then Miyu Amasaki is having to deal with it again. Like, people have put stuff under her birthday post. It was a birthday yesterday. Just honestly, like, just get a grip. Honestly, doesn't matter what these women look like. What matters is that Suzu Suzuki could beat your bitch ass as long as she wanted to.
Hell yeah.
So I don't care. You know, if she's happy, I don't care. And she put, I'm sure in, and again, you've got to be careful because translation isn't 100%. I'm sure it said that it's something to do with medicine that she's taking, which makes it even worse. Like, just get a grip, people. Honestly, Hendricks, go off, Rob. But yeah, and Suzu was lovely in person. Absolutely lovely. So honestly, I hope she has an absolutely storming run this year and wins a belt because she is incredible. Not just because she's getting abuse online, because she's mint, because she's class, and because she bloody deserves it.
Again, Rob, we are 4 months into this year, and I have her number 3 as my overall wrestler of the year. Not just in Joshi, not just in Stardom, not just in female. I got Kamitani number 1, Io is right there, and I have Suzu number 3. I really do. Tam's, obviously, Tam's retired, but like Starlight Kid is up there as well. The Joshi and female wrestlers are absolutely killing it. With the exception of Takeshita, like, gentlemen, we better step it up. Like, step it up because the women are blowing it out of the water this year.
They really are. They really are. Moving on to the main event of this show, which was a prelude tag for the white and red belts. And Matt Turner, I know you loved the entrance of one of these teams in particular. Now, I'm really intrigued because I saw a couple of different opinions online. I had some people who loved the nostalgia of both Saya Kamitani and Azumi coming out in Queen's Quest gear. I know you were one of them, Matt, because you're a huge Queen's Quest fan, and anything Queen's Quest nostalgia, you will eat it up with a huge ladle. There were some people saying, well, this makes no sense. Saya Kamitani turned on Queen's Quest. She turned on Azumi. You know, there's no links there. And I'm intrigued to know, obviously, you know, your Queen's Quest love aside, where did you fall in terms of this entrance? Because visually, you can't deny it was a cool look and it was a nice little throwback, and nostalgically, it was lovely. But in storyline, did it make sense? And look, oh my God, he's warming up. Oh my God, he's warming up, guys. Jesus Christ. I haven't seen him this amped up since Meltier released their first song.
I'm glad you brought that up, good sir, because I basically said, listen to the podcast. I'm going to tackle it without even throwing it to you to throw it back. You brought it up because that's how we work, folks. That's how we work. And I understand. Wait a minute. Didn't Saya turn on Azumi? So why did they come out in mask and work so well together? Well, did Azumi and Saya Kamitani, were they teaming because the two people in front of them, do they have big matches coming up in a show coming up soon? Well, Saya was across from Tam. Oh, yeah, they have a championship match in front of over 7,000 people coming up in 3 days. What about Azumi? Oh, she's on the opposite side of Starlight Kid. That's the reason why, folks. Let's team together because we have bigger matches in front of us. We have the biggest match in Kamitani's career and Azumi's career back to back on the same night. Let's team together to get some momentum going for that big match. Let's put our differences aside. Obviously, we know we can team well together because we are part of the greatest faction in the history of pro wrestling, Queen's Quest. Let's put the differences. So I get that. I get people like, well, Matt, this doesn't make any sense. No, I'm not just saying that because I love Azumi and I love Sai and obviously I love Tam and my new best friend, Starlight Kid. And again, another reason why you should tune into the Vegas show. Not as much as Rob's new best friend, Gabe Kid, but yeah,
big up Gabe Kid.
Yeah, big up Gabe Kid. But that's the reason. It's just like they have this match coming in. What's this whole show being built upon? I've said it 10 times already. We're selling tickets and pay-per-views last minute for the show coming up. Why wouldn't you have this match? And the fact that Azumi and Saya Kamitani come out in Queen's Quest mask. And here's something else too. Saya Kamitani didn't come out in the green and white Queen's Quest mask that when she was the Golden Phoenix. She came out in the Phoenix Queen dark black mask. It was basically the same design, but it was her new color. So it's not like she reverted back to the Golden Phoenix. It was just the design. I loved it. It made sense for all the reasons why I just said, because again, they're trying to one, sell tickets, and two, from a kayfabe aspect, let's get together like how we know we can. Let's put our differences aside. And again, that was almost a year ago. That was back towards the end of the summer. That was 8-9 months ago. Let's put that aside. Let's focus on the task that's right in front of us coming up in a few days, the biggest match and everybody's respective careers. And obviously, again, they drew the biggest house in Stardom history. That's the kayfabe reason why they did it. Again, was it cool? Hell yeah. If you're a Queen's Quest fan, was it awesome? Hell yeah. Was the match terrific? It was, because we did see some flashes to some Queen's Quest teamwork. Ultimately, what a lot of this match came down to was Saya and Tam beating the crap out of each other outside, while Azumi and Starlight Kid put on like a match of the year contender. And then you would have them kind of go back and forth, and then Azumi and Starlight Kid would kind of be beating each other up, while then Tam and Saya Kamitani did what they did best. Great match. You got some tag work with Starlight Kid and Tam, like the German and the Tiger Suplex, which was good. Again, a lot of shouts out to Queen's Quest 2021, 2022, 2023 with Azumi and Saya Kamitani. Time limit draw was perfect. You throw in a little Queen's Quest mask. Rob Goodwin, I had this at 4.5 stars, and it actually finished the past week as my number one favorite match of this past week. So no, excuse me, it finished number 2 behind the EO match. So yeah, I thought this was great for all the right reasons. And again, what was the main driver? To sell more tickets for Yokohama, and by God, they did it. They did it.
They certainly did. Absolutely. Again, like we talked about right at the start of the show, that yes, the attendance was down for this show, but also it was almost expected because this wasn't the main focus. For once, this wasn't your main focus. This wasn't the one you were trying to draw tickets to. You were ultimately trying to build that last bit of momentum ahead of All-Star Grand Queendom, and ultimately they did that. 2 fantastic matches with Mayu and Fukuoka Double Crazy versus Wingori and Shiori. That was tremendous. The main event was great. And I really enjoyed Sendai Girls and EXV as well, even if it was just to see Chihiro Hashimoto just destroy Waka Tsukiyama, really. But that being said, I'm sure everyone in the chat is here for one reason, and one reason only, and it's not our flashy new polo shirts or me dancing to Ricky Martin.
That's why I'm here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Why not? I've had a beer. Let's get into it. We're going to talk, of course, about All-Star Grand Queendom 2025 happened this morning on pay-per-view. Let's not be around the bush. 7,503 people. Now, Matt, I know that we have talked about how Stardom initially were looking at 10,000 people. That was the number that they want to eventually break, and they were targeting this show. Now, we said that was ambitious. And, I think we actually spoke about this. We said, look, it probably isn't going to happen. However, if they can breach 7,000, that's going to be great. If they can beat the previous All-Star Grand Queendom record, which was 5,539, I think. 5,539, then that'd be great. If they can beat the historic crossover number, which was 7,102, and have that number be their own record as a standalone Stardom show, I think Stardom will be extremely happy. And not only did they beat that All-Star Grand Queendom record by 1,964 people, 35.46%, but they also now have their own record. As we know, the previous Stardom record was 7,102, but that was a co-promoted show with New Japan. This on its own, 7,503, an incredible number. Now, just to give you some sort of context to just how good that number is, not only is it Stardom's highest attendance of all time, it's a larger attendance than both Wrestle Kingdom 16 in the same venue, 7,077 people, and Night 2 of Wrestle Kingdom 17 as well, which drew 5,533 people. Wow. Just as a little bit of context, beating both Night 2s of Wrestle Kingdom 16 and 17 for those Pro Wrestling Noah versus New Japan cards. So really is a stellar number for Stardom, and I'm sure that they will be impressed and happy with that number. Let's go through the results then before we go into detail. The Stardom Rumble was how we started things. Hanako winning that Rumble by last eliminating Miyu Amasaki with a JP coaster in 22 minutes and 36 seconds. Opened the main card proper with Hina defending the Future of Stardom Championship successfully against Rani Agami, winning with the Mad Splash in 12 minutes and 14 seconds. In a singles match, Sayaka Kurora defeated Tekla with the Tokameki Falcon Arrow in 12 minutes and 49 seconds, which prompted just a bonkers post-match, which we'll be talking about shortly. Another singles match, Yumika Hata defeated Rina with the sleeper hold in 10 minutes and 2 seconds. 10 minutes and 2 seconds, by the way, the shortest match on the card, which gives you some indication of, you mentioned it earlier, Matt, all of these matches given a little bit of time to breathe. 6-woman tag team match, Meiko Satomura's final Stardom match. Hermi Kariwata and Yuna defeated the Cosmic Angels team of Natsupoi, Sioriano, and Aya Sakura. Meiko Satomura pinning Aya Sakura with a cartwheel double knees in 13 minutes and 5 seconds. We then moved on to a no DQ match. Suzu Suzuki defeating Mei Seira, bringing out the Sky Twister press for the win in 15 minutes and 55 seconds. Yeah, those people that are bad-mouthing Suzu Suzuki. Let's see you do a Sky Twister press. Sendai Girls World Championship on the line. Chihiro Hashimoto defending the championship and defeating Meiko with a powerbomb in 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Goddesses of Stardom championship match next. Wingori, Hanan, and Saya Ida defending the championship successfully against Fukuoka Double Crazy. Hanan pinning Hazuki with a backdrop suplex in 14 minutes and 26 seconds. A shoot headbutt into a backdrop suplex, need I say. IWGP Women's Championship match. Syuri defeating Mayu Iwatani, the champion, to become the 4th champion, ending Mayu Iwatani's reign at 735 days. 2 years almost to the day that she became the champion. Absolutely wild run from Mayu Iwatani. Syuri winning with the Vermilion World, the wrist clutch variation of the Vermilion World, which she won the... No, ignore me. Doesn't matter. In 21 minutes and 54 seconds. I was going to say something, but it doesn't matter. In the semi-main event, somehow a match had to follow that, and it did. Wonder of Stardom Championship and Leader of Neo Genesis match. Starlight Kid champion defeating Azumi with a star suplex in 20 minutes and 37 seconds. And then in your main event, World of Stardom Championship, Korea versus Korea, no seconds match. Saya Kamitani, the champion, defending successfully, defeating Tam Nakano with, of all moves, the Twilight Dream in 26 minutes and 9 seconds. Tam Nakano has officially retired from wrestling. Let's get into it, Matt, because what a card, what a show, what a bunch of matches. Let's start with the Stardom Rumble, which I know is not high on people's priority for us to talk about, but we are going to talk about it anyway. Couple of things to note. First of all, a wild Kiyoka Kotatsu appears. Like, when we haven't seen her since Path of Glory. Path of Thunder, sorry. That's you with the Kiss song.
And rock and roll.
Absolutely. Which was February 24th. I don't think there's been any announcement as to why she hasn't been on shows, but she was here. She was in the Rumble. Momo Watanabe, of course, 3 minutes in the Rumble and was then rolled up after a miscommunication with Ruaka. Tomoka Inaba, I thought, had a good showing for the brief time she was in. Lady C, I thought, did really well, but ultimately the winner, Hanako, and she got a promo at the end of the Rumble to say that she was going to challenge the winner of the Wonder of Stardom Championship match, Starlight Kid and Azumi, for the Wonder of Stardom belt. I thought it was an interesting choice to have Hanako win. They're obviously very, very high on Hanako, New Blood Tag Team Champion, second in the Rookie of the Year tournament, has been pushed mightily, it feels. And, she's a very good wrestler. However, I think there are a couple of other people in this match that I would have preferred to see win it. And that's not personal bias. I just think that, okay, Momo Watanabe, she's just won that sort of title opportunity at Dynasty. So, Wrestle Dynasty on January 5th. Okay, I can excuse that. However, Lady C, Yuna Mizumori, and especially Tomoka Inaba, I thought were 3 not better choices, but I think more suitable choices. Now, I'm sure that Hanako is going to have a fantastic match with Starlight Kid. I mean, Starlight Kid is a phenomenal talent. I'm sure that she's going to have a great match with Hanako. Is Hanako ready for a white belt shot yet? I mean, look, I am going to say I don't think so as of yet. However, I have been proved wrong before. So let's see. What was your opinion of the Rumble itself, Matt? Are you of the same opinion? And what are your thoughts on Hanako coming out as the winner?
lot to unpack here, Rob, and I want to start with the attendance, and that's going to roll into my Rumble here. Again, they broke the Stardom attendance record by, let's round up, 2,000.
Yeah.
And I think I made mention once we realized we weren't going to get a Mercedes Monet, a Jamie Hayter. We really weren't going to, with the exception of Meiko Satomura, which I'm sure drew some tickets, and Chiro Hashimoto, which they built that up really well. Drew some tickets very much like in December when I said if they want to try to sell out Sumo Hall, they're going to have to bring in some AEW talent. You're like, I don't think they need it. I think the roster is strong enough. This is an insane number to draw. Again, I'm sure Meiko did draw some tickets. I'm sure Chiro Hashimoto drew some tickets. You look at that first All-Star Grand Queendom, over 5,000 people. You had Julia. You had Fua Chan, and she's a celebrity, and she drew tickets. You know, she's a YouTube celebrity. You had Mercedes Monet, Mina Shirakawa, Utami Hayashishita, not on this show. And they drew over 2,000 more tickets to this show. What I want to ask you, Rob, do you think, I mean, you can say, oh, Zumi Starlight Kid, Shuri versus Mayu, Saya versus Tam, whatever. Rob, do you think it has something to do with the fact that we had this Rumble that the winner would get a title shot, but they never said when they can cash it in? Do you think a lot of people, over 7,000 people, attended this show because they thought Fukigen Death was going to win this Rumble and then cash in on Saya Kamitani, and we would have ended with Yokohama Clown? Do you think that that has to do with the attendance? Because nobody's talking about it, Rob, and I think we need to talk about it.
Not only do we need to talk about it, but if you look at the match graphic on screen, there's one person in the middle of this. One person who is the biggest render. Absolutely. The biggest render as well. I don't think that was by accident, you know. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I thought it was going to be Natsuko Tora, and she wasn't even in the match, which set my predictions back a little bit. Yeah, like, you know, unfortunately, I don't think the Rumble, in real terms, had very much bearing on the attendance. But again, Fukigen Death robbed. There's only so long that this can continue.
But to answer your question, Rob, and I thought about this too, as soon as Hanako won, I was like, "Ooh, that was Andy Hedder's pick. He might be the only person that picked Hanako to win." And I'm like, "Well, maybe that her and Micah are going to go for the Goddess belts," and she's like, "No, I'm going to go for the Wonder Stardom Championship." And Rob, obviously, you've been covering this company since 2019. I've been covering it since 2021. The Wonder matches and the World matches, the red and white belt matches, they are synonymous with having 4 to 5 and a quarter star matches. Pretty much everyone, especially the Wonder, only one, since I've been covering Stardom with you at the end of 2021, there's only one match that didn't break the 4-star mark. So it's like,
I know what it is.
I know what it is.
Pick me. I know what it is.
I wasn't going to call, but the person got fired today, and you know what it is. However, on the positive side, she did have the best match of her career in Las Vegas when we were there.
She did, yeah.
And she had a great match here today. Really underrated match for them kind of shoehorning in. But again, we talked about that, and we love Tekla. She's fantastic. It just didn't work. Anywho, you know where I'm going with this. Can Hanako have that match with Starlight Kid? I don't know, but with all these people supposedly leaving, you got to give it a try. And she's on a run. You mentioned all the great things they're doing with her. She made it to the finals in her rookie year of the Goddess of Stardom Tag League tournament and a great finals with Wingori. She's wrestling quite a bit over in the United States for AEW, Ring of Honor, New Texas Pro, all these other companies. So they definitely have plans for her. And she's probably the tallest roster member on the roster. We did get to meet Hanako. She's the only one that kind of sized up to you, partner. So I was like, ooh, how about that? The opposite of May Sarah. And again, this puts pressure in a good way on Starlight Kid to, can I take somebody wrestling a year and a half that we have a complete different styles clash and size difference and have one of those all-time Wonder of Stardom matches that we saw tonight, that we saw with Hazuki versus Natsupoi, Starlight Kid versus Natsupoi, Hazuki versus, I can say Hazuki versus Saya Kamitani, Saya Kamitani's complete run. Can we get to that level? I don't know. I don't think she's ready. I've been proven wrong, as you just said, from this company time and time again. I'm going to sit back and watch it. I'm going to enjoy it. Very much like Sayaka Kurora did say she's going to challenge for the red belt, which I still don't know if that's her wish. She might be saying it for a red herring. Again, we'll get into that later, considering I'm like, I know how this is going to go. She can say whatever she wants. I know what she's going to do. And then we had that emotional finish. And I'm like, ooh, maybe that's the way to send Tam off. Again, we'll get into it. As far as the Rumble goes, I totally agree. If you're going to give somebody with a white belt shot, why not Tomoka Inaba? They teased that at the beginning of the year that we were going to get a Starlight Kid versus Tomoka match, and it kind of just fizzled out. Or again, a Lady C, and then you give her a tag shot, or you give her a white belt shot, Why not? As far as the Rumble goes, I know a lot of people are upset Momo was in and out quick. My only guess is maybe she still has that ankle injury. Again, we saw her in Vegas. She worked pretty well, but most of the matches she was in were tag matches and matches she was kind of just doing some chicanery outside. She was the most over person on the shows that weren't WrestleMania. Out of all the indie shows and Bloodsport and George knows,
Mayor of Las Vegas.
she was the most, with the exception of the Sandman, Stone Cold Steve Austin, like EO, she was the most over person on all the shows we got. And I even said that you should run for be the mayor of Las Vegas. So it was weird that she was in and out. My only thing is maybe she still has that ankle injury and she doesn't want to put any more pressure on it. And again, we'll talk about with Natsupoi. We haven't heard any reports yet, but it was like, ooh, that kind of seemed that she kind of jammed it a little bit. That might be my only thing because Momo's great. She's had a great year. She main evented this show last year. You're kind of putting her in a throwaway Rumble and then you're not having her really do anything. That would be my only guess. I still think they have big plans for Momo Watanabe in the future. Let her be healthy. Let her be healthy. But my real big kind of nitpick in this Rumble is they were doing the eliminations as people were coming out. So obviously we watch on TV and on our computer screens and whatever, on our tablets, whatever's on the screen. But if you're part of that 7,500, what are you watching? The person coming out or the elimination? It got to a point. I think it was like Azusa Inaba and somebody else. I didn't get to see their elimination.
I didn't know. And I was going to bring this up because there were a couple of eliminations I completely missed. When Hanako won, I didn't realize that Azusa Inaba had been eliminated.
And I have them written down here. I don't know, my handwriting's terrible. Basically, what I have is like a Hanako number 1, Akira 2, Uriah 3, and then basically who eliminate them and how they eliminated them. So this way I can kind of keep track. And there's like 3 or 4 in there, question mark, eliminated when I couldn't see because it just came down to those last 2. I was like, oh, because they were doing the eliminations the same time they were doing the entrances. And it happens from time to time. You see at the Royal Rumbles or something. But majority, you know when your cues are. You do not want to take away from somebody else's move. And that's exactly what happened. Almost every single elimination, almost every single entrant. It's a Rumble. It was fun. It's nice to see everybody get on this show, wrestling in front of the biggest Stardom show of all time, getting a paycheck. And most importantly, Rob Goodwin, another metal Momoko go theme that we got to see coming down the rampway. And can we just talk about real quick the production quality on said show? We know they would ramp it up, pun intended, to another level.
Very good.
But not only was the ramp really cool, but those like 4K entrances and with everybody coming out with the moving graphics, this was like WWE production quality. This was next level stuff. They really brought out the big guns. If it made you feel important. Now, don't get me wrong. We watch Stardom. It doesn't matter if it's KBS Hall. Doesn't matter if it's in Osaka. Doesn't matter if it's Corakuen Hall. It feels special to us because we love this company. This was on a completely different level and just tied in everything really well. Walker's commentary, the production, the great wrestling was absolutely terrific. But as far as Hanako winning, again, we shall see, my man. You know, it's a bold thing to do. Can she live up to that expectation of having that next level Wonder of Stardom championship match that we've pretty much seen pretty much every match for the last 3 or 4 years? And even before that with Momo's run in 2018, Arissa's run in 2019, a lot of this EO's run in 2017, 2018, this Wonder of Stardom championship, it's a rite of passage to show that you're one of the best wrestlers in the world. And one, it's going to be a lot on Hanako to hit a home run here and a lot on Starlight Kid to take Hanako, somebody wrestling less than 2 years, and pull her up to next level. And I'm intrigued. I'm excited. I don't think she's there just yet, but I want them to prove me wrong. Very much how like they proved me wrong on one side Kamitani heel turn. Here we are 100 minutes into this episode, and I apologize for how wrong I was last year on the side Kamitani heel turn.
I mean, the big question is, was Hanako the original winner, or was it, as Andy and Hendricks are pointing out, was it supposed to be Konaki? That is the question that is on everyone's lips. It's an interesting one.
Between that and the melt here, and now Ricky Martin playing, we've opened up a whole new bag of stuff here, folks, on the Stardom cast. And we just finished the first match on this main show. Who knows what other stuff we're going to come up with?
And that's without going back into realizing that Stardom have announced that the conversion will be taking place on the 21st of June as well. So that's worth pointing out. so just getting back to Hanako and the white belt for a moment, there have been, so do you remember when Abby Sori, for example, was the Future of Stardom champion, and she challenged Saya Kamitani, and we were not necessarily scratching our heads, but sort of thinking, is she really ready for a white belt shot? There's so many other people. And I think the person we said was, well, Azumi's never challenged for the white belt, so why on earth is Ami Sori? And Ami Sori had a very solid match. You know, it wasn't a match of the year candidate or anything like that, but it was a solid match, and it was a solid title defense. And I think
look who she was in the ring with, though. You know what I mean? And it's almost the same comparison because you have that big, strong, young bruiser against this fantastic high flyer, high impact wrestler. So it's almost the same comparison. Good point, buddy. It was a good match. It was not the best of Kamitani's run, but as a sole match, it was really, really good. And I think I gave it 4 to 4.25 stars. So can Hanako get there, buddy? I don't know, but you're absolutely right. It's going to be interesting. But at the same time, let's give it a shot. Why not? You know, why not? Let's see what happens.
And someone in the chat, actually, I'm really sorry, I haven't got time to scroll back up through the chat, but someone in the chat, please make yourself known, did point out that Starlight Kid's white belt reign now will have been 3 of 4 opponents have never challenged for the white belt before. So clearly, as you mentioned, they are building people towards this as we. Oh, thank you, Brandon. That was me. Big up, Brandon.
Get yourself over, kid.
Absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, if we're talking about first-time challengers, there's quite a few in here. Mio Wamasaki, for example. I would have loved to have seen Yuna Mizumori be in that position as well. Even Lady C, I'd have loved to have seen, given that opportunity. However, I do think that Hanako, when wrestling a Starlight Kid, will have a really good match. And I think we'll be talking about this whenever it happens, probably during Golden Week, that, you know, we're going to be looking at it and going, do you know what? Actually, she did deserve it. She did deserve it. Oh, Brandon, it was you we met at WWE World on Monday. Hello, Brandon. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you, buddy. Moving on then. Actually, no, before we move on, I want to give a big shout out to Walker Stewart, because obviously we're going to talk about it during the main event, but I would argue he's the greatest commentator in the game at the moment.
I agree.
Because today he was phenomenal. Like, I'm not just talking overall on the show with his knowledge and things like that. There's a passion there that you can't manufacture. He loves the product. And you can tell he loves the product. And more than that, the way that he let things breathe without trying to fill spaces. And that was so apparent during the end of that main event, where for the last, 10 minutes, Walker Stewart did not say a word. There was no sign off. There was nothing. And that, the enormity of that final picture was made so much better by his ability to go, just to take a step back. He knew when to inform. He knew when to take a step back. And also, obviously, we joked that Waka Tsukiyama left the broadcast booth because she was scared of Chihiro Hashimoto. But, to do all that on your own is not easy, which, again, I really, really, really want Stardom to do more English commentary. And we are blessed in the fact that Walker Stewart is doing it, because, again, we know that he does a fantastic job with the New Japan stuff with Chris Charlton at his side. And I think he's doing a great job with the Stardom stuff. And I know that the US is not high on Stardom's priority list. However, you bring in so many more Western fans and therefore so much more money when you are offering them this. And obviously, I know that there is a case of trying to navigate schedule in regards to New Japan and stuff, but honestly, I don't think there is a commentator in the game that touches Walker Stewart at the moment. And I think today he was on another level today. And absolutely, Andy, yeah, Waka translating for Saya and Tam at the end, the emotion. There's no one that does emotion like Waka Tsukiyama. And the way she was translating it was beautiful. It really was.
Yeah, you remember Kairi versus Mayu at the Store Crossover. She did a great job. You didn't mention the English commentary, and I totally agree. Walker was amazing. I was going to tweet in between the show. I'm like, I'm just going to wait to the end, because he kept getting better and better and better. Just like the depths that he went into with like certain mythology and how he described something with Mayu and Shuri. And again, I got to go back and watch the show, because it was a 6-hour show. It was running on very little sleep. So I definitely want to go back and watch the show. You mentioned English commentary, Rob. Again, Walker, phenomenal. Our buddy Jordan Castle, crushing it. What I understand, I didn't get a chance to go back and watch the shows because we were there live. big ups to Jordan Castle. He was terrific. And Rob Goodwin. There's two other handsome individuals that I think would do really well on alternate commentary. And if you're on our Patreon, you know who it is. I'm not going to say their names, but all I know is they're living La Vida Loca. So I'm going to say, Rob.
I'm not playing it again.
Oh, I thought that was a slow pitch.
No,
I pitched you a softball.
It's only when we bring up Suzuki's faction. It's only when we bring it up.
All right, it's got to make it special. That's right.
Absolutely.
You can't have Christmas. You can't have Christmas every day because then it's not special. All right, I like you overruled me and you did it in a good way, buddy. There you go. I appreciate that.
Well, I'm going to record a stinger as well for the conversion, so I don't have to keep shouting because I'm going to wake Kirsty up else. As Colin say, Colin loves it, so I know that he absolutely loves it. Andy's like, I think one of them is an author too, right, Matt? I believe so, Andy. Yes, I believe so.
Hold on, I think I got, what is this here? It just fell. Oh, yeah, I have this book on Stardom, Living the Dream, Chasing the Dream. Oh, wow, that's you. That is me. Right there.
That is me, guys. That is me. HC0023 has just asked, just getting back into Stardom, will the show be available on Stardom World, and does Stardom subscriptions still start the first of the month? It will be available on Stardom World. If it's not 3 days, it will be 4 days. I believe the pay-per-view carrier has the rights to it for 3 days for archived footage. And then it goes to Stardom World. So I think it will be on Stardom World. If it's not on Wednesday, it'll be on Thursday. And to my knowledge, yes, it still comes out on the first of the month, as far as I'm aware. But in terms of the pay-per-view, my friend, it will be out on Thursday. Don't watch anything back on this podcast because we have spoiled quite a lot of it. So sorry. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about the first championship match of the show, Hina versus Rani Yagami. Now, I went with my prediction. I said Rani Yagami for no other reason than I just love Rani Yagami. I think she's fantastic. And I mentioned it on the Corakuen Hall review, but there was such a snap to some of those strikes here. And Hina upped her game. She really, really did. And I think this is something that we are going to see more and more and more as Hina is on more and more shows. Again, Hina was in the unfortunate position where, because she was still in school, she would have a run. She would have a run of 3 or 4 shows, really, really progress, and then she wouldn't be on the next 4 or 5 because of school. Now we are seeing more and more and more of Hina, and she's only going to benefit from that. And this inter-faction match, where it's just 2 women trying to prove themselves, beating the hell out of each other, I thought this was a great way to start the show. I think both women looked better coming out of this than they did going in, which is the sign of a great match. And Rani Yagami, to me, proved more than anything that she's a future champion, without a shadow of a doubt. She's over with the crowd. She looked great. Great new gear. The snap on those strikes. The selling of the submissions. And Hina, again, really, really, really good work. However, you know the reason Rana lost, though, don't you, Matt?
It's because she wasn't wearing... Oh, because she wearing blue and gold gear? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
It wasn't because she's wearing blue and gold gear. Although, no, it's because if you look at the render, it's that missing fingernail. Oh. It bugs me every time I see her in this render. Why is that one fingernail not painted, Matt Turner? Why?
I don't know, but we need to, when we meet her, hopefully we'll meet her soon, we definitely need to ask her. That might be question number 1. I do want to point out the chat, and I did notice this, that now that they switched over to Stage Crowd, that instead of 4 or 5 days, it's about a week. So May 4th or May 5th is when it comes off Stage Crowd. So it stays a little bit longer on there. As far as match goes, it was a great, simple storytelling. Again, 12 and a half minutes it went, which again, I was glad this show went long because I didn't want anything to kind of sped up or miss time. Every match got time to tell their story. There wasn't one match that I was like, I wish that went longer. Even though majority of the matches I would have loved to have seen more, but they did have time to tell their story. This was Rana. As soon as she got into her element, she started breaking down Hina's arm. I really like that. And then Hina was able to come back with some judo. And then basically we got judo versus striking in this match. We had some really great grappling. Like even early on, like Rana was using her kicks to set up the double leg takedown. But the one she got Hina on the ground, Hina's like, I'm really good at this ground game because she has a background in judo. So I really like that. And then Rana has the game plan of breaking down Hina's arm. And again, Walker did a great job saying there's no bad blood. They're both in God's eye. It's basically just for the belt. So there's no bending or breaking the rules. It was just to see who's better. Hina's been chasing this belt for so long. You mentioned Rob because she was in school. It was like start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. And that's no fault of nobody there. It's just basically, we can only push her so far. We can't push her all the way to that belt just yet because she has to go back to school, right? Which is understandable. Rina came off a great run. Hina gets the, or then eventually, Miyu Amasaki beats her. Miyu gets the belt, and then obviously Hina beats Miyu. So it's like now all of a sudden she's done with school. We can finally give her that run. I didn't know which way this was going to go. This was one of the tougher ones for me to predict in this match because it was built up so 50-50 on these shows leading up to it. I thought it was a great match. Ultimately, it's Hina again because she had the longer climb to get to this belt. Will Rana get this belt? Eventually, yes. Will she get the white belt? Probably. Will she get the red belt? Probably, because she's that good and has that much potential. She's terrific and very young in her career and constantly getting better. Again, great run in last year's 5-star Grand Prix. But who had the longer run to get to the belt so far? Hina. She wasn't going to give it up that easily, even though she had to eat so much punishment from the Beach Striker, which I really, really liked that. I liked how they used a lot of their finishers, and I liked how I believe she calls, Rana calls her roll-up finisher the paradiddle. I think that, Do I have that right, Rob? And I bid on that. I really bid on that because I'm like, oh, what a great way to end this first match is with a quick roll-up. There was a lot of near falls, and credit to all the referees as well, because there's a lot of near falls on just about every single match that I bid on. Even I thought that Mayu was losing. I'm like, oh, Mayu's going to win, even though I'm like, oh my God, Tam's going to win. There was a lot of great near falls that really just made these matches even so much better. But ultimately, again, it was Hina hitting the Hina special, the judo, the STO, and then the Mad Splash for the win. Great match to start off. Ultimately, what was a phenomenal show. I had this one at 3 3/4 stars. And for the folks playing at home, I did not rate the Rumble. I usually just don't rate Rumbles just because it's just not fair to the competitors. But I had this one at 3 3/4 stars.
Mita's just asked a question in regards to this belt. Do you think Hina will reach third in the record for most defenses of this belt behind Hanan and ahead of Utami? It's an interesting one. Walker actually brought up during commentary about how for belts, Hina has never beaten Rina or Hanan. And I think to a certain extent, she is seen as third on the totem pole in terms of those sisters. I think a solid Future of Stardom reign, now that she is out of school, will do wonders, pardon the pun, for her. I mean, you've got quite a few people that can't challenge for that belt now. Miyu Amasaki can't, Lady C can't, Waka can't. So you are relying somewhat on bringing more people in. Because if you think about who can challenge, you've got Akira can challenge, you've got Uriah Himei, obviously Matoi's out injured, Anne's out injured, Rana can challenge again, Azusa, I think, can still challenge. You're running out of challengers who can challenge. So will she reach third? Maybe.
We'll find out. Let's find out together. Let's find out together.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great match, so I gave it 3.5. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And as Andy said in the chat, absolutely, this set the tone for the rest of the show. And Venken, can we ask Chi-Chi when she's healthy? Do you know what? Genuinely, and this is no disrespect to the Future of Stardom belt, and this just speaks to how much I rate Chi-Chi. I think Chi-Chi's above this belt.
Chi-Chi versus Starlight Kid.
Now, that is a match that I want to see.
Yes.
That's what I want to see. But yeah, no disrespect to the Future belt at all, but I think Chi-Chi is that good. When she comes back, I want to see her challenging Starlight Kid or whoever is the Wonder of Stardom championship, Wonder of Stardom champion at the time. Hey, it's Plug Pedro.
My man.
Plug. How are you, my man?
You handsome man, you.
Let's move on then to just utterly mad set of actions during this match. So Sayaka Kurora defeated Tekla with a culmination of an absolute blitz of Tokameki Spears and then the Tokameki Falcon Arrow as well. That is literally only half the story because obviously as a result of losing this match, Tekla was supposed to join Cosmic Angels. Now, Taro Okada made me laugh my head off during this because he was the most petulant I've ever seen in my life, because he was cutting this promo going, "Bye, Tekla. Bye. Who's got to join Cosmic Angels? You've got to join Cosmic Angels. Who's a sad little Tekla?" And it was brilliant. It was the most childish I've ever seen. So obviously, Tekla, who would have seen this coming, didn't want to join Cosmic Angels and basically beat the piss out of him again. Now, what the difference was between this beatdown and the several hundred beatdowns Tekla has already delivered to the president of Stardom, I don't know. But Taro Okada has reached his wit's end and fires Tekla. It was look, the storyline for me anyway, the match itself, there was a lot of reaction from the crowd. There was some really good bits. I really enjoyed Tekla having Sayaka Kurora locked in a submission facing Taro Okada saying, "This is going to be you." Love that. I thought that worked really well. To me, I don't think the post-match connected at all with the crowd, because for me, it was so quiet, especially when Tekla was walking back up the ramp. You could hear a pin drop, and this is a crowd of 7,000 plus people. I think the firing is the right way to go. I just think that because of everything else we've seen with, he was literally speared in the ring. He has been beaten up with a chair. He has been dragged over the table. She still owes him money. Like, I'm assuming she's not going to be paying those fines back. So that's my issue. Like, why was this the line that suddenly Taro Okada has fired Tekla? Now, that aside, this does feel like Tekla is leaving the company. We had the tears in the eyes and the flipping off to the crowd as she walked backwards. I'm really intrigued to know what Taro Okada whispered in Tekla's ear just before she walked off. Again, I just think that it didn't quite hit for me. The storyline as a whole hasn't quite hit for me. I know what Tekla has been trying to do. She's been trying to basically get herself over as this heel that doesn't respect authority, that doesn't respect rules. And I get that to a certain point. I don't want to see, especially in Japanese wrestling, I don't want to see authority figures involved in the matches, involved in the storylines.
Rob, I don't like to, when I'm doing podcasts or when I'm having a chat with whoever, I don't like to be on my phone, but I just got a text from Dave Meltzer to actually answer your question. So I'm going to read word from word from Dave Meltzer, the Wrestling Observer, the greatest journalist of all time. He actually did tell me what Taro Okada said to Tekla in the ear, so I may as well read it.
Yeah, absolutely, of course.
Again, this is from Dave Meltzer. It said,
"Yep.
New episodes of the Stardom cast come out every Friday, and if you're on the Patreon, early and ad-free." So that's what Taro Okada said to Tekla. So thanks, Uncle Dave Meltzer, for giving us that. And I'm excited to see all the 5-star ratings he is going to put on this show, because now the ceiling has been broke over the last few months. So,
do you know what's going to be really funny? When Dave doesn't give Surya Mayu 5 stars.
I think there's at least 2 matches on the show that he has to give 5 stars to. Like, that's the 2 best matches I've seen all year happen on this show. We'll get into it. As far as this goes, Rob, obviously a lot to unpack. I really like this match. This match really overachieved, because your main thing is, like, we need to get out of this feud, right? We need to get out of it. And again, there's great heat. As much as we kind of been the stuff on Okada, we're kind of like, because it's Japanese wrestling. You're right. I don't want to see that. But it's got a reaction. It got a reaction at the finals of the Cinderella tournament, and they were even chanting Okada's name. And even Walker Stewart said, "I haven't heard Okada's name chanted this loud since Kazuchika." And again, we were there when Clark Connors almost murdered poor Taro Okada. And as much as we're like, we're not done with this yet, it got a great reaction. So at the same time, you need to get out of this. How do we get out of this with the best light possible? Let's get somebody over. We're obviously pushing Sayaka Kurora. Let's put some more steam behind her. So I thought she was the right person to do it. And I made mention back, I think it was the beginning of this year, that Tekla looked like she's starting fielding offers from some of the U.S. either independents or TNA or NXT, what a great way for her to go out, for her to get fired. Because we see people all the time, like Mina, their contract ran up, or when Okada left, his contract ran up, or Naito, which still blows my mind that Naito's leaving New Japan. Like, oh, they wants to leave. Like, let's do something different. Let's fire Tekla. And then it's like, you know what's coming. How many times can you beat up your boss in public before you get fired? Like, I like my boss. I do. My boss is a great guy. He's one of the best bosses I've ever had. Like, but I'm like, man, if I beat the crap out of him in a meeting in front of a couple thousand people, I don't think that like I would get work the next week. But again, that's just me. And I think you text me once the firing happened, like, why is this happening now? I said, well, some people believe in second chances. Mr. Okada believes in 9 chances. As far as the match goes, again, I rated it pretty high because of the heat, and it was an easy story to tell. Sayaka comes out. She's on fire. Boom, boom, the big drop kick. She hits that spinning forearm off the second rope, which I love, and she needs to do for every match. And then Tekla uses her experience and starts cutting down Sayaka. And it's an old 1970s, 1980s territory match where you have the heel being dominant on the babyface, and every time the babyface gets a little bit of a comeback, gets cut off. A little bit of a comeback gets cut off. And then we see Tekla goes for the toxic spear. She hits it. Sayaka kicks out, fires back up. Tekla goes for the spear again. And it's a great camera angle because you don't see it until the last second. As she's running for the spear, Sakura hits her with the spear, a second spear, the Falcon Arrow. She kicks out, then hits another spear. I thought this was great. The heat was great. The psychology was terrific. I had it 3 3/4 stars, but because of how great the heat was and how the crowd was into it, partner, I bumped this up to 4 stars. I thought it was terrific. I thought, again, your end game, Tekla on the way out, doing business. Who can we get over in this angle that's either hit or missing? We just kind of need to get out of it. You put Sayaka in a bigger light because, again, 1, she won the Cinderella tournament. 2, she's the one that has Tekla's last match. I thought that was terrific. And then, again, I knew that she wasn't going to join Cosmic Angel. I'm like, this is going to lead to her firing. But they did it right then and there. As soon as she grabbed Okada, I'm like, she's getting fired. Because Okada started poking the bear. And rightfully so, because Okada's been getting his ass kicked every time Tekla comes out for the better part of 6 or 7 months. Finally, she beats him up to the point where he's just like, that's it, you're fired. My only little thing with this was Okada's getting whooped by Tekla. And then when he fires her, doesn't sell a thing. I was like, oh, all right. Again, I thought the match was really good. And you can see, even though Tekla leaving, supposed to be defiant, you can see how much Stardom over the last 3 years has meant to her. Tears in her eyes. So ultimately, though, I thought that was a really, really good match. And I think I lost Rob.
Sorry, don't know what happened there, guys.
Did I lose you, buddy? No, I just basically said I really enjoyed the match and I liked the heat. And I liked how we're putting Sayaka up in a bigger light and how much Stardom really means to Tekla, even though she's supposed to be this defiant character, but her leaving with tears in her eyes, I was like, oh, okay. Again, solid enough match, 13 minutes. It didn't feel like too long. Like that Mina match she had felt like it went too long. I thought this was great. They took it home right at the right point, and they made Sayaka look like a great underneath babyface that can take a butt kicking, but yet really come back with a really great high impact offense. I thought this was a solid match. Again, 4 stars for me, partner.
Yeah, I love the fact that the chat is saying Tekla came to get me. Yeah, look, I don't think I liked it as much as you did. I gave it the flat 3. I thought I did enjoy the back and forth. I don't know. It didn't connect with me. And again, that angle post match, and I think someone, I think it was Mida in the chat, said about how there wasn't, I don't know, there should have been a little bit more subtlety in the build up to Tekla's attacks on Taro Okada. And I am in agreement. I think if that had sort of progressively got worse, but, we've had beatdown after beatdown after beatdown after beatdown, and ultimately this one didn't seem as bad. And I think if we'd have staggered that a bit better, then maybe it would have come across a little bit better. But
you're only saying that because we were 15 feet away of him actually getting murdered. That's why.
I don't know how you follow that, to be perfectly honest. Absolutely terrifying. Poor man.
You know what the funniest thing was? That was the show we had our banner. I know we have some people in the chat that were at that show. We had our banner on the wall. We're like, let's get Okada to get our picture taken in front of that. And then it happened in the main event. I'm like, he's not coming back. He's not coming back in front of our Stardom cast banner, and rightfully so. You got to sell that, baby.
Absolutely. Moving on then, Rina versus Yumiko Hata. Now, interesting this, because I know, Matt, you weren't a fan of Yumiko Hata not selling for Rina. Now, I can understand that completely. However, you look at Rina, who is, for all intents and purposes, this teenage brat who is getting a little bit too big for herself, if you like. Sort of talking about this era, the golden era of Joshi, the 80s, the 90s, and basically going off and insulting the Joshi legends. That Walker did point out that she is calling anyone older than her an old hag, specifically mentioning Azumi. Azumi is 22. God knows what that makes us, mate. But I don't particularly mind it because I like the fact that Yumiko Hata ultimately put Rina in her place. Now, do I think Yumiko Hata could have sold a little bit more for Rina? Yes, absolutely. Do I think that the match should have ended in a slightly better way rather than just a sleeper hold that Rina immediately tapped out of? Yes, potentially. However, on the flip side of that, I think this was the beating that Rina needed. Again, she's sort of been running her mouth, and she needed some comeuppance.
This is one of the few times that I disagree with you. That like, what has Rina done? Come off arguably the greatest run, Future Stardom Championship, had the match of her lifetime at Path of Thunder, dun dun dun, rock and roll in the main event with Starlight Kid, a match that I think most of us have between 4.5 to 5 stars in her hometown. So she's somebody that we're obviously have plans for, that we're obviously pushing, things that we want to do with. And it's like, okay, we're bringing in Hata. We all thought that Hata would win. But it's like, and I understand. And somebody even told me, like, she bumped more in this match than she did the last 5 years combined. And I haven't seen any of her stuff outside of the 90s All Japan stuff. So it's like, okay, I get that. But I don't care how old you are. If you're, and God bless her, she's still getting bookings. She's still getting a paycheck. Awesome. I love that. You're still in the business. You're still helping out talent, whether it's, in the ring or backstage, whatever, you're still able to lend your wisdom to the youth to make the business better. I love that. One thing you can always do, and regardless how old you are, if you can't bump anymore, we see it with Dump Matsumoto when she still draws and is entertaining as all heck, you can still sell. Not only was she not selling for Rina, but like Hate pulled her on the outside. She's beating up every member of like this badass faction, not selling for them. And then Rina's hitting her with the whip, not selling for that. And I was like, clearly we know where this match is going to go. And, again, Rina is, she's doing her best. She's doing her best. And then I don't mind the finish, the rear naked choke. If anybody's been ever put in a shoot rear naked choke before, you're tapping out quick. I got no problem with that. My thing was just the lack of selling from Hana. I did not. Again, she's a Joshi legend. God bless her for putting her body what she went with it, with a lot of those Joshis did in the 90s. So it's holy geez. I mean, what a golden era. And we're on the precipice of another golden era here. And Rina's kind of in the front of that at 18 years old. Again, talked about before, all this potential main event talent leaving, Rob. Who's the one to fill the voids? Rina is going to be one of them, over the next years to come. And she's fantastic and only going to get better. Again, another one that we put into that white belt scene, and we weren't sure how she was going to do when she put on, match of the year contender on try number 1 at age 18. So who are we going to be seeing more in Stardom? Obviously, Rina. Again, I don't mind her getting the L here, but Hana could have done so much more for Rina in this match. Again, if she's not going to bump that much, I got no problem. I get it. I get it. You don't need a good match to bump. At least sell. Put over some of her offense. If you're not going to put over your offense, you have your big heel faction selling merchandise left and right. The champion of the company is in that faction, and you basically getting a 4-on-1 beatdown, and you're not selling for any of them. Didn't like it. God bless Rina. She tried her best. Again, you know me, brother. I don't dwell on the negative. 3.25 stars. And I thought Rina here was great. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
I'm just going to put Hendrix's comment on the screen. In my eyes, I think they need the veteran/legend of the sport to remind Rina that you might be good, but you're not at that level yet. Got to earn your stripes and the nod of approval from her. That's how I interpreted the match as well. Now, I do agree that a little bit more selling wouldn't have gone amiss, certainly. And, yes, okay, she got the beat down from Hate, and maybe that no selling was was a little bit egregious. I do understand that. However, the basic premise of the match, the result of the match, and everything that went along with that, I do agree with. However, I am in agreement with your point that Rina could have done with a little bit more cooperation, shall we say, from Himei Hata.
Rina's 18 and Hamada's pushing 60. And Rob, I'm going to put this into your terms. If you're playing what we call soccer, you call football over there, you're playing with an 18-year-old full of energy, all this excitement. Let's be honest, Rob, what's going to happen?
Oh, I'm going to try and kill him.
But what's probably going to happen for real?
Oh, he's probably going to get past me and do really well.
I rest my case there. Yes.
But there is a difference between youth and experience. And Himei Hata, you look at the size difference as well. Like, these two are not comparable in terms of size. You know, if you have someone who's smaller attempting to hit these these offensive maneuvers on giant people like Himei Hata is in comparison to Rina, then they aren't going to be as effective as they would be against like a Starlight Kid, for example, like she did at Path of Thunder. Again, I'm not saying that the level of offense was fair necessarily. However, I do still think that this was what Rina needed in terms of a result and in terms of a beating.
I see your point. At the end of the day, like, no, what are you going to remember about said show? Like, oh, we had, Rina got a spotlight against a Joshi legend. They went 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And again, in front of a singles match, in front of over 7,000 people. If my one little thing on this would be, you had Sari in the building, you had Tomoka Inaba, you had Momo Watanabe. Obviously, Hata was limited, which again I get. Why don't you just make it a tag match with Rina and Momo versus Hata and Tomoka Inaba? You know what I mean? You could have stretched it out a little bit. You had enough singles matches on this show. Again, it is what it is. This is just the little blemish on what was, again, one of the greatest wrestling shows I've ever seen. And again, big ups to Rina for getting a big spotlight on the biggest and probably best Stardom show of all time. And really cool for Hata, again, to get another bite at the apple and get a paycheck, because ultimately she's definitely earned that for the years and years that she's put on her body in those 90 All Japan Women's Days.
Yeah, and again, Hendricks just made a good point. The story of, Himei Hata has been through absolute hell in All Japan Women's, and ultimately what Rina is throwing at her might not be anything compared to what Himei Hata has endured by the likes of, Aja Kong or, a Bull Nakano or whatever, or Kandori. Yeah, absolutely. So, she's been there, done that, seen it, knows how to effectively shake it off, which I think was put over here. And, looking past that for a moment, you've just said, look at the people in the Rumble. Momo Watanabe, Tora was supposed to be in there. Konami was supposed to be in there. Tomoka Inaba, Lady C, Miyu Amasaki, all these people in the Rumble. And Rina is the one that has a singles match on this huge card. And I think, if anything, that is what we need to take from this. Rina has been entrusted with this singles match on this big card. And that's because of how high they hold her in regard, because she is that good and she's having such a great year. I'm really, really intrigued as to what the rest of the year holds. And I was actually making a list when my computer decided that it just wasn't going to play ball. And I think at the moment there are 5 people from last year's 5-star Grand Prix that will not be in it this year. Minami, I don't think, we know that Mayu's not going to be in it, whether she's leaving for Marigold or not, because she's retired from the 5-star. Tam, because she's retired. Tekla, because she's been fired. And Risa Sarah, because obviously she's going to be retiring at the end of next year. Now, that's 5 spots that are going to be open, at least, assuming that it's going to be a similar field. And we're going to be talking about the 5-star in just a couple of moments. But I think Rina has to be one of those 5. Has to be. That needs to be the next stop for her.
Mr. Atkins has a good point. Anna Jay probably won't be in it either.
Anna Jay. Do you know what? That was the other one. I could not think of the other person. I knew there was another one. So thank you, Mr. Atkins.
I wouldn't be opposed if she was in it, but like maybe Jamie Hayter, Serena Deeb. I have no problem with AEW talent being in there. And I thought Anna Jay was great. I wouldn't say no to her. I know she just came back. Queen Emanata, obviously. There's a whole bunch of different people that we can slice it. But yeah, and again, we don't know what Stardom's going to, maybe not Hazuki, maybe not Kagama as well. So there might be 7 or 8 spots there, buddy. So
And you've got Amisori, who, of course, is going to be recovering from injury. Will they want to throw her into a 5-star Grand Prix? I don't know. Rina, certainly. We're then going to talk about a possibility after the Mayu and Syuri match. There's quite a few different opportunities. You've got Azusa Inaba, of course. You've got, I think, Lady C has to be considered at this point. Otherwise, you are going to start asking the question of what the hell are you doing with her? Just quickly on the point of the 5-star, we did have a video package, which we usually get on Stardom pay-per-views. We have had the the conversion announced for the 21st of June. That's going to be in Yoyagi. We've also got announced the return to Sapporo for Sapporo Rendezvous. That's going to be on the 21st of July. For those who don't remember Sapporo Rendezvous, that's where all hell broke loose and Tora won the red belt and Saya Kamitani turned heel. On top of that, we have also had the official dates for the 5-star Grand Prix as well, which will run through from the 27th of June all the way through to the 23rd of August, which is roughly 4 weeks. So it looks like we are doing a more condensed tournament again, similar to last year. It will be 13 events, whereas last year was 12. So I am thinking that we are probably going to be getting a very similar format to last year, which I thought worked really, really, really well. Both the opening night and the finals will be taking place at Ota Ward City Gymnasium. So more information, I'm sure, will be forthcoming in the next couple of months in terms of block breakdowns, in terms of entrance. Brandon Thiel, Sayaka, Kurora, and Aya Sakura should be in the 5-star Grand Prix. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Aya Sakura, for my money, I would argue was the dark horse in that tournament. Not to win it, certainly. But I think in terms of a breakout, that could be Aya Sakura's year, similar to a Hanan a couple of years ago, same as Amina Shirakawa in 2022. Aya Sakura is my early pick to be the breakout star of that tournament. Moving on, then, we move to the 6-woman tag. Speaking of Aya Sakura, Cosmic Angels, Sioriano, Natsupoi, and Aya Sakura versus Sendai Girls. And Matt, this was my one criticism of the entire show. Now, we did have the rights to Chihiro Hashimoto's music. We did not have the rights to Meiko Satomura's music, which meant that it was muted, not just the music, the entire audio. Now, what that meant, unfortunately, was that as the music was playing, we could not hear the crowd reaction. Now, during the entrance, that didn't necessarily bother me. During the close, where she's doing the bowing and she's getting the accolades and everything from the crowd and things like that, and she's doing the show of respect with all of Cosmic Angels, silence. Like, was there nothing we could do with that? Nothing at all. I was like, oh, I just want to hear the crowd getting behind. Now, obviously, it is a minor quibble when you look at how good this show was, but come on, Stardom. You did so well with the production values. The commentary was great. Minor quibble, Matt.
Somebody's telling us, I think the Japanese version had the music. The English version didn't. Oh, maybe when it comes up on Stardom World, we can, because they'll have both versions. So there we go, buddy.
Maybe.
There we go. Future alternate commentary just for the pop. There you go. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. But yeah, it wasn't, obviously I like the music. I understand. We always joke like Chi-Chi when we watch her in Sendai Girls, you get the Barbie girl, but they mute it when she's in Stardom. I get it because there's more people watching Stardom. Sendai Girls kind of maybe flies under the radar. And I don't think Aqua is trying to sue Wrestle Universe as they would go after Bushi Road. Like, it's probably not even worth the paper that it's printed on to try to go after said lawsuit. I'm like, whatever. So it's like, I get that, but it's like, oh man, could they have been like, done something for the pop? Again, we mentioned it at the start of the show. Meiko Satomura has done very little in Stardom, but everything she's done has made impact, to the matches with Nanai, to the match with Yuzuki Aikawa, to the 2 phenomenal red belt matches with Kairi, to one of the best matches in Stardom history against Io for the World of Stardom Championship back at the end of 2015. And again, in my opinion, the greatest match in Stardom history, her and Kairi versus Thunder Rock from Corakuen Hall. So it's like, everything she does is a banger. And I made mention when she was on that retirement road, I'm like, I really hope she gets one final shot in Stardom. And I'm like, oh yeah, here it is. And we're teaming with Miko Wada, and Yuna is really good. We're taking on Aya Sakura, who's the Sendai Girls Junior Champion, and Saripoi, one of the best tag teams in the world, and 2 former Wonder of Stardom champions. This was great. Really good stuff. The Miko Wada Natsupoi stuff was terrific. Obviously, we've seen Soriano and Miko Wada tear it up quite a bit, but not only in Stardom, but Sendai Girls over the last year and a half. I liked how it started with like your kind of 2 younger wrestlers. You have Aya and Yuna, and it's great stuff, but you're just waiting. You're waiting for Owada or Meiko or Saripoi to get in. But they have great stuff, and once they tag in, you kind of get the crowd like, oh, here we go. And Meiko Satomura is just like, I know I'm not going to be in this match too long, and I'm almost at the tail end of my career. And why she's retiring, very much like Nanai, I have no idea, because she's in Risa's era. She is so good. She is so good. Her stuff with Natsupoi was terrific. She had a great match with Soriano. I think it was one of her first singles matches when she came back from Japan after she left WWE. Great match with Soriano. Interesting stuff there. Again, Natsupoi and Miko Wada. I'm like, yes, that's a match that I'd want to see. And then we see Natsupoi just working like Natsupoi, and literally it happened. And about 30 seconds later, I saw that you text me like, oh boy, looking like Natsupoi re-injured her ankle. They kind of get her out of there. Soriano basically takes her to the outside. The ref checks on her, and then Soriano does it again. Peeling back the curtain, being in multi-person matches where an injury happens, the veteran of said team needs to make a call, because now you have to take away certain things that may or may not happen in the match. And you see Soriano start screaming at Miko Wada. Then she comes over while Meiko Satomura is beating the crap out of Aya Sakura. We'll get to there in a minute, because this was great. She pulls Yuna and Miko Wada off the mat. Basically, I think kind of says like, we need to call an audible. We need to change something. And again, I think this is what happened. I can't confirm or deny. Big Davey Meltzer didn't text me on that yet, guys. Because I'll let you know.
Waiting on a text.
Yeah, waiting on a text from, but he gave me the big stuff with the
he
text.
Did, yeah, absolutely.
That's the important stuff. So my guess is they had to call an audible. The fact that every single match went long, and this one got 13 minutes, still enough time to tell their story, but I figured this might have been 15, 16, 17 minutes. They may have had to pull some of Natsupoi stuff out of there. Again, err on the side of caution. We got to give Natsupoi credit. There was 2 spots after she got injured, at least we thought she got injured, that she ran the ropes and did it pretty well. And her and Soriano did the Saripoi super kick, step up enziguri spot, and she did it pretty well. Then ultimately we get Meiko Satomura and Aya Sakura in a mini match. And obviously we know Meiko's retiring in a day or two. I would love to see them have a singles match, because Meiko, even though she obliterated Aya, she gave Aya a lot. She made her look really good. Out of everybody in this match, it was great seeing Meiko again. It was great seeing Saripoi in the ring. Yuna was terrific. I love Miko Wada. I'm such a fan of her. Aya Sakura, again, she lost this match. She benefited the most because the people were chanting her name, and Meiko Satomura showed how much fight she had and put her over afterwards. That's what a veteran does. Made sense for Meiko to get the win here. This isn't a main event. It's not for a title match. It's basically one final time we could see Meiko Satomura, not only in the Stardom ring, but in front of over 7,000 people. So that was awesome. Again, I would love to see Aya and Meiko in a singles match. We'll never get that, but we got this. I thought this was terrific. And again, the first few matches were pretty good. This is where it went to another level, and it just got better and better and better. If I can make one little thing about this show, Rob, maybe they could have spaced it out a little bit better, because from here on in, to quote Sheamus, who does not care about autographs or pictures, because he's going to do what he wants in his autograph line. Well, more on that in our Vegas episode. It went banger after banger, and there was no let up. There was absolutely no. I would have put maybe the Tekla match somewhere in between these next 4 matches, because I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm exhausted in the best way possible, because it was like a roller coaster ride that just kept going up and up and up and up. But from here on out, this becomes like the greatest show of all time. And this was terrific. Kudos to Natsupoi for gutting out that performance. Again, we hope that she's okay. Maybe another week or 2 of rest to get that ankle 100%. We hope she's good to go, because it looks like they are going to need her in the future. Again, if FWC is leaving, Mayu's leaving, obviously Tekla's fired. We know Mina's gone. They're definitely, Tam's gone. They're going to need her. But again, just don't rush her back just yet. This was great for a whole bunch of different reasons. I had this at 4.25 stars. This was phenomenal. And it's so great to see Meiko Satomura in a Stardom ring one last time. This was a great bonus of a treat for us Stardom fans. Not only Stardom fans, Rob, wrestling fans. This was great.
Yeah, in a match that contained Meiko Satomura, Natsupoi, and Soriano, and Mikuri Wata, the MVP for me was Aya Sakura. I thought she was tremendous in everything she did. She looked badass in the new gear. And then that closing stretch with Meiko Satomura was fantastic. Meiko Satomura screaming at her to show some fighting spirit, and Aya Sakura managing to get to her feet. Really, really, really good moments. And it's a huge nod really to how much we are butting behind Aya Sakura, who is, again, as I mentioned earlier, my early count for a dark horse pick for breakout star of the 5-star Grand Prix this year. Great match, thoroughly enjoyable. The Meiko and Aya Sakura stuff, the Mikuri Wata and Soriano, that brief little rekindling of what was a fantastic feud throughout 2024. Hopefully Natsupoi it's just a jolt of the ankle. Obviously, we saw Momo re-aggravate her ankle injury. We've got Golden Week coming up, which, as we know, for every promotion is just an absolute mental time in terms of scheduling and stuff like that. So fingers crossed, Natsupoi is going to be okay. Maybe keep her off that tour and we'll be okay. But again, let's hope we don't have to rush it back. But you're absolutely right, Matt. With the rate of people retiring, leaving, and fired, we do need Poi firing on all cylinders. Moving on then to right. So, Matt, I don't know if you've heard. You may not have heard, but Suzu Suzuki turned her back on Mei Seira. Turned her back on Neo Genesis, and that was to create her own faction. That faction, of course, being Mi Vida Loca. Never going to get old. Never, ever, ever going to get old. This match was phenomenal. And when you insert the no DQ stipulation, I think there was a general thought that this was going to get really unruly and become more of a plunder match, become more reliant on weapons. And instead, they just became more violent with each other. And I think that, if anything, I don't think this needed the no DQ stipulation, because ultimately, I don't think they did anything that would have resulted in a disqualification anyway, apart from maybe some of the early work. I think Suzu got some chairs out. But apart from that, these two just beat the piss out of each other. And them doing that with their own moves, their own fists and things like that, for me anyway, made this match feel so much more dangerous, so much more aggressive than it would have done if we'd have just, if it had finished with Mei Seira going through a table or a door, apparently, which GCW used. Like, why are you putting doors under the ring? I think this match really benefited from that. I've never seen Mei Seira be as aggressive as she was in this match. Suzu Suzuki felt like she'd really found herself after having great matches, but sort of feeling a little bit lost in Neo Genesis. Again, we talk about being the drunk auntie or the big sister taking her little sisters to the mall or whatever. I feel like this is where she belongs, as a badass at the top of her own faction. This is what we want from Suzu Suzuki, and this was just another notch on what has been a great year in ring for Suzu.
I always say pro wrestling, one of the many, many reasons why, to quote the late great Harley Race, it's the greatest sport on God's green earth, is everybody can get over. Everybody, with the tag match, singles match, you have a manager, championship. These two got over to a completely different level. We knew Mei Seira was a special talent. I always say, Azumi might be the most special talent in all of wrestling. Mei Seira and Starlight Kid are not too far behind. And I think you made mention about a year ago, Mei Seira might be the only wrestler that wrestles as fast and as crisp, or even crisper and as fat and faster than Azumi. And we saw her coming out of the 5-star Grand Prix. I'm like, this is a completely different wrestler, because not only is it the high speed, but she can do these big championship matches. We mentioned about Hanako getting a title shot and Rina getting a title shot. Mei Seira versus Starlight Kid or Saya Kamitani, it's got to be somewhere in the works, because it's going to be great and it's going to draw money. We saw a completely different version of Mei Seira. And when they announced no DQ, I'm like, okay, this is going to show the toughness that is Mei Seira. We know this is Suzu's wheelhouse. Suzu, if you were going to tell me, Matt, of all your predictions, only one of them came right, I think it had to be this one. It really did, because we need to put a stamp on Suzu and starting the new faction and the no DQ stipulation. They come out with the drop kicks. And again, and I like how Suzu tries to like shake Mei's hand, and it's just like, ha ha, I'm in your wheelhouse. And Mei Sarah's like, absolutely not. And we see a more violent, more aggressive version of Mei Sarah. And I like that. They go to the outside. Suzu gets posted, very much like the opposite of Meiko versus Tora from Dream Queendom. No cameras in sight to see the old pop and twist. Where remember the cameras were kind of like right in the way because it doesn't happen much in Stardom, right? It doesn't happen
anywhere else. Cameramen, anywhere else, they learned that lesson.
So soon, and a couple of people asked me if it was hard way, and I was like, no, absolutely not, because where she cut herself is the exact spot where you need to. And then Suzu brings out the chairs, and Mei gets hit. You know, Suzu's throwing them at Mei. And again, chair shots are. I don't no problem doing the bumping in chairs. No problem with that. Chair shots, again, because of what we know about concussions the last 15, 20 years, I can take or leave. She's throwing them at Mei, and she's throwing them in the safest spots, and then she hits her with that one chair shot. Whether it was gimmicked or not, I don't know. But ultimately, that needed to be because the next shot we see of Mei, she's bleeding, and we never seen Mei bleed before. And now there's blood. And then I like how Suzu throws her in the ring, and we get blood in the ring. We have blood on the turnbuckles. I really enjoyed that. There was great spots, great buildup, great falsies. There's one moment when anybody mentions this match, whether it's a week from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, the one thing I'm going to remember, Mei is running her high-speed offense. She finally gets away from the Suzu violence. She gets into her wheelhouse, just bing, bing, back and forth, and Suzu bump and feed, knowing where she needs to be to make Mei's offense look as good as it does. And it's about the third time she's getting ready to go off the ropes, and she stumbles because of the blood like this. And I was like, oh, that's genius. She gets her bearings. It's only a split second. So she gets her bearings. She comes off the ropes, and Suzu only needs that split second to hit the super kick. And that kind of leads to Mei's downfall. But then we see Mei able to come back. There was great reversals with the shooting star roll up and the tequila roll up like that. And again, I mentioned before the referee getting so close so many times. I'm like, oh my God, Mei's going to win. Oh no, Suzu's going to win. I was like, this match shouldn't end on a roll up because it's no DQ and the way it's built up. But I'm believing these roll up finishes because that's how good they were. Then Mei hits the goodbye piece, Liger bomb. Really enjoyed that. And then she hits the technique, which she doesn't hit that often.
She very rarely connects with that move.
Because I think it's tough to do when she's a smaller wrestler. And obviously Suzu takes it right on the head. Really enjoyed that. And then we get a top rope German, and then we get German after German. Mei rolls through one. She almost gets a fall there. But ultimately Suzu puts Mei Sarah away with the move. She's only hit once. Last time she hit it, she won the 2023 5-Star Grand Prix on to Micah. She's only hit this move twice, used it here. I thought this was great. It was a great back and forth match. Again, I knew Suzu was going to win, but I bid on so many falsies, not only from the quick roll-ups, which you know Mei is great at, but again, the goodbye piece, Liger bomb, and the checkmate, I really bid on. There was great bumps. Everything made sense. They didn't go back to the weapons because they didn't need to. The weapons already served their purpose in getting them bloody. I thought this, again, I knew this was going to be good. This overachieved, literally to the point where I was like, we knew of like the 4 or 5 big matches, and we knew of Meiko Satomura. When they showed the graphic for this, I was like, oh, I forgot this was on the show. And that I know that sounds disrespectful. I apologize to both these great wrestlers. I've had a lot of people tell me this was their first or second favorite match on the show. Very much like All-Star Grand Queendom last year and the very first one. Those shows were so good that there really isn't a unanimous favorite match. And I get that. I thought this was great. In a different, and I even text you because we were texting back and forth during this match. Mei Sarah's in a different light now. We know she can be aggressive, and those drop kicks that she hit on Suzu, there was 3 or 4 of them that I was like, oh boy, and God bless Suzu, feeding and bumping, making Mei's offense look legit and scary. Mei Sarah, even off a loss, Rob, is on a different level. I want to see her have a big run in the 5-Star Grand Prix, and I would love to see her sometime between now and the end of the year get a big championship match, whether it's the red belt or white belt, because we know she can absolutely deliver on a main event style match. And very much like Natsupoi, Azumi, and Starlight Kid, she can take that high-speed offense and up it to the main event level and interact it with more storytelling and bigger bumps. And we saw it here. Rob Goodwin, I mentioned how the last match really set the tone for the rest of this show, and it just keeps getting better and better. This was amazing. 4 3/4 stars. This was fantastic.
Loved it for all the reasons you've just said. I think it it cements Suzu Suzuki, in case you didn't know she was a badass, basically taking one of the most beloved people on the roster and beating her pillar to post. Like, again, who would have thought we'd have seen Mei Seira bleed in a match in Stardom and bleed heavily as well? Like, she would, I don't know what she gave, but Jesus Christ, like, she was pouring, as was Suzu. Like, Suzu at the start, it was like, boom. But I think that, and basically, as I said, like, beating up Mei Seira, which is the equivalent of taking a puppy and punting it in the middle of the ring, really does do wonders for Suzu. But Mei Seira comes out of this as such an underdog. And again, you look at what she's really good at, that high speed style, and yet here she has been aggressive, she's been violent. And I think the fact that we didn't just resort to weapons showcased the fact that there are different levels of violence. And I love that about this match. I think these two work really well together. And ultimately, the fact that Suzu Suzuki has brought out the Sky Twister press again, I'm a big fan of that. A really, really, really big fan of that. And plus, the big thing, Matt, is that we actually saw the new logo for Mi Vida Loca. Which appears to be the Old English and then just a heart in the middle. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what else is in line for Suzu and her faction, who else is going to join as well. Anyway, what a great match. What a fantastic match. And again, you're absolutely right. It just ramped up. It just every single match just got better and better and better. And speaking of which, Sendai Girls World Championship, Chihiro Hashimoto versus Meiko. Now, Matt, if you were to define Hoss in one match graphic, I would argue it would be this one. We expected it to be hard-hitting and basically something akin to the immovable object meets the irresistible force. And that's what we got, and it was great. Sometimes you just want to see people thundering into each other with lariats and thumping each other with moves. And the impressive feats of strength. Like, we've seen Meiko hit the superplex from the top rope 100 times. After all, it's the best superplex in the business. But doing it on someone of Chihiro Hashimoto's size, incredible. Watching Chihiro Hashimoto throw Meiko around like she's a bag of sugar is ridiculous. And it will never not be impressive. Sometimes big Hoss fights are what I love. And this is exactly what I loved about this match. Great match. Great chemistry. And Chihiro Hashimoto, in terms of singles matches in Stardom, is literally batting 1,000. Mirai, Syuri, Meiko, 3 bangers of singles matches. And Himika, of course, how could I forget the Jumbo Princess? Tremendous matches. And Walker summed it up perfectly on commentary. One of my favorite talents to watch. Anytime there is a Chihiro Hashimoto match, it is appointment viewing. And Meiko, like I say, Meiko just can't do anything wrong at the moment. Just great stuff. Really, really, really good match from start to finish.
This match was as violent as the other one, just with no blood or no weapons.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it really was. We obviously we're going to get into it, later on this episode and future episodes. When we have all these people leaving Stardom, who's there to fill the void? And I was thinking about this when I was at the gym earlier today. 2017, 2018, you had Kyrie and Io left. Who was, for the next 2 years, the roster was good, but basically who was your 1-2 punch that held that roster together? Momo and Mayu Utami. If we have all these wrestlers leaving, who are your 1-2 punch to kind of keep the roster holding up? My opinion, Saya, Kamitani, and Meiko. Are Saya and Meiko better now and bigger stars now than Momo and Mayu were in 2018 and 2019? As good as Mayu and Momo were in those years, Meiko and Saya Kamitani are a different level. Stardom's going to be fine, folks. They have Natsupoi, Soriano, Fuki, and Death. They are going to be fine. Now, Rob, speaking of fine, I knew this match was going to be good. You know how? I text you.
Go on.
Big lockup. The big lockup.
Matt Turner lockup, of course.
Which, again, folks, our Vegas episode next week, Rob Goodwin knows how to do a lockup.
He does. He does know how to do a lockup.
Yes. He knows how to do better than some of the indie wrestlers I've been in the ring with, which is both really good and really bad at the same time. Big ups to you, brother. You get the big lockup, you get the tackle off, you get the lariat off. I thought this was really great. And then Meiko realizes she might not be able to match power at Hashimoto like she would with some of the other wrestlers. So what does she do? She goes to her judo background. And we got a great view firsthand of how great of a shooter Meiko is on that Bloodsport match that she had when we were in Las Vegas. Like we've seen it before, but in the pro wrestling aspect and Bloodsport is more the shoot aspect. And we saw it here, and she's breaking down Hashimoto's arm. She does the low-key hanging armbar spot, which I really liked. And then she takes Hashimoto and pulls her all the way over. And then she pushed Hashimoto in the triangle choke on the outside. And Hashimoto does the rampage bomb out of it, but instead of slamming Meiko on the floor, she slams Meiko into the post. I'm like, okay, here's where we're going. And this is just back and forth, 50-50 match.
And that's such a, sorry.
Go ahead, brother, please.
It's such an impressive feat of strength. Like we I feel like we see the one-armed powerbomb out of the triangle choke quite often, but to do it on someone of Meiko's size is really quite impressive. And, to be able to hold her in position with one arm and then slam her into a post, incredible stuff from Chihiro Hashimoto. Like, I can't put over enough how difficult that must be. But then, of course, she is a genetic freak. In the words of Scott Steiner, because look at those arms. They are pretty muscular.
I like the spot where, again, we start with the shoulder tackles, and they're going back and forth with the lariats. Who's going to get the better of the other? And then Meiko, who's a little more experienced in the bigger matches because she's wrestling for Stardom, pulls out the 360 lariat that Hashimoto doesn't see until it's already too late. So it's like, who's going to go down first with these lariats? Because we saw Hashimoto barely won the tackle off. Meiko has even it in this like match with the lariat off, and it's just like boom, boom, boom. Hashimoto hits the ropes, and it's too late. She's already mid spin. Beautiful bump, beautiful feed. Hashimoto gets the advantage back, Rob. And what does she do? She makes the one cardinal mistake that you do not do in Meiko matches. Folks, everybody in the chat, say it with me. You do not go to the top rope against Meiko. She does. We've seen Meiko, and I totally agree. And I don't know if it's my Meiko bias or my Stardom bias. I don't care. Meiko's got the best superplex in wrestling. But this one, she goes all the way to the top rope. And we've seen her go to the top rope against like a Tekla or like a smaller opponent. But this is even a little more tricky because of the weight distribution may throw you off. And trust me, folks, I've been there. The last thing you want to do is be on that top rope and you lose your balance or your timing's off, because guess what happens? You go crashing to the floor. Not fun. Not fun. Of course, these two are pros. Hashimoto gives a great base, a great post onto Meiko. Meiko hits the best superplex in wrestling. We see Hashimoto getting the advantage back. She goes for the powerbomb, the same one she defeated Meiko Satomura with, which Walker Stewart did a great job putting that over on commentary. Meiko is able to roll through for a roll-up, which was a great near falsie. I thought that was excellent there. We see that Hashimoto just battering Meiko, and then Meiko uses the Michinoku driver almost as a defensive move to slow down Hashimoto. I thought that was excellent. And then she uses the concussion bomb. And again, credit to Walker Stewart saying, shout out to him. Like, obviously, us long-term Stardom fans, when we see him, we see Meiko do that, we know that's a shout out to her tag partner, the Jumbo Princess. I thought that was great. And again, I figured Hashimoto was going to win. So Meiko goes for the arm capture, the arm captured Michinoku driver. Hashimoto starts to float over. So in my head, I'm thinking she's going to hit that insane Albright German, and then she's going to hit the big last ride powerbomb. But this was a 4.5-star match, Rob. But you know me, I give extra credit. So obviously the psychology of the match is Meiko, when she's getting overpowered, she goes to Hashimoto's arm because of the judo background. She floats over. She gets that waist lock. Meiko knows she's going for a ride. What has she been working on the whole match that she's had success with? Going to the arm. Going to the arm. I'm going to try to find something here. We use this pen. So what she does is in catch wrestling. So what she does, because she's been going on the arm, she breaks the grip. It may not be the best use here, but she breaks the grip, and then she uses her arm as a fulcrum lever. So she uses this arm to push down onto the cutting bone, where you can legit submit somebody standing up. We know it's the cool thing to submit somebody from an arm bar, a Fujiwara or cross arm breaker style, but you can legit submit somebody like that. And again, here's a little catch wrestling 101 tip from your Uncle MT. So if anybody ever gets you in a waist lock, put your thumb in there, break it, get that wrist, push down, and then push up with your cutting bone. And then you see here, submission button. This is better here. Submission button off, submission button on. All you do is and then pull that down, you can probably break their arm or they'll tap out. So Maika does that, and she's pulling on Hashimoto. I'm like, this is great. And there's literally nothing happened, but there's everything happened. This is great. Hashimoto, being the veteran, the champion, and the outsider, what does she do? She goes through the pain. She gets out of it. She already has Maika in the spot. She pulls Maika in. Maika goes for a ride. To quote Short Round from Indiana Jones, hang on, lady, we're going for a ride. And that lady, she went for a ride, drops Maika on the top of her head, opens the door for the power bomb. Again, 4.5 stars, but I gave it just a quarter star extra because of that spot with the arm. I thought that was genius, and it meant so much more to the match just by doing that. Rob Goodwin, another 4 3/4 stars match. This was great. Stardom, run this back, please.
Absolutely. As soon as humanly possible. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Turner is one of the most terrifying individuals in the world when he gets into catch wrestling. Moving on then, speaking of terrifying, Wingori versus Fukuoka double crazy. Goodness gracious me. So this was effectively Hazuki versus Hanan and friends. Obviously, the main story is Hazuki and Hanan, and the level of brutality that they bring. Obviously, we've talked about Hazuki and how she's a really nice person, and yet she still manages to reach that level of aggression that's quite frankly terrifying. Hanan, we've never seen that from before, ever. And yet here, we're seeing legitimate shoot headbutts again and again. And you see Hanan drilling these elbows into the back of Hazuki's head. And then Hazuki gets up and starts slamming them into the back of Hanan's head. And it, rather than it feeling like it's sort of built up, it feels very, very real. It feels a very, very shoot aspect of this match. Hazuki drilling them into the back of Hanan's head. And whilst all this is happening, Sayarida and Koguma are beating the hell out of each other. So Sayarida hits a muscle buster on the apron because of course she does. Why the hell not? But to get over just how deep Hanan has had to drill to sort of out aggression Hazuki, shoot headbutt into this backdrop suplex for the victory. And I'm watching this match and I'm watching it unfold and my mouth is open. And I was only aware my mouth was open when Sayarida hit the muscle buster. And I must have been watching the entire match like this, because it just kept ramping up and up and up. And the danger kept going and going and going. And then you were getting these spots towards the closing stretch. And you're like, oh my God, what the hell are these women going to do to each other? Needless to say, it's worth pointing out, these women are in the same faction. These women are supposed to be friends. It was all out brawling. It was all out violence. And again, Sayarida and Koguma are fantastic. And the stuff they did together was fantastic. Oh, there was no bearing. Oh, there was no bear dance during this. This was not the time for bears. But for me, this was all about Hanan and Hazuki. And Hanan standing up to the bully that is Hazuki. You know, this all sort of stems from the fact that Hanan believes that Hazuki is too rough with the rookies, too rough with people in matches. That's not the Stars way. And Hanan is able to go to the well, is able to match Hazuki, and is then able to beat it. And it was all done so damn well. Like, this was uncomfortable to watch at times. And that made it so much better. We didn't want a pretty match between these two. We knew it was going to be one of the more fiery feuds of the entire show. I didn't want a beautifully crafted sequence. I wanted aggression. I wanted it to be angry. I wanted it to be emotional. And that's exactly what it was. And then to have Hanan and Sayarida in the ring, Sayarida and Koguma shaking hands, Hanan attempting to shake Hazuki's hand and Hazuki just blanking her. walking off, collecting Koguma, walking to the back. And you've got Sayurida in floods of tears, like legitimate tears, nothing to do with adrenaline or anything like that. These are legitimate sad tears. You've got Hanan attempting to hold it together in the ring. It felt like we'd witnessed the falling apart of stars, like live in front of our eyes. Ultimately, this was tremendous. A different match than I would have expected between these two, but so damn good. So damn good. And Andy says it must have been the power of Hendrix's flowers. Absolutely. Yet I cannot think of anything else that would force Hanan to shoot headbutt Hazuki multiple times.
Yeah, it had to do something with that because we never seen Hanan that aggressive before. Then she gets flowers from Hendrix, and all of a sudden she's this stone cold killer. So
Absolutely.
you know what I mean? It's let's connect the dots, buddy. That's what we do here on the Stardom Cast. It has to be that, right? I mean, it absolutely has to be it. You're right about the violence, but it wasn't violence for the sake of violence. It made sense in the story, and it made sense into building the match. And especially Hanan called out Hazuki. Hazuki was so arrogant and so cocky that she's just like, okay. And she took these forms from Hanan and fire one back. You're like, okay, you know, eventually it's going to come around. It's going to be a big part in the story. Literally the point where Hanan took Hazuki in the corner and hitting forearms, and Saida came in and we started chopping Hazuki. And then we got a little bit of Saida and Hazuki, and then we got some FWC teamwork. We got some great Wingori teamwork. Again, arguably the two best tag teams in all of wrestling. Obviously, you can throw Sarapoi in that mix as well. But you're absolutely right. We could have had like that really great Sarapoi versus Wingori semifinal match that we had in the Goddess of Stardom tournament. But this wasn't about it because of the story, the personal issues that were involved. FWC gets the advantage with some great teamwork. We do see Hazuki and Hanan. Then they start firing down. And then again, we see some fiery forms from Hanan that leads to some fiery boots and boots grace from Hazuki. And she was not holding anything back. And again, credit to Walker Stewart saying the old way that Hazuki got brought up in the dojo was that way of you basically get beat within an inch of your life to see if you can survive in the business, because the business was always to protect. Obviously, we live in a different world. I think he even mentioned that the documentary on the Gayer Girls thing, which is just, I can never make it through and I probably will never watch. So it's like, again, I see both schools of thought in that. Again, I was trained very old school that this business needs to be protected and you need to respect it. But at the same time, you don't go that brutal with it. So, and I made mention this a couple of weeks ago when we were podcasting. I see both their similarities. And again, there's no right way or no wrong way. It's just different ways people are brought up in the business. So you had that underlying feud. You know, you're absolutely right. Saida and Kagama, I thought they were great. We saw some great stuff with Hanan and Kagama, but ultimately this was all about Hazuki and Hanan. We see FWC, who have won these belts 3 times before. No other tag team in Stardom history has done that. I do want to make mention that FWC did bring back their championship gear. I wasn't sure because it's a big show. Usually it's big show. It's prom night. Everybody has new gear. They didn't. They went back to the old stuff, which I thought was cool. You know, that's obviously, you know, what works for them. FWC is rolling here towards the end. We see Hazuki hit the corner code breaker. She hits a huge top rope senton and the brain buster, which should have been the finish. And again, great work on the cameraman getting Saida breaking up the fall at the last possible second. Because again, I was pretty sure Wingori was going to win this one, but I was like, oh, maybe FWC is going to win. And at the last second, Saida does the breakup. They get rid of Ida. Hanan gets kicked. She goes to the outside. We go for the FWC double dive, which I love, with Hazuki doing the suicide dive and Kagama coming off the second rope. But we see Hanan comes in, hits the Euro to Hazuki, sends Hazuki back in the ring. And then Saida, you mentioned before, partner, properly picks up Kogama, hits the muscle buster on the apron. And I'm like, they need to be done for the rest of this match because there's not anything more violent they're going to do than that. And it basically becomes a singles match between Hanan and Hazuki, which with this basically the premise of this feud. And they're going back and forth, beating on each other. And you made mention the shoot headbutt into the backdrop suplex. There was 3 or 4 insane Dr. Death style backdrop suplexes onto Hazuki, and Hazuki kept coming back, kicking out at one, being defiant, and slapping her. And then it got to a point, and we getting in again, going back. They tied it in perfectly with the beginning of the match with Hanan hitting forearms to Hazuki, and Hazuki's like, nope, I'm not going to hit you back just yet. She starts hitting forearms and then slaps, and I was like, wow. And then Hanan has to go to a level we've never seen her before. We made mention of May Sarah getting a more violent to get to that top tier. We saw it with Hanan. We know Hanan's been she obviously last year at the show, she challenged Soriano for that belt in a phenomenal match. We now know that when the time is right, they can pull the trigger on that white and or red belt run, because we know she can get main event aggressive, and Hazuki's the one that brought it out. Eventually, shoot headbutt leads to the wrist clutch backdrop suplex. Rob Goodwin, we've been saying it every week on this podcast for the last 2 years. We may as well now. It's another week in Stardom. It's another must-see match of the year candidate in tag team wrestling. I've said it the last 3 matches. I'm going to say it again. 4 3/4 stars. And then the show keeps getting better, buddy. Somehow the show keeps getting better. This was great. This is probably my second favorite tag match I've seen all year in all of wrestling. Probably the Path of Thunder with Wingori versus Crazy Star. Probably the only tag match that I've seen in wrestling that I like better than this. But this was right there. Again, this cements Wingori as probably the best tag team in all of wrestling. And I liked them to see it because we've seen the belts been hot potatoed pretty much ever since we've both been watching Stardom. We have not had that really, really long run since Thunder Rock. I would love to see them have these belts for a year plus, because there's no tag team that can touch them. And you can main event some of the smaller pay-per-views and the Corakuen Hall shows with Hanan and Saida. I think they're that good.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially like Corakuen Hall and things like that, you can easily main event that show with Hanan and Saida defending against a whole raft of talent. I mean, you know, Wingori versus O2 line would be perfect. Wingori versus Devil Princess again, run that back. That'd be great. There was a level of personal animosity in this match, and it felt like it had to be hashed out between Hanan and Hazuki. And that's what it was. It felt like that was where the main crux of this fire in the feud was. And ultimately, you have Hanan pinning Hazuki, which is huge for her. And it does put a question mark as to, okay, what's next for FWC? We know that obviously post-match FWC alluded to wanting to be, I believe the exact phrasing was, worldwide FWC. So whether that means they are going to do more stuff outside of Stardom, or whether that means they're on their way out of Stardom, I'm more likely to be inclined to think it's the first one, that they are just going to do more shows with other companies. I think they are still going to stay with Stardom. What happens with Stars now, I've got no idea. Whether Hazuki and Hanan can reconcile, or whether that's it for them. I don't really know how you come back from legitimately trying to smash someone's head in with elbows. Maybe that's what they needed. Maybe they'll go for a beer afterwards and they'll be fine. But this was an intensely personal match. Tremendous back and forth between two of the best tag teams in the world. 4 3/4 stars. I couldn't agree more with you, man. What a fantastic match. And then we had this. Jesus Christ. Syuri versus Mayu Iwatani. Honestly, this show was exhausting because it would just kept going. This was 5 stars. Like, what else do you want me to say? It's Syuri and Mayu Iwatani. Their match on the 4th of January was fantastic. Was a match of the year candidate 4 days into the new year. They managed to surpass that match here. And not only did we see Mayu Iwatani at her absolute goddamn best, but we saw Syuri, who has had 1 championship match in the last 2 years, 1 singles championship after dropping the World of Stardom championship. And we saw why she is one of the best wrestlers in the world. These two have never had a bad match. Never. We have seen so many tremendous matches between these two with different finishes. With, you know, I believe they were at 2-2 in their singles record before this match. So they were inseparable. And yet here, just Syuri reached this, especially in that closing stretch, reached just this level that was terrifying. And then Mayu Iwatani, you've got Zombie Mayu, but we didn't quite get Zombie Mayu here. We got a resilience. We got a Mayu on the back foot who was relying on pockets as opposed to, you know, trying desperately to Zombie Mayu her way through it. I was blown away by this match, to the point where I genuinely thought, bearing in mind that the next match was Starlight Kid and Azumi, I genuinely worried for the match following this, because I was like, how do you follow this? This was wrestling perfection between two of the best wrestlers in the world. They messed up the Fubuki Rana in this match.
Didn't matter.
No, because ultimately Mayu was exhausted. Mayu had received such a bloody punishment from Syuri that it didn't matter. It just played into the story. And that is the mark of a phenomenal match. This was fantastic. Honestly, I could go blow for blow in this match, and I could go through why it is such a good match, but I simply don't feel like that would be doing it justice.
Obviously,
no,
sorry,
please,
no, please, buddy. No, you're on a roll. I apologize. Go ahead. No, please finish.
It's exactly why I love Mayu Iwatani. One of the greatest sellers in the history of the rest of Stardom, certainly of wrestling, against one of the most aggressive monsters in wrestling in Syuri. And the back and forth made for one of the most compelling matches I've ever seen. It was tremendous. This is why I love Joshi wrestling. This is why I love these two in particular, because they're both so damn matched in terms of quality, in terms of selling, in terms of aggression. And unfortunately, Mayu just couldn't withstand the Syuri offense. And we've seen it before, that match at World Climax where Syuri was just on another level and even Mayu couldn't withstand that. And that's how it felt here. With Sari in the crowd waiting for the winner, this felt like Syuri's moment. And we're going to talk about the post-match in a moment, but in terms of the match, even if we didn't think that Mayu was leaving for Marigold, this felt like the perfect end to her reign. 735 days as IWGP Women's Champion. The longest reign is with a Stardom recognized belt in company history. It's the longest IWGP reign in God knows how long. 9 successful title defenses and match of the year candidates. The number, 6 or 7 of those 9 title defenses. This is an ungodly reign. It really is. And to be brought to an end by this match, perfect. I wouldn't have minded if this went to the full 60 minutes, if I'm perfectly honest. It was just that good. I can't put into words. I can't come up with the amount of superlatives to just put over how much I loved this match. This was fantastic. And if this is going to be Mayu's final match in Stardom, what a way to sign off. By literally putting your body on the line against one of the biggest killers in the company. Fantastic, tremendous match.
We talked about the messed up Fubuki Ran. A lot of our members in the chat are like, it actually added to the match. When you go for a big move in wrestling, especially that late in a match, and you miss it, the one thing you don't want to do is go for it again, because if you miss it again, you're like, oh, think of Kamitani and Mina. As great as that match was, she went for it twice. It's just like, oh, it took away from the match. Again, I'm not anybody to tell Mayu and Syuri what to do. Maybe they go for it again, and it's absolutely great. But what did Mayu do? Syuri's smart enough to stay down. Mayu hits a picture-perfect moonsault and picks her up and hits her with the 2-step dragon. I don't know, and I know me and you have seen every Mayu match. And people in the chat, if I'm wrong, let me know. I don't know if anybody, and I don't think anybody's ever kicked out of the 2-step dragon. Unless, and I don't mean like a breakup from either ref getting pulled or somebody. I'm talking about like a straight up wrestling match where the ref is right there in position. I don't think anybody has ever kicked out of the 2-step dragon. I'm trying to think of maybe one of the EO matches, but if that's been it, I mean,
she never hit it in the EO matches. The only time she hit it was in the last match where she pinned her.
When she won it. Okay. Yeah. So I don't think anybody's.
I don't know why. I think Syuri might have kicked out of it once.
I don't know.
But because if anyone has kicked out of it, it doesn't happen often, like at all. So I must admit, when I was watching this, I said out loud, "Oh my God, is Mayu winning?"
Couple times.
Yeah, especially with that 2-step dragon, because even if someone has kicked out of it, it doesn't happen very often at all. So when she did kick out of it, I was like, oh my God, that's a big, big moment.
I liked how, again, I'm going to echo your sentence. I'm not going to go blow for blow. I like how the match starts, lock up, they start trading wrist locks, and then Syuri's like, I had enough of this. Low kick to Mayu. Mayu returns it back. low drop kick dive early on. Shuri gets back in the ring. She uses the strikes, the knee, the half-out suplex. I like how she's chaining the submission moves back to back to back. And again, kind of figured Shuri's going to win. Regardless, and again, we think that the big announcement tomorrow is Mayu going for Marigold. She's probably going to beat the Nanae Takahashi X match coming up in Korakuen in May. And if Mayu doesn't win that, it's just like, oh boy. Anyway, another story. I can't take it anymore.
My God, let it go, dude.
Anyhow, let's go into this match. So, but at the same, you're absolutely right. This would be the time for her to drop the belt into Shuri, because how do you go after this run? It's going to be hard. But if anybody can do it, it can be Shuri. And again, we always say when they give Shuri to something to really, really sink her teeth into, and as far as a singles run, there's the only person maybe ever better in this company is Mayu. And so I was thinking when she's chaining these submissions together, when she has that armbar into the crooked head scissors, I'm like, oh my God, Mayu's going to pass out. Mayu gets close to the ropes. Shuri drags her back. I'm like, what a great way for Mayu to end this run. The fact that she didn't get pinned, that she didn't tap out, Shuri had to force her to pass out. And very much like that Starlight Kid match at the finals of the 2022 5-Star Grand Prix, the cameraman's right there, and Mayu's milking it and milking it and milking it and milking it, and then gets to the ropes twice. She had to do it twice. I'm like, that is absolutely brilliant. You're absolutely right. Then Mayu hits her flurry, two-step dragon. Shuri kicks out. What more can Mayu do? Shuri kicked out of a top rope moonsault. She goes for the two-step dragon again. Shuri's able to come back, hits the 360 Ruin, another Ruin. That doesn't do it. Vermilion World, that doesn't do it, which makes sense. Again, I explained to you when we were at WrestleMania, when you're in these big matches and you're kicking out of your big nuclear finishes, if Shuri's kicking out of the two-step dragon, Mayu needs to kick out of the Vermilion World, which is exactly what she did. I'm like, what is going to finish Mayu off? And then we basically get like a wrist clutch version of the Vermilion World, which Waka did say, I believe that's a new move. This was great. You're absolutely right on everything except for one thing, partner. This is not a 5-star match. Ladies and gentlemen, joining Io versus Mayu 2, Io versus Mayu 3, Hazuki versus Saya Kamitani, Thunder Rock versus Meiko Satomura Kairi, and Shuri versus Julia from Dream Queendom 2. This is the next match on my Stardom list that breaks the Matt Turner's 5-star rating. This was my match of the year, 5.25 stars. This was better than Saya versus Tam at Corakuen Hall. This is better than Saya versus Suzuki at Corakuen Hall. This is better than Io versus Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley, which we saw live in a great how much great wrestling can we see? And then when I came home, I went and watched Takeshita versus Will Ospreay, and that was a 5-star match. Those are my favorite matches of the year. Obviously, the matches that we talked about before, they're in the running as well. But up until this moment, this was my favorite match of the year, and only one of a handful of matches in my Stardom watching history to break Matt Turner, whatever it's worth, Matt Turner's famed Stardom scale rating. Somehow, as great as their match at World Climax was, the match at Stardom Gate in 2024 was better. Somehow, this match was better. Unbelievable storytelling from two of the best wrestlers in the world. And if you weren't excited about that, the emotion, the great promo from Mayu, Shuri, and legit tears, and then Sari comes into the picture. So it's just like, oh my goodness, how much more can you put on me? I was exhausted. Obviously, Rob talked about the post-match promo, and then we have 2 more matches.
Absolutely. Honestly, I mean, I can't pick fault with anything you've said. It's an incredible match. It's why it's stuff like this, which is why I'm so hopelessly addicted to Stardom and so hopelessly addicted to Joshi Pro Wrestling, because nobody does it like this. You look at this, you look at the pure cinema that was the end of the Tam and Saya match. I'm sorry, no company is doing it like that at the moment. Obviously, Sari comes out, challenges Syuri. It looks like that's going to be V1 for Syuri, which, good God, if their match at Sariism is anything to go by, then that's going to be absolutely phenomenal. Just want to big shout out to Mira Wrestling and Shigeo on Twitter, who have translated the vast majority of Mayu's post-match promo, which goes like this. I love the Stardom reign, but now that the belt is gone, I entrust the future of the belt to Syuri-san. That belt's a really, really heavy belt. It's the belt you took from Mayu Iwatani, so please continue to defend it. Stardom's icon, Mayu Iwatani, will search for a new path. Now, the new path line has raised a few eyebrows, obviously. We assumed that once Mayu lost the belt, that would be her cue to leave. The way that she left felt very final as well. The bowing to all four sides, the sort of soaking in the adulation before Sari comes in. Sari getting booed, by the way, which really made me laugh. I don't know. There was a finality to Mayu's final promo. And we've had a couple of questions. So Darren Chatton has put, Rob and Matt, what percentage do you give Mayu leaving? And then Mida has put, don't you think that if Mayu really leaves Stardom, she could go freelance to enjoy Stardom and Marigold as much as she wants, and any other companies like Sari? Going to Darren's question first, I'd go 90%.
Yeah, I was going to say 90-10. I'm going to agree with you, buddy. Yeah.
I think because there is a press conference scheduled, I believe it's 2 p.m. Japan time that the press conference airs. There's nothing left for Mayu to do. Like, if she stays in Stardom, what does she do? She's done everything. She's completed it, in the words of Jay from the In-Betweeners. Completed it, mate. Like, there's nothing for her to do. We know that she has a very, very close, almost fatherly relationship with Rossi Ogawa. And I know that she said during those early days of Marigold that she feels like she's repaid that debt to Rossi. I don't think she really thinks that. I really don't. I think she will go where Rossi is. And I think had the movie not been out and had there not been an extended contract for her to do with all the promotion of the movie, I think Mayu would have gone with the first wave of wrestlers that went to Marigold. That's my personal opinion, and based on absolutely nothing. That's my own personal opinion. In terms of freelance and Matt, obviously I'll shoot these two questions over to you in a second. In terms of whether Mayu will work freelance, no, I don't think she will. I think she's a one company person. Again, that's based on absolutely nothing. But you look at the amount of times that she could have left Stardom, and she hasn't. I think she's loyal to Rossi. And I think if she leaves Stardom, the place she's been for 14 years, she's leaving it for one place and one place only, and that's Rossi and Marigold. You know, she's not just leaving Stardom, she's leaving friends, she's leaving people that she's mentored, she's leaving people that she's looked up to. That look up to her. It's not a decision that she will have taken lightly. You know, this is where she's wrestled her entire career. This is where she started. She's wrestled literally every single year that Stardom have been in existence. Not one person in history has been with the company for the entire run of the company apart from Mayu. The next person is Saki Kashima, and Saki Kashima took a huge break in the middle. So this is not something that Mayu takes lightly, I would imagine. And I think if she does leave, she goes to Marigold. I think it's about a 90-10 split, like you said, Matt. And I don't think there'll be any animosity at all, because Mayu has been nothing but a consummate professional. She's been, you know, the matches that she's put on for this IWGP Women's Championship have been legendary. The match with Sari was fantastic. The matches with Shuri have been fantastic. The match with Azumi at the Tokyo Dome, the match with Momo Watanabe, even the match with Fujimoto before Fujimoto got injured, that was shaping up to be fantastic. Like, there have been no poor Mayu matches in this range. She has given absolutely everything to this belt, everything to this run, and quite honestly, everything to Stardom. She owes them nothing. And yeah, I think it's going to be interesting what the next steps are. And Matt, I am in 100% agreement with you. I think she is there's no other way. There's no other reason that Marigold would have announced that Nanae Takahashi versus X at Corakuen Hall and put, this is something you absolutely need to tune into. There's no way they're doing that if it's just going to be someone random. Like, it's going to be Mayu. The outline even sort of looks like Mayu. It won't be, but it sort of looks like her. Matt, what about you? What do you think?
Do you think it's going to be Fuki and Iwatani? Do you think that's what the press conference is? Yeah.
Can you imagine if it's Shin Hirota Iwatani?
Yeah, there you go. No, but it really seems like that's kind of the way it's going. As far as
Mhm.
going to be a freelancer, I think that might be best so she can test both waters, but she's a very loyal one promotion person.
Yeah.
So that's not kind of in Mayu's wheelhouse. The one thing I'm going to say something, and I know the Marigold fans are going to get mad at me, but I am a Marigold fan. Obviously, I do the podcast and I love that company. The Marigold fans are going to get mad at me, but I honestly don't care because the numbers don't lie and you can like whatever promotion you want. They just drew 7,500 people. They sold out Sumo Hall. They've been selling out Corakuen Hall time and time again. This is the hottest and the best the promotion's ever at. If you're going to leave this company, you should be leaving it to go to either WWE, NXT, or AEW. They're the only companies that are obviously New Japan, but New Japan it's Stardom under Bushi Road. They're the only companies that are bigger at this time. So if FWC leaves and they do freelance stuff, but come back to Stardom, okay, that I can understand. But it's got to be in the back of her head. Obviously, it's the Rossi thing. I get that. How long until that wears off? And it's like, oh, we're 700 people at Cork, and we're 1,200 people at this place that Stardom's drawing 4,000. How long until Mayu's like, business wise, you know what I mean? Where's the more exposure? Where's the more exposure? And it's not like she has been working for a company making millions and millions, making $3-4 million a year. She's going to a smaller company. She just wrestled in front of 7,500 people. I'm just saying. And I know the Marigold fans are going to come after me, and that's fine. I get that. But the numbers are numbers, and tell me when I'm telling lies. Go ahead, Rob. You're getting ready to say something. You're waving the pen. What do you got for me?
I disagree. Now, I don't disagree with the numbers, absolutely, but Mayu's not going for the money. Mayu's not going for the exposure. She doesn't need it. Mayu Iwatani, she's built her brand. She's built her name in Stardom. She knows what she's going to with Marigold. Marigold are a smaller company. Marigold are a company that have been going for less than a year. Okay? She knows that. She is doing that for Rossi to help build that brand. That is what she's doing. In my opinion, again, Mayu is what, 30? I think she's 33. She's mentioned retiring since she was about 12. So I imagine that she's not got longevity in the back of her mind. Like, I imagine that at this point, she's done everything there is to do in Stardom. And Stardom, as much as they're going to miss Mayu on, a backstage element, on the fact that she is a 5-star match machine, she is so good. You have got people to take up the mantle, as we've mentioned, Sayaka Kamitani, Meiko, Starlight Kid, Azumi, all these different people. For Mayu, this is about helping to build a brand for someone that she is deeply indebted to and has that familiar relationship with. I don't think money has anything to do with it, because after all, we know she signed a big contract extension, because that was the reason she had the IWGP Women's Championship. It was reported that initially it was supposed to be her that won it, not Kairi. And she said, well, I'm not doing it for this amount of money. So they put the belt on Kairi. And then suddenly things changed and Mayu got the belt. So obviously she got a better contract.
Good on her. Yeah,
absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, you do you. But yes, I do understand to a certain extent. You are leaving this juggernaut of a company in Joshi wrestling anyway. This juggernaut of a company that are selling out venue after venue after venue, that are doing huge blockbuster numbers. But ultimately, if you've done everything in that company, where's the challenge?
It's a challenge. Yeah, Andy has a good counterpoint, and me and you've talked about this off air before. Mayu going will help Marigold 100%. And me and you had this conversation about 2 months ago when it was kind of being hinted from Victoria, Tom Holland, Yuzuki that that Mayu would be coming. And we kind of like, is this going to hurt Stardom? And I said, Rob, are you and majority of the fan base going to stop watching Stardom because Mayu and Mina aren't there? Kamitani's there, Micah's there, Azumi's there, Starlight Kid's there. You're still going to watch Stardom. Is it going to hurt Stardom in the first 4 to 8 weeks that Mayu, Mina, and Tam aren't there? Maybe a little bit. But we're going to get into the main event, especially with probably the best champion in all of wrestling is in this company. And people are going to flock to see her, especially after this match. So it's like Stardom may hurt only. Again, this is going to have a Marigold. And we talked about this off air, and I'll bring it up right now. Marigold needs Mayu more than Stardom needs Mayu. there's no doubt about that. They are lacking desperately in that main event position. And if they get
Oh, yeah.
Mayu, a Jungle Kiona with Utami, I think that's going to be great. And another thing is, and again, we talked about her a little bit ago, sorry. And Walker Stewart is like, this is a freelancer. Was really like, this is a freelancer. You don't have that Mina contract. You might not have that TAM contract. You probably don't have this Mayu contract. You're making more money. So not only do you have more income, your overhead is lower. First thing I would do is give all these girls raises. Every single one deserves a raise. And I would tell Sari, like, look, you want to do your Sariism shows? You still want to do Sendai girls? We'll give you the same deal Ano did. Back up the Brinks truck. Get Sari in. You made mention before we were texting. Sorry for the 5-star. We saw her in the Dream Star. Get her in the 5-star. You have all these kind of holes that you need to fill at the top, which again, Maika, Sai Kamitani, Izumi, Starlight Kid, Natsupoi, Soriano, Momo Watanabe, and so on. So I can keep going on with this loaded roster. Bringing Sari in, it's going to help out quite a bit. Again, it's interesting. It's going to be, I do want Marigold to do very well. Don't get me wrong. I do want, but anytime I make mention that Stardom is a bigger and better company, the Marigold fans come at me in full force. I'm like, again, you can like what you like, but if you're comparing numbers, like, Stardom's crushing it, It's like the numbers don't lie. I'm just saying because I know the Marigold fan base, they come after me pretty hard when I say things like this. Let me know when Marigold's drawing 4,000 people to Sumo Hall without EO.
They're two different companies, in my opinion. Like, there's no way that we can draw comparisons between Stardom and Marigold when Marigold have been a company less than a year. There's no way. You are looking at, in terms of numbers, Marigold are akin to a TJPW. You look at the Corakuen numbers, they roughly match up. In terms of, obviously, you can't mention Sendai Girls because Sendai Girls have a really annoying habit of not releasing their attendance numbers. But Marigold are up there as either the second or third highest drawing Joshi promotion. And again, like, I don't feel like you can compare Stardom. Stardom at the moment is its own beast. It's like comparing other Japanese promotions to New Japan. It doesn't happen. You can't in terms of numbers. Stardom are the number one. Stardom are the juggernaut. However, as I mentioned before, Mayu has a lot in terms of there's a lot of things that she has. Relationships with Rossi, relationships with Io and Kairi. Does this necessarily? You think about what a Io and Mayu match could potentially do. If they do that at Summer Destiny or another pay-per-view down the road, that's going to do gangbuster numbers for Marigold. You look at another big thing we need to take into consideration is, yes, okay, you had Utami leave, you had Mirai leave, you had Victoria Yuzuki leave, Mai Sakurai, Nanae Takahashi, all these people leave. Mayu leaving, is that going to set something in motion that other people from Stardom will then leave to go to Marigold? And again, you could have the best job in the world. You could have the most well-paid job in the world is what I meant to say. If you're not happy, as proved by the people in Stardom initially, like, that's why Utami left. That's why Mirai left. That's why Victoria Yuzuki left. That's why Marigold exists in the first place.
That's because of Kandani, not because of Okada. Now that Okada has done a great job stopping the bleeding.
Done a great job.
Stopping the bleeding and growing the company in a year and getting his ass kicked. So you gotta give him.
Absolutely. Okada came in, and we talked about this in Vegas. We said that Okada couldn't win when he came in, really. The company's hemorrhaging talent. Rossi Ogawa, who is the legend of Stardom, is being not even gently, being forced out of the company. You're coming off 2023, which was such a weird-ass year for Stardom, coming off the back of a 5-star Grand Prix where everyone and their dog got injured. And ultimately, not only has he turned it round, but he's made Stardom the hottest commodity in Japan. In terms of buzz, they're so much hotter than New Japan at the moment.
Yeah.
But, like, I completely get what you're saying. They are completely different companies. And I think if Mayu wasn't Mayu, in terms of money and things, there is a huge disparity between what Marigold will be able to offer and what Stardom will be able to offer. However, with it being Mayu, money I don't think is going to be an issue. And again, you could have the best paid job in the world, but if you're not happy, there's an argument to say well, how much is that happiness worth? And again, she will have made a lot of money from her time in Stardom, especially over the last 2-3 years, where she has been at the very pinnacle of this company. And again, I'm really intrigued now to see if, again, this press conference might come out tomorrow and it might be the bloody competitors for the 5-star Grand Prix or something really innocuous.
They have a
after all
deal,
this.
wasn't it? Wasn't there was some wrestling company that said they had a presser and they thought it was
It was
WWE was
Senagos.
going to purchase
It was
WWE was going to purchase
Senagos.
them, and it's like no, they have a deal with the rice company or something like that. That's what it could be. Who knows? Who knows? And
Can
again,
you
folks,
imagine?
and again, I obviously love Marigold. I want to see Marigold
Yeah, I don't
succeed.
think anyone is thinking that you're not.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying from my aspect. Again, and again, you're right. Mayu has done everything, but it's a different company now. It's constantly growing. It's constantly growing. Do I want to see Mayu versus Miko Ano? Absolutely. Do I want to see that rematch with Mayu versus Utami? Jungle Kiona versus Mayu. Remember how great that red belt match was? So I think it would be a big feather in the cap of Mayu if she does go to Marigold and she helped grows it. And then when her career is done, we talk about the greatest Joshis of all time, Io. We talk about Toyota. We talk about Bull Nakano. We can say Mayu helped grew two companies basically from the ashes up. That would be huge, and we can make an easy argument. I mean, right now, if she was to retire tomorrow, we can say it's an easy argument that she's the greatest Joshi of all time. But if she goes to Marigold and puts on banger after banger after banger with this talent that she's never been in the ring with, or talent she hasn't been in the ring with in 2 years, and then helps grow the company, what does that say for her? What does that say for her? So, yeah, I mean, regardless of where she goes, we're going to be following her because we are massive Mayu Utami fans.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like Marigold are coming off the back of an absolutely stonking Corakuen Hall show. That Corakuen Hall show on Thursday was tremendous. And you've talked about Mayu versus Meiko. What about Mayu Utami versus Misa Matsui? That would be fantastic.
So
Just
many great
loads of
matches,
fresh matchups.
Yeah.
And again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens from there. What we can say with all certainty is that Mayu, there'll never be another Mayu in Stardom. Her legacy in Stardom is cemented. She has been there through all of the company's ups and all of the company's downs. She has been the consistent part of that company. And whatever she chooses to do, I can't see the company having any issue with it. If she said to them in May last year, look, I'll give you this year, but I'm going to Marigold afterwards. And they said, that's fine, but are you going to give 100%? I think that question has been answered emphatically with hell yes. Yeah, I'm interested. And as you said, this is the perfect time for Mark to go because it's not like she leaves Stardom worse than when she found it, is it? We've talked about the talent that is going to step up, and there is an absolute litany of talent that is going to go up there. The storylines that, again, we're assuming that this is going to be what the conference is about tomorrow. Andy's pointed out it could just be about Tam. It could be just about Tam, although I don't feel like they would announce a press conference like this for Tam the day after. I could be wrong, but I can't see it being that. I think it is. I think it probably is going to be Mayu. Maybe Rossi can negotiate a share of the salary of WWE in exchange for some Mayu dates in the US. I don't think Mayu wants to do the US meter, to be honest. If it's
Rob's the cat. Do we lose you again, buddy? I think we lost him again. I think we lost him. I'm just gonna read some stuff until Rob comes back. Oh, you there, buddy? You're a cat again.
There we go. Yeah, it's my internet. Sorry, just ignore it. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get into this when we talk about it next week. Let's move on because we have still got 2 matches to talk about. And again, Jesus Christ, Starlight Kid and Azumi. We knew this was going to be great. We knew this was going to be a high-speed affair with lots of callbacks to their previous matches. We saw the Eternal Foe. We saw a lot of the finishes from, for example, the Cinderella Journey in Nagaoka and all of that stuff like that. We saw Azumi targeting the arm. We saw Starlight Kid targeting the knee. And we saw why these two are generational rivals, two people that are really, really good wrestlers and work really.
Oh, we lost him again, folks. We lost him again.
You didn't.
Oh,
I'm
wait.
here.
There he is. He's a cat again. He's a cat again. Oh, now he's an avatar. Look at you, buddy.
But yeah, like I was saying, these two have really good chemistry. They were in a rotten place trying to follow Mayu and Syuri. But ultimately, I think they did a very, very, very good job. Even if Starlight Kid made it 2 for 2 in being bloodied up in white belt defenses.
This is the match, Rob. I'm going to have to go back and watch, and maybe I'll watch it later tonight just because, one, I was exhausted. Not only do they have to follow Mayu versus Shuri, but like all the 3 matches before. I did make mention when I did my preview episode that these final 3 matches, Shuri versus Mayu, they've had 5-star matches. Azumi and Starlight Kid, my opinion, the 2 greatest high-speed championship matches of all time. The one in Cinderella Journey in 2022, and then a year later at the Triangle Derby Finals. And then the main event, I mean, the matches that Sai and Tam have had over the last few years, the last 2 white belt matches, and then the last handful of matches over the last 4 or 5 months. It's like next level stuff, and they somehow need to get to that level or get even better. Well, we were 1 for 1 on Shuri versus Mayu. I think most of us will agree, and I know me and you agree, that's the best match they've ever had. Again, Rob, I need to watch this one back because I was exhausted. This is the best match these 2 have ever had because they took their high-speed style. They started slowing things down. They added more storytelling. They added more. It's a bigger match. It's a bigger match because it's for the second richest prize in all of Stardom and for the leadership of Neo Genesis. So it's a bigger match. So the match starts out with the high-speed wrestling. And Azumi almost catches Starlight Kid in the Azumi Sushi, and some of the crowd bid on it. And I was like, clearly that's not going to be the finish. Then Azumi does that corner-to-corner jump that she only breaks out for the big matches. I really like that. Starlight Kid breaks down Azumi's knee. Azumi starts breaking down Starlight Kid's arm. There's that one spot where they're fighting on the apron, and Starlight Kid does the knee breaker off the apron to the floor. I was like, oh, boy. They get in the ring. They get strike exchanges. Again, very much like the May Sarah who loses her balance for a split second because she has loss of blood. There's one point where Azumi's trying to throw a strike but can't get weight behind the knee. I really like that. Starlight Kid goes back to the knee. There's really good stuff there. Starlight Kid hits the she hits the Trio Woe double stomp, and then she goes to the top rope for another double stomp, but misses. Starlight Kid goes back to the knee, goes to the Black Tiger leg crusher. I thought that was great. Eventually, we do see Azumi, our Starlight Kid, hits the shotgun knees onto Azumi, hits the Black Tiger pile driver, but then misses the moonsault into the double Azumi sushi. And I really bid on that near fall. I thought that was great. We do see Starlight Kid. She finally hits the Tiger Driver and then hits the top rope moonsault. Again, I like in these big matches, whether it's on the independents, WWE, AEW, when you go for a big signature move, you miss it and you're kind of like, oh, I really wanted to see it. And then you build it up more because then it makes so much more sense. That's exactly what Azumi and Starlight Kid did here with the top rope moonsault. I thought that was great. We get a big forearm exchange. Azumi, towards the end of this match, really ramps up her strikes. And we've been seeing Azumi really since the end of 2023 really put her strikes up to another level. She properly clocks Starlight Kid here. Starlight Kid gets her nose or cheek or her lip or something busted open as you see the blood coming down. And again, very much like the Konami match, it really mixes in with the white mask that she has. And again, the gear she's wearing makes sense because she's the white belt champion. I really like that. And again, in Azumi new gear, she was in mostly white as well. I really liked how we're putting emphasis on white because how important the white/Wonder of Stardom Championship is, not only from the match aspect and from a working aspect, but the gear. I thought it added so much to it. And again, the blood on white, really cool look. We know that Starlight Kid is banged up. We know that she's not 100%, and she's wrestling this style of match, having to follow those great matches, especially Mayu versus Shuri. And she's putting on such a great effort, and they're having a great match and adding layers of storytelling and psychology and throwbacks to matches from 2020 and 2022 and 2023. And now they're friends and on the same side. We see Azumi and Starlight Kid. They have a top rope fight. And I'm like, I know where this is going. I know where this is going this late stage in the match with Starlight Kid having to breathe with blood in her mouth and with the show that's not 100%. Can she hit it? She hits the perfect eternal foe. There's these great falsies with Azumi hitting a destroyer and then an underhook destroyer. That's what she was going to the top rope for. I just remembered. that she was going for the top rope, a double underhook destroyer that she hit on Momo Watanabe on night 1 of last year's 5-star Grand Prix. I thought that was great. Starlight Kid blocks a top rope destroyer, hits the Eternal Foe, and then she hits back-to-back rolling tiger suplexes, the same sequence she used on Natsupoi to win the Wonder of Stardom Championship. Again, Rob, these two had 2 5-star matches for the High Speed Championship back in 2022 and 2023. This match I enjoyed just a little bit better. Again, I need to go back and watch this one. Rob Goodwin, I had 3 matches at 4 3/4 stars. The last match we just talked about broke the Stardom scale rating. This one was pretty close to breaking the rating, but it was still the perfect 5 stars for me. I know a lot of people in the chat said this was their favorite match of the show. And that's the beauty of how great these Stardom shows are. Sometimes it's tough to pick a favorite match of the show. And sometimes you lean towards the wrestlers that you enjoy a little bit more. But I thought this was great. And again, a lot of people like this match the best, the main event match the best, the match we just talked about, even the Suzu match. Some people in chat even said the tag match. That goes to show you how great the show was. Again, this was 5 stars for me, partner. And hint, it was my 3rd favorite match of the show. It got 5 stars. It got 5 stars.
This card is just outrageous. It really is. When you look at the match quality, it just unreal. It really is. The battle between Starlight and Nazumi is one we are going to revisit. And I've said before that when Stardom do run the Tokyo Dome, and I do think it's a when, not an if by this point.
We have to go to that. That's one where we have to overrule our significant others, and we're going. You want to come with us or not? It's up to you.
Absolutely.
It did sit through Joey Janela versus Sabu in a barbed wire match, so a trip to Japan should be a walk in the park.
Yeah, somehow Kirsty did come back to England with me, having watched a 60-year-old basically put to death through barbed wire. She was not a fan of that match. But yet, when Stardom do run the Tokyo Dome, Starlight Kid and Nazumi is going to be that match. And I have every faith that is going to be your match on top of the card. Azumi is 22 and Kid is 23. Absolutely outrageous and unfair, the volume of talent in the ring here. And do you know what's scary? This is their best match. I think they have a better match in them.
2 or 3. Very much like Mayu and Shuri. I'm like, that was good. There might be better matches in them, and we've seen it. And they do. You're absolutely right. You're right.
It's a fantastic match. But you've got Starlight Kid who's basically wrestling with one arm, and I know she's come back, but you can tell her arm still isn't right. She's wrestling with one arm. These two are going to blow away a venue when they are in the main event. Azumi, I think, was brilliant. Her facials were fantastic when Kid kicked out of the double arm Canadian Destroyer. Because I remember looking at Kirsty came downstairs at this point, just as Shuri was going out, and she was like, "That's Shuri. She's really good now with the names." She was like, "I can put names to faces now." But she, I turned to her and went, "Oh my God, Azumi's winning!" And they did some brilliant kickouts in this match, both this and the main event. Really, really, really good near falls. Kid, I wanted to have a break, like a proper break, because I'm not convinced she's 100%. However, if this is Kid at not 100%, that is terrifying that she is capable of putting on a match like this when she's not 100%. And then you throw Azumi into the mix, who this is her first ever white belt challenge. This company is in very, very, very safe hands for the next 10 years, probably, if everyone stays fit and healthy. This is going to get run back at the Tokyo Dome, and this is going to be your Red Belt main event. And I can see the video package now, that generational rivalry main event. I really can. If anything, I'm a little bit sad that this was the semi-main event. Though it did make me laugh that Starlight Kid went, "I think we should have had the main event." What did Sayaka Kamitani do? She just hit Tam with a car. I was like, admittedly, it is a bit of an escalation. Yes, Kid, but that is for the red belt. So we'll let them have this main event, shall we? It is a retirement match. We'll let them have this one. But overall, another fantastic title defense, and Starlight Kid is 3 for 3 in these great title defenses. A match of the year candidate against Rena, a match that surpassed all expectations with Konami. I don't think there's a single person in the chat that can say that that didn't surpass expectations, and a match that met expectations, surpassed expectations, and then we could actually get a better match out of them, which again is an absolutely terrifying prospect. Colin says, and the two of them are veterans. Yes, at 23 and 20, and Walker actually mentioned it.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, Azumi has got 11 years experience at 22 years old. Frightening stuff. Honestly, it's amazing to see how they've grown. Even from that match at Cinderella Journey in Nagaoka, that high-speed match, with which both me and you said was the greatest high-speed match of all time, was a match that should have been rated 5 stars, was a tremendous matchup. And it's so good to see how these two women have grown.
Real quick, buddy, not to kind of go back on it, if Mayu leaves, I know there's a lot of people in the chat were like, oh my God, Mina, Tam, Tekla, FWC, and Mayu, what's going to happen with this company? Again, Okada's done a great job understanding, like, we may not have these wrestlers. Who have they pushed? Maika, Saya Kamitani, and these two. Again, obviously you want Mayu in any company because she's arguably the best ever. And if she goes to Marigold, good on her and good on Marigold. It's going to make that company so much better. And that's what we want. We want that company to succeed. But I mean, that just means wrestlers are going to have to step up, and these two wrestlers are going to have to step up in a bigger and better way. And that they're going to. We're going to get more of this. And I would not be shocked, Rob, obviously, because they're in the same faction. And this was very much afterwards. It was the handshake. It was the hug. Starlight Kid obviously is still Wonder of Stardom champion. I think she's going to have a long run with that belt, and rightfully so. I would not be shocked if we see these two take the Goddess belts off Wingori. I would not be shocked. Again, we've seen double champions before. This would be a good shot. Or have these two team up, very much like we won it last year in the Goddess tournament. But you're absolutely right, buddy. Again, this was great. This was their best match yet, and they're only going to get better. We know that they're veterans. As Colin said, they are grizzled veterans at the 21, 22 years old, and they're only going to get better. And the fact that they're in the same faction, when they run this back, either for the white belt or in the 5-star Grand Prix, or it could be a 5-star final, or for the red belt or something like that, because they're in the same faction and because they're, mingling together. Like, hey, let's do this, or let's try this, or next time we wrestle, let's counter this or do this. Again, I don't think Kid was 100% in this match, and then she gets her nose busted, and then she has to breathe in a mask and finish the match, and this is still a 5-star match and a match of the year candidate. Again, that just goes to show you just the depth and how talented this Stardom roster is, brother.
Absolutely. We are living in a very blessed timeline, let's just say. Mida does say, though, that there is a chance that they will probably lose the belts to Mavida Loca.
Your Ricky Martin music. Hendrix, you're like the DJ here. Real quick, I just want to point out that we have quadrupled since about hour 1. We have quadrupled our live viewers on this feed. So thank you, everyone. This is amazing. This is great.
Moving on to a match that I suppose we should talk about a little bit. It's the main event. It's the retirement match, the World of Stardom Championship match, Saya Kamitani versus Tam Nakano. Look, I said this earlier. It's pure cinema. I mean, I was wondering how we were going to elevate this match, because their match at Corakuen, the loser leaves Stardom match, phenomenal match. Given 5 stars by Dave Meltzer, for whatever stall you put in that. And then we have built and built with all these tag matches that have all been great. And then we've had these bits backstage where Saya Kamitani has shoved ice cream in Tam's face. We had the press conference where they were dressed in contrasting wedding dresses. We've had Saya Kamitani learn to drive in 2 months just solely so she can commit vehicular homicide, which I think is really quite committed to the bit, really, that she's willing to go to that length just to hit Tam with a car. But again, I was wondering, how are we going to top this? Because we had Saya hanging Tam with a chain in the previous match. We've had all sorts. And the simple answer is we're going to do it with emotion.
No interference.
Yes, we're still going to have some crazy ass spots, but we're not going to rely on hate. We're not going to rely on outside shenanigans. We're going to wrestle like we've never wrestled before, as though our careers depend on it, because they do. And that made this match feel so much more important. Bearing in mind that this crowd who was sat in Yokohama Arena, had just witnessed 6 hours of wrestling by this point, or 5.5 hours of wrestling. There was such an enormity to when this match graphic flashed up. Like, you knew that this match was going to be huge, and you could tell everyone in Yokohama was like, right, we are going to be witnessing history here. And quite honestly, I don't think I'll ever witness a match like this again. Not just because it's a retirement match, not just because it's, the end of a career, but because we were able to have this violent, aggressive match again, without the use of weapons, without the use of hate. And you just felt like for a moment that this was the most important thing in the world, because that's how it was billed. That's how the crowd felt about it. And the match itself was brilliant. The match itself was fantastic. But the fact that Saya let the mask slip just for a moment when she went for that Phoenix Splash, and Walker called it perfectly. That's the old Saya, not the new Saya we're used to seeing. And the fact that we got a little bit of a glimpse of the fact that the old Saya's still in there really added a lot to this match. And then you top that by the fact that Saya Kamitani had the match won, and instead of winning it, wanted to add the ultimate insult. Because I know that you called the fact that maybe she's going to win it with the Phoenix Splash, bring it back for the first time. And I actually really like the fact that she still can't do it. After all this confidence that she's built as the Batmobile drives past Matt.
It took 4 hours, but there it is. It's going for a Sunday stroll. It's beautiful out here today.
After all that Saya had thrown at her, it was the Twilight Dream. I'm going to pin you. I'm going to end your career with your move. And I know that, I think it was Andy in the chat earlier on the video, said that Waka was perfect for this match. And you're absolutely right, because the way she translated those post-match promos, layered with emotion. I mean, not that Saya Kamitani needed much emotion. The poor woman was a wreck by the end of this show. But the post-match promo added so much to the match that we've just watched this fantastic match on top of a 10-card show where Matt has already given 15 matches 5 stars. And we've watched another match here, which was 5 stars without a shadow of a doubt, just on the emotion, never mind the match itself. But then you've got this promo where Saya, the gravity of what Saya's achieved hits her. And she's like, everything that has happened is because of you. I came into wrestling. Because of you, I won the white belt. Because of you, I got injured. Because of you, I turned evil. Because of you, and now you're retiring, or I've retired you because of you. And her inability to register her own emotions, to be able to deal with her own emotions, just made this so. And it was almost like Tam trying to calm Saya down. It's okay. I know why you've done this. Do you love pro wrestling? Yes, of course I love pro wrestling. Then I can go happy knowing that you love pro wrestling. And it was at that point that I was like, oh my God, that's the perfect retirement for Tam. Not because she had a fantastic match, not because it was for the red belt, not because it was in the main event of Yokohama, but because she's put over the person to take over from her when she leaves. She's left this company better than when she came in. Everything about this was perfect. And then, of course, you had the closing section where, again, Walker Stewart didn't say a word for 10 minutes. And we just had them walking up the stage together. Saya Kamitani literally holding up Tam Nakano. They've both said that they love each other. And then they sat in the middle of the stage, these black feathers falling from the sky. We fade out, fade up, and they're both gone. And I've said it about 4 times on this stream. It was cinema. It was pure cinema. Captivating stuff. Tremendously done. And it turns out not only were they going to one-up themselves, they were going to go in a completely different direction and produce an absolute masterclass. Nobody does emotion in Stardom like Tam Nakano. Tam is the absolute GOAT at doing this. And all of this, all of these main events, all of these, all of these prelude tags, everything was leading up to Saya being put over at the end and Tam being the person to do it. Tam brought her in and Saya took Tam out. Perfect book endings, perfect ending. Sublime, in the words of Ryan Gosling in the Barbie movie. Absolutely sublime. 5 stars, my friend. Absolutely perfect.
You're a Barbie girl. I'm one of the many reasons why I love doing these live reviews with you is the interaction we get from our fantastic listeners. And me and you had a quick conversation at WrestleMania, and I said, let's wait until we do the live pod. And this is a question for everybody listening in the chat, and there's no wrong answer. We got done with the EO match, which was the protection we were in. The energy was insane. You looked at me and you said, I think EO's the best either wrestler or women's wrestler on the planet right now. And I said, better than Saya Kamitani. And we kind of hum and hawed, and I said, let's wait until after Sunday because EO obviously had her big match. Let's have Kamitani have her big match. I still don't know. I don't know that answer. So again, I'm just asking anybody in the chat, who do you think is the best wrestler or best women's wrestler in the world right now? Obviously, you can say Kamitani, EO, whoever you want. But I think you got to throw Suzu in that mix, Starlight Kid as well. That's just a question I want to put for the chat because me and you kind of had that little bit of banter after the match, and that's where we were kind of like, let's just wait till after to see what Saya and Tam does. So I just curious to see what our fantastic listeners, if they like Saya, Tam, or anybody else.
Sorry, Matt, I'm just going to have to cut you off here just because I completely misread the comment section and saw this from Andy in the wrong order. So you've just answered who's the best women's wrestler in the world. And I thought Andy had written 100% Hendrix. But no, that is for a different part of the statement. So sorry, Hendrix.
Hendrix is the best women's wrestler in the world. It's subjective.
That's how I read it because I'd not scrolled down for the comments.
It's subjective. Somebody give me some YouTube videos or DVDs. We'll do some alternate commentary of Hendrix having matches with Dump Matsumoto. I love these podcasts. If you were just to watch this match, just in a bubble, just even without the entrances, just bell to bell, not the entrances, not the post match, you're probably looking right around a 5-star match. Like if I was to show this to my dad who only watches WWE and just to show him just the match, he'd probably think, wow, that's one of the best women's matches or one of the best matches I've seen in quite some time. You add in the years of backstory. You add in since the Kamitani heel turn. You add in the pre-match and the post-match. There's so much stuff that you can add to it. And again, I was exhausted after Shuri versus Mayu. That's why I said I need to go back and watch a Zooming Starlight Kid. Again, I still think it's 5 stars, but I want to go back and watch it again. When this match came up, I perked right up. Not only just for, okay, here we go. How are they going to outdo what they've done over these last 4 or 5 months? How are they going to outdo the match at World Climax in the first Dream Queendom? Because you have to. We saw Shuri and Mayu. Somehow they outdid everything they did before. We saw Azumi and Kid. You're up next, girls. Follow that. We knew that Tam always, big match Tam, always new gear, big entrance. She came up from the stage, hands praying, the crown on, looked like an absolute star. Saya Kamitani comes out. They do the beginning of her entrance, and I thought my feed froze. And I do want to say, as Rob, I have cursed at Stage Crowd quite a bit for my feed freezing. And big shout outs to our third man of the group, Andy Header, where he told me, he's like, no, you just need a Wi-Fi signal booster that you can literally put between your router and where your computer is, and it should work. I think in the 6 hours that I was on Stage Crowd, I think it only buffered maybe 5 or 6 times. So I thought, like, oh, did it buffer? And then I saw flashbulbs going up. I'm like, this was genius. They paused Saya's entrance for like 5 or 6 seconds. And it was the anticipation and just, again, how great the stage was and the smoke It just added so much to Saya Kamitani. You already had these great wrestlers. You had a phenomenal buildup. Tam's great entrance, and now you have Saya Kamitani. You're just like, man, this might be the best over presentation in all of wrestling right now. Not just the matches, but it's curtain to curtain with Saya Kamitani. And we get the match, and there's no big lockup. You don't need anything like that. There is no feeling out process. You don't need it. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Again, as you said, partner, about 6 hours of wrestling. The bell rings. This place goes nuts. Probably one of the biggest pops of the entire night is the bell ringing. These two haven't even done anything because of the anticipation of what we're about to see. And you can forgive them for being tired. They are ready to go. 6 hours of phenomenal wrestling. The bell rings, and one of the biggest pop is just the bell ringing with these two staring across from each other. We get the forearm exchanges. We get they go to the outside. We get some violent shooting attempts. We get Saya bringing out the chain. We get the top rope. We get the ramp violent shooting. Then we get to the apron. We get a tiger suplex on the apron, but that's not enough. Saya Kamitani hits the snap Ron, and they both go crashing to the floor. Nobody to break the fall but their own bodies. And we're only a few minutes in, and then we build and build and build, and we get the forearms, and we get the kicks, and then we get the slaps that both of these ladies' mouths get busted open, and they're just going at it back and forth. Kamitani hits the Star Crusher, and when I did my preview of this show, I sent it in. I told Heather, hey, get it up at such and such time. About an hour later, I was like, shoot, I wanted to mention I think Kamitani is going to win with the Phoenix Splash. When else to bring that back? And then she goes for it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is going to be the finish. And then as she's waiting, and Walker, perfect timing, saying that's the old Saya, you see Tam stop it, and you know what's going to happen. Tiger suplex off the top rope. We've seen Saya take these top rope bumps before. We've seen the Tiger suplex with Tam. We saw it at Dream Queendom. I think we saw it at Corakuen. I know we saw the top rope German with Suzu and Corakuen, but this was like a different level. She properly rolled on the top of her head with this one. I mean, she took this one. She got this move and Tam over as much as she possibly could. I figured you may go back to it, but then they start stealing each other's finishers. Tam hits the Star Crusher. Saya hits the Violent Screwdriver, which we did see Saya use the Violent Screwdriver to set up the Star Crusher for her to win the belt. Back, and it's going back and forth. And then we see Tam hit the Violent Screwdriver into the Twilight Dream. It's the combination she used to beat Julia for the white belt and then the red belt 2 years prior at this show. I was like, and I'm like, oh my God, Tam's going to win. These last second kickouts from both of these ladies added so much drama. You had the danger, you had the selling, you had the anticipation, you had the timing, you had the striking, the big bumps. They knew when to bring it down. They knew when to bring it back up. I mean, the pacing of this was absolutely phenomenal. And then Saya hits the Star Crusher, pulls Tam up. She hits the Kikagoye, which was the move she pinned Tam with in Corakuen Hall. And I like that. I like how we're building that move up. Tam kicks out. And then Saya hits the Twilight Dream. And we've seen Saya, obviously, she's got, when she does these bridges on these moves, they're next level. And she hits that. And I was like, Saya can now use that as a finisher if she wants to because of how good it was. And then we had the post match. And I know that they said that Sayaka Kurora said in a press conference she's challenging for the red belt. And I'm like, it's a red herring. My prediction of Tam goes away. Tam comes back with Sayaka Kurora's wish, and she wins the 5-star. That's what's going to happen because that's how it has to end. The good guy has to win. The good guy kind of won here, Rob. Saya Kamitani. I don't know where they go with her here, but she was crying. They were in each other's arms. There was a huge babyface reaction. We've been kind of saying low-key like she wrestles as a babyface. She cheats every now and again, but like she's the most over person on this roster because she's the cool heel now that is a phenomenal next level worker. She gets the win, and I was like, oh, she wins with a Twilight Dream. Didn't see it coming. Made sense. Interesting. Phenomenal match. I think I lost Rob again. I'm going to keep going. I don't know now what they do with Tam because I don't know if you get any better of a closing match. You back, buddy?
I'm back.
All right.
Internet.
You're good, buddy. But match finishes. I don't know where I lost you, but match finishes again perfect with the Twilight Dream. I thought that was a genius finish. We can now have Saya Kamitani use that if she has to, like pull out of her back pocket in a big match. because she did it perfectly and it made sense. And then the two of them kind of made up at the end. So it's almost like it's basically almost Tam gifting that move. Tam's not in the company anymore. She wants to use the Twilight Dream. Use it. It was done well. Sai Kamitani's got a perfect bridge. It looked good, made sense. I got no problem if Sai Kamitani starts winning some big matches with a Twilight Dream. And then we get the post match with the two of them crying. And then, as you mentioned before, because of you, I won the white belt. Because of you, I got injured. But she even said, I now see the light. I now see the good. So now, are we getting the Sai Kamitani somewhat face turn? Maybe a few months before we thought, because we thought it was going to be Momo. But maybe because, we knew Starlight Kid, she's a baby face. Whenever they're ready to turn her, they're going to turn her. And obviously it's worked well. They're drawing money with her. She's white belt champion. We knew that probably Momo's next and then Sai Kamitani. Maybe they keep Momo heel, even though she's a baby face in America. And maybe it's Sai Kamitani that turns face, because that was a very baby face ending. They have the emotion. They walk out hand in hand. And I'm like, I'm kind of still waiting, because this is what hate does. And again, for watching wrestling as long as I have, I'm like, they're going to go to the top of the ramp. And I'm like, maybe Saya's going to hit her with the belt and give her the Star Crusher on the rampway. And all the feathers are falling. I'm getting goosebumps. I had tears in my eyes. They're sitting on the rampway. And I'm like, oh my God, if they go down like the little pit that Tam came up, that's the perfect ending to this. They're all arm in arms. They're basically pointing at the giant crowd. And then we fade to black. And you're right, Walker Stewart did the best commentary job by not saying a word. Sometimes you need to let things breathe. Again, in a bubble, just the match itself, it's a 5-star match. You add in the cinema, the storytelling. And again, that's if you've never seen them wrestle before. I say it all the time. Stardom rewards you for being a long-time fan, because so much of everything they've done over the last 3-4 years tied into this match, plus the last 4 or 5 months. Rob Goodwin joining Mayu Iwatani versus Io Shirai 2 and 3, joining Hazuki versus Saya Kamitani for the white belt, joining Thunder Rock versus Meiko Satomura and Kairi, joining Sherry versus Julie from Dream Queendom 2, and recently joining Mayu Iwatani versus Sherry from about an hour ago. 5.25 stars. My new favorite match of the year. Sorry, Sherry versus Mayu. This as a whole package, especially me being the giant Tam and Sai Kamitani fan I am, the way that this, again, the match, the storytelling, the backstory, the callbacks to certain things, you add in the pre-match with just how great those entrances were, the crowd being nuclear after 6 hours of wrestling and they didn't even touch yet, and then that post-match. This is the match of the year. This is one of the greatest Stardom matches of all time. And I would have to take a step back. This might be the greatest feud/rivalry in Stardom history for many of a reason. 1, the match quality. 2, the storytelling. 3, the end of the day, it's a business. Saya Kamitani and Tam Nakano in Sumo Hall, over 4,000 tickets at the end of the year. Fast forward a few months later, in Corakuen Hall, 1,600 tickets. Sold it out. Sold out Sumo Hall. Sold out Corakuen Hall. Here, 7,500 tickets. I know there was other matches. So, Rob, if you're doing the math, in 5 months' time, these two on top on 3 shows, roughly 13,000 tickets. Outside of WWE, I don't think there's any other wrestling company over the last 3 or 4 years that can make claim to, in 5 months' time, we ran back 3 rematches and we did 13,000 tickets. I don't think I'd have to dig. I don't think AEW's done it. I don't think New Japan's done it. Not less like Okada, Tanahashi, but over the last 3 or 4 years, these two have done it. And again, I know there's a loaded undercard, but they're on top. Business-wise, money-wise, this is the best rivalry in Stardom history. Match-wise goes, there's no other matches that I've given this many 5 stars to 5.25 stars from. I'd really have to, as much as I love Io and Mayu, I think this might supersede as the best rivalry / feud in Stardom's history. Really doing, considering the fact that this was kind of put together by a rookie booker and they hit an absolute home run. This is great. This is wrestling at another level. And the fact that this show had, and just going off my star rating, and take it or leave it as whatever you want. 1 5-star match, 2 matches that broke the Stardom stale ratings, and 3 matches at 4 3/4 stars. It's one of the greatest shows in wrestling history. This is one of the greatest shows in wrestling history. 6 hours, and really had you in tears at the end of it. You're absolutely right, partner. This is cinema. This is not only wrestling, this is cinema, this is storytelling. The fact that we get to watch it and we get to talk about it, how lucky are we? How lucky are we? This is as good as pro wrestling gets. This is, again, these Joshi wrestlers are on another level, on a completely another level. 5 months into the year, Saya Kamitani is my wrestler of the year. And maybe Io catches her, maybe Starlight Kid catches her, maybe Suzu does. But I mean, for what they have maybe planned for Saya from now until the end of the year, this might be an all-time year. I know it's only her V2, count the match that she won the belt and she's had three championship matches. This may be on par to her white belt run as far as match quality goes, which is insane. Again, 2 matches on the show broke the Stardom scale rating. And again, kudos to all these matches, especially those last 3, because we've seen how great Shuri and Mayu was. This is the best match. We've seen how great Azumi and Starlight Kid. This is the best match. We've seen how great these 2 are. In my opinion, this is their best match. I know, Rob, you mentioned Mayu Shuri. This was their best match, and Azumi Starlight Kid this morning was their best match. I know you just said a little bit ago this was 5 stars. Is this the best Saya versus Tam match for you?
Oh, God, yes.
Okay.
The thing is, there's no comparing it to anything. Like, this is a completely different... And this is what I mean when I said I didn't know how they were going to top it. Because in a way, they didn't. They did something completely different. Rather than just, showcase just how good a wrestler they actually are, they superseded that by just leaning whole hog into the emotion and feeding off the crowd. Because Japanese crowds are notoriously quiet, they're more respectful, and they were so loud, so into these pinfalls. Incredible stuff. Hendricks and Venkin have just said that on Cage Match. Mayu and Shuri's at 9.81 out of 10, and Saya and Tam is at 9.73, which is quite phenomenal. I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Adkins, who has done something, and I don't know what he's done. He's given us
Sticker Star. Yeah, I see that on Kevin Smith's podcast. Yeah, he gave us $2. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Atkins.
Figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I didn't know we could do that. Thank you so much. That's our first bit of money from YouTube. Thank you.
Look at that. Thank you. It's really weird. People were tipping me after the EO match. You were sitting right next to me. I'm like, why am I getting paid from people I don't know? Like, they just kept tipping me because how great that match was. It was weird. You must be doing something right, brother. Hendricks, can you do me a favor? Other than being incredibly handsome, can you give me the cage match rating for Azumi and Starlight Kid? I'm just wondering now.
Yeah, and I daren't change because I'm worried that my internet will drop out again. Thank you to everyone, by the way, just before we wrap all this up. Thank you to everyone for sticking with us despite my buggy, laggy internet.
We had fun with it. Everyone said it was Rossi, it was Tekla. We made it. Yeah. We turned it into an angle. It might have been all that Ricky Martin. I mean, we don't know. We turned it into an angle.
3 faces of Rob Goodwin. Love it. 8.66. Christ. And best women's wrestler on the planet. He is indeed. So Suzu and May is 8.76. Yeah, this is an all-timer show. I don't feel like it's close. This is the greatest Stardom show ever. Not only in terms of match quality, in terms of the attendance, but also in terms of the emotion. And, as I said way back at the start of the podcast, not only because of all those things, but because it is the end of one era and the start of another, which is so important. Matt, obviously, you asked who people's picks were for the greatest women's wrestlers. Io obviously getting a lot of love. Mayu getting a lot of love. We had just having a look. Saya needs to be put in a spot in the circle, but we need to see more of her as she sooner or later turns 30. I believe she's either 28 or she's going to be 28. Mr. Adkins says Yuri.
Great one. Yeah. How do I miss that one? Jeez. Yeah. Just for this year, especially since, the end of the 5-star, I think Saya Kamitani with right up there with Will Ospreay is probably the best wrestler, at least for what I like. But again, it's subjective and it made it for great conversation, brother. So, and we had nice little back and forth after the, that electric EO match. But again, these Joshis they're just crushing it. They're just crushing it.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I just want to go through in terms of the rest of the card. So Stardom obviously are about to embark on the absolute carnage that is Golden Week. They have got shows on the 29th of April, and then the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th in regards to Golden Week. So 29th, they are in Fukuyama. On the 1st, they're in Takamatsu. The 3rd, they're in Kumamoto. The 5th, they're in Sendai, and the 6th, they're in Fukuoka. Now, it is worth noting that on the poster for these events, there is no Mayu, there is no Tam, and there's no Saya. Now, obviously, the Tam and Saya one can be explained away by they didn't know who was going to be retired. I think it's very it's very interesting to note that Mayu isn't on that card either. So no matches announced as of yet. I imagine that we will have announcements of those matches just after the press conference goes up. And we've just had a little bit of news as well. That says, so Plug Pedro has said that a Tekla Fightful post is up, and Hendricks has just quantified that by saying, Fightful reporting just now that Tekla is legitimately done with Stardom. American companies are interested in her services. In which case,
fired. Clearly, we saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, she's done with the company, guys. She's fired. No, but you know what? Good for her. I hope she does tremendous things in America. I can see her doing really well in a TNA. It'll be interesting to see where she ends up, whether she does end up in an NXT. I don't know. It's going to be really, really interesting. Honestly, thank you so much for sitting with us, guys. I've just realized that this podcast has been 4 hours and 10 minutes long. Quite honestly, this is almost as long as the pay-per-view we're reviewing. So thank you, because it must have taken a lot to sit through my laggy internet for 4 hours. So we massively appreciate all of you. We will be back. So Monday night, so tomorrow as we are recording this, we will drop the Marigold Standard, which, of course, will be full of good things, including a phenomenal main event between Marigold and Marvelous. Really, really, really good stuff. And Mirai legitimately attempting to murder Utami with some of those lariats. Like, good God. We'll be dropping that on Monday. We'll be back with the Stardom cast Thursday evening for our Patreon members, Friday morning for the rest of you lovely people, where we will be doing our Vegas Megasode. We will be covering the show from the 29th in Fukuyama, assuming that it is live. At any rate, we probably will not have time to cover the show in Takamatsu, as that drops on the Thursday, and we have work. So there's no way of covering that, but we'll kick into that in the following week. But we will make up for that by taking up 12 hours of your time talking about Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a huge shout out to every single one of you who has been live with us. Massively appreciate all of you. You are all the absolute best. Hopefully you have all got Ricky Martin stuck in your head, because that's going to become a main staple of the podcast, as is the conversion. Which is obviously on our way on the 21st of June. In the meantime, thank you so much. If you haven't already subscribed to the podcast, please consider subscribing wherever you get your podcasts. We are literally absolutely everywhere. If you could leave us a 5-star review and a comment, that really, really, really helps us out and helps us just to spread the word of Joshi to even more people. You can also check out the Patreon, patreon.com/the Stardom cast, if you like your episodes early and ad-free for as little as $1 a month. Just $1. You can also find us on the website, talkjoshi.com. We can find all of the stats, histories, and reviews to do with Stardom and Marigold, as well as all of our archived episodes as well. You can find us on social media at the Stardom Cast, apart from on Threads, Blue Sky, and Instagram, where we are Talk Joshi. You can talk to me on Twitter at RealRobGoodwin. Guys, it's been a pleasure speaking to all of you, but Mr. Matt Turner, sign us off.
Folks, I know there were a couple of you that were asking about these polo shirts. My wife literally made these. If you're serious and you want one, drop me a line. I'll talk to my wife. I'll have her try to make one for you and send them. So, and if you're wondering, hey, Matt, how do I get a hold of you? I'm going to tell you, Matt Turner OF on the Instagram, on the Twitter is the best way to get a hold of me. But if you're not on social media or you'd rather shoot me an email, I wish I can see Rob's face, but I feel his energy with me. The email address to get a hold of me simply is the StardomCast22 at gmail.com. Folks, that's going to wrap it up for a phenomenal episode. I told you last week we would make up for the shorter episodes, and boy, howdy did we. We greatly appreciate your support. It really means the world to us because we can't do this without you. Because like I always say, it's just not my podcast. It's our podcast. Because we're all together. Everybody's different. Everybody's special.